201, Chapter 199. Howard is an upright man. Director Luke isn't close to women. I thank you for your kind words, I can't accept this. In the study, Luke sat in a chair and waved his hand to refuse the cigar handed over by the president. As many people know, the lieutenant general didn't have any bad habits. He doesn't smoke, and the wine was only superficial. The only thing that deserves criticism was probably his private life. But this little fault, in young people and high society, was really insignificant. Even the nominal leader of the country, the president in the White House, may not have a much better private life. Not to mention the Pentagon's lieutenant general. Well, it's good to have good habits. Few young people are like you, actively refusing small habits that destroy their bodies. Instead of being annoyed, the president complimented him. Yes, I am very conscious of my personal health. Luke smiled slightly. He would do some warm-up exercises every day before going to bed to promote blood circulation. Then go on sleeping until dawn, never leaving the fatigue and stress until the next day. Like Malena, Peggy, Emma the White Queen. All the women who have spent the night with him have said that the lieutenant general's lifestyle was very normal. This is one of the few personal hobbies I have. I can't change it all at once, and I don't want to change it. The smell of tobacco helps me calm my mind and concentrate on my thoughts. The president took a fine cigar out of the box, played with it for a moment, and lit it patiently with a long match, showing how much he enjoyed the process. This box was given to me by Churchill. We share a common taste in cigars. Despite my personal doctor's advice to cut back on tobacco and alcohol, most of the meaning in our short lives would be lost without cigars and whiskey. Luke nodded. Although he wasn't interested in tobacco and alcohol, it was because he had other hobbies. The Prime Minister also gave me a box. I'll bring it over another day and give it to you, Mr. President. He wondered if Churchill gave cigars to everyone, as the late Roosevelt was said to have received them as well. That's a shame. The president chuckled twice, then lowered his voice and said, "Don't let Bess know, she doesn't like me smoking cigars. That's for sure. It's a secret between men." Luke winked and replied quite eloquently. A few minutes later, after the small talk was over, the conversation was back on track. SHIELD has received intelligence that the Soviet Union has been making frequent moves recently. Not only are they developing a nuclear industry, but they are also planning to revive the World War II Super Soldier program. As far as I know, they have a secret organization called Leviathan that is actively recruiting biologists to produce superior soldiers. In order to delay time as much as possible and create opportunities for Howard. Luke opened his mouth and talked about the latest developments in the Soviet Union. The president sitting across the table wasn't a mediocre politician. On the contrary, he was very ambitious and aggressive. After the end of World War II, the president who entered the White House was the first to put forward the strategic goal of seeking global hegemony. The defeat of the Axis countries was tragic, coupled with the weakening of the British and French recession. Relying on the developed military strength and economic accumulation, the bald eagle began to covet the throne of world domination. If Atlantis hadn't come out of nowhere, the White House and the Pentagon wouldn't have been temporarily blocked from interfering in the domestic affairs of other countries and from implementing global expansion. At this time, perhaps the bipolar pattern would have been formed. Lieutenant General Cavill, the Red Empire really deserves vigilance. They may be the biggest enemy. The president exhaled a mouthful of smoke and spoke with a grave face. Sometimes I am amazed at the strength of these people's beliefs and their ability to act out of their collectivism. The winner of World War II wasn't just the silently developing United States, but also a Red Bear of Siberia. Among the 4 countries of the Yalta Conference, the other country that entered the world stage and showed its mysterious power was China. That was an unopened branch, which wasn't included in the world map for the time being. I'll have to ask you, Lieutenant General Cavill, about the peace summit in a few days and the distribution of benefits from Atlantis. The president put down his cigar and solemnly said, "The future of the United States belongs to young people like you." Luke smiled. He didn't want to be the new generation that replaced the old generation. It was easy to end up as a victim, shot down on the beach. The bright future of the land of the free clearly belonged to an unborn real estate tycoon. That's the best person to make America great again in his lifetime, with his squinty-eyed pervy smile. For the next 40 minutes, the two of them stayed in the study and talked a lot. During that time, the president also asked Luke if he was interested in going to Moscow. The most important thing was that, when the two sides started a third war and the Soviet Union launched a nuclear bomb, was he confident enough to intercept it? Luke was naturally evasive and vague about such questions. He's not Dr. Manhattan from the studio next door. He's not interested in any humanoid nuclear deterrence. Let's call it a day. Best T-bone steak should also be ready. The president extinguished the cigar in his hand, waved his hand to disperse the smell of tobacco, and pushed the door out with a smile. Then, he saw a very unsettling scene. In the living room, Howard sat on the sofa, surrounded by the president's wife and daughter. He appeared to say something funny, which made the other two people cover their mouths and laugh. The atmosphere was quite harmonious. What's going on? The president looked confused and had mixed feelings. Somehow it felt like the old farmer next door had raided his own wife and daughter. Originally, he admired Howard's talent, and Stark Industries was also an important defense contractor for the Pentagon. But now, the president was looking at the mustached man who was squeezing his eyebrows and trying his best to be funny. The more he looked at him, the more he hated him. What are you talking about? I could hear the laughter in the study. The president asked in a dry voice, holding back his anger. Mr. President, I just said something about myself when I was in England. Howard cleared his throat and spoke in a serious tone. I used to live in London, before the war started. For a time, I wanted to grow a beard in order to show my masculinity. As a result, the owner of the inn laughed at me and said, "Ha, your chin is just like my wife's before she shaves." He said so at that time. It was really rude. Then how did you answer? Luke picked up the joke like an assisting audience member. I looked in the mirror and nodded my head. Well, you're right, it does look like that, and then the innkeeper walked off proudly. Translator, I have no control over this cringe. There's so many things not okay with this joke. No, this whole chapter. God help me. Howard spoke seriously, as if it really happened. The president's wife sitting next to him laughed out loud. Women were always more receptive to colorful jokes than young girls. Mr. Stark has a rich experience. The president smiled rather than laughed, and was very dissatisfied with his wife sitting so close to Howard. What else is interesting? I'd like to hear about it, too, to gain some insight. In London, the innkeeper was the same, and his wife was usually the assistant of the theatre magician. Once, he came home early and found his wife naked and standing in the bedroom. Howard stroked his mustache, and beautifully imitated the movements and tone of voice, and spoke seriously. The innkeeper was puzzled, and then asked questions, and his wife stammered, not knowing how to explain. Later, under the innkeeper's questioning, his wife said she had recently learned a magic trick, and then shouted, "Abracadabra!" and the magician, also without clothes, came out of the cupboard. This surprised the innkeeper. He didn't expect his wife not only to teleport a living person, but also to change the other party's clothes. It was incredible. This time it was the president's daughter's turn to stifle her laughter, and her shoulders trembled. Her round cheeks revealed a blush. After the warm-up jokes, the president's wife finally remembered the T-bone steaks and rushed into the kitchen. The others also sat down at the table. Not long after, a tempting aroma wafted out. It's a great talent. Luke wasn't interested in the president's daughter, but he was full of praise for the T-bone steak made by the president's wife. One bite was full of meat juices and rich taste. It didn't look greasy and didn't lose its tender flavor, reminding him of young Sheldon's mama's brisket secret recipe. I'm glad that you like it. The president's wife spoke modestly. She was used to having her cooking skills recognized. What's the secret recipe? It's so delicious. I'm afraid I can't order any other steak when I go to a restaurant, especially after I've tasted beef like this. Howard added. Even a big piece of beef couldn't stop his mouth. Weekly mass release. Every 300 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter tomorrow. 202, Announcement. Warning, please be careful that this announcement is not for the faint-hearted. Now, go ahead. Dear reader, few days back something serious happened. And now, hundreds of readers are affected by this. Whatever they try comment, it turns into more. Sigh, the more disease has spread to any reader who came in contact with it. It was so addicting, that readers are fighting the urge to burn their brain cells by reading MTL, while few of them have even given in to the temptation. Well, with that said, I will now tell you about it. It is the most addictive Naruto fanfic you will /have/had ever read. Period. Book title, Shinobi Exam. First question, why was Akatsuki destroyed? My whole team dares you with the following challenge. Add to library, and read up to the latest uploaded chapters, and resist the urge to ask for next chapter in the comments. Condition, be honest. Reward, if you don't like it, you can come and beat me. I will show you my magnificent kneeling position. PS book title too long? Just visit my profile. Don't forget to hit the heart. Yeah, I love clout. I am Bougainfall. 203, Chapter 200 Howard is an upright man, Director Luke isn't close to women, too. With all due respect, ma'am, I am willing to exchange all the shares of Stark Industries for this recipe. Compared to Luke's bland praise, Howard's exaggerated remarks were more likely to please the president's wife. This was the strength of the prodigal son, the dating expert and the heartbreaker. A direct attack on the president's daughter was too obvious and a bit too hasty. Using roundabout tactics to please the president's wife was a wiser choice. Of course, this was just to give Luke a break. Howard was equally not interested in becoming the president's son-in-law. He was an indulgent prodigal son. He couldn't walk into that grave called marriage even if the president's daughter was also called Mary. 1 teaspoon of cumin, 1 cup of brown sugar, 2 teaspoons of smoked red pepper, 3 teaspoons of dried mustard. The president's wife, who was a bit fluttery, happily revealed the secret recipe. Howard made a serious face as he listened, and took notes on paper. As if he really cared about this secret recipe. The president was bored and silent next to them, inwardly wanted to smash the steak on his plate in the person's face. Why was this guy trying to impress my wife? The president remembered the 2 jokes before and somehow felt like the unlucky innkeeper. The 20-minute meal was filled with Howard's bullshit praise, compliments, and laughter from the president's wife and her daughter. As for the president, like an outsider, he couldn't get a word in at all, so he had nothing to do but talk to Luke. The marriage plan to introduce his daughter was thus disrupted by Howard, who came out of nowhere and made a forceful effort to intrude on their dinner. After dinner, the living room was full of people. While the president's wife was cleaning up in the kitchen, the president finally found an opportunity. He deliberately ignored Howard, who was befriending his daughter, and affectionately pulls Luke, acting like an enthusiastic elder. Lieutenant General Cavill, what do you think of family and marriage? The president beat about the bush and winked at his daughter. However, the latter was talking to Howard about the latest Agatha Christie novel and didn't notice her father at all. I'm still young, not experienced enough, not knowledgeable enough, so I don't have any opinions yet. Luke smiled lightly and avoided the topic. Are you talking about this, to introduce me to someone, Mr. President? I don't have any ideas about this for now, but Howard has always wanted to find the ideal partner. If there's a suitable lady, you might as well introduce him. Right, Howard? Howard, who had already talked about Agatha Christie to Arthur Conan Doyle, nodded decisively. He had a sincere look in his eyes and his voice was low. That's right, I have long wanted to settle down and live a quiet life. I just couldn't find my dream soulmate. Mr. President, although there are various rumors about Howard, it's said that he dates 3 or 4 women a week, working during the day and spending the night in hotels, is a master of time management, and had an affair with many Hollywood actresses. Luke took the conversation further and further off topic and said, but I can assure you that Howard is nothing like what the newspapers have written about him. He is honest, addicted to science, and a friend worthy of association. I believe that he can be a qualified husband and an excellent father in the future. Before the stunned president came to his senses, Howard modestly said, Luke is the role model I need to follow. Don't look at his young age, he is totally clean and not close to women. The 2 cheeky guys were acting like comedians, bragging about each other commercially, leaving the president with no room to interrupt. After a night full of unexpected surprises, the president was a little exhausted and finally gave up on the idea of pushing his daughter to him. He waved his hand, showing the meaning of sending off. It's getting a little late, Lieutenant General Cavill, and Mr. Stark, I won't keep you overnight. Luke smiled and immediately got up. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he led Howard away. How's that? Good acting, right? Walking out of the Blair house, Howard said triumphantly. Not only good, I was worried that if I stayed any longer, the president would smash the red wine I brought, on your head. Luke said with a smile. Howard deserved to be a friend of women. Even the president's wife was skillfully manipulated. So, I paid a heavy price. Luke, don't forget what you promised. Howard couldn't help but felt a chill on his back when he remembered the way the president looked at himself before he left. But, in order to step into the legendary world of magic, to experience those female warlocks, female demons, centaurs. Even if the president notes down his name, it was worth it. I have said that we're friends, and I wouldn't lie to you. Luke promised. Anyway, he was going to Camartage after the Paris Peace Summit, so having Howard with him was no big deal. Blair House, the presidential suite. After sending away those 2 troublesome guys, and the president returned to his study. He needed a cigar to calm down. Who are you? Just sitting in the chair, a strange figure suddenly appeared in the room. The opponent had his hands behind his back, wore an odd purple helmet, and wore a purple and green vintage robe. You don't need to know who I am. The stranger's voice was hoarse, and his face, which was grayish, revealed a hint of arrogance. I have been the pharaoh of Egypt and the monarch of the Persian Empire, but I haven't tried being president yet. The frightened president tried to make a sound, but found his mouth tightly shut. The young lieutenant general is very strange. I've never heard of his name, and there shouldn't be such a person in history. The stranger spoke to himself, pulled out the chair and took the cigar in the president's hand. Ah! I also like the smell of tobacco. Howard Stark, he's a famous person, and is worth noting. As for Superman, I need to be careful. I've been observing this timeline for a while, and it's different from the world I once conquered. It's a good thing, it's more interesting to me. It's not easy to avoid the Sorcerer Supreme. After hiding for so long, I found the opportunity to take advantage of the game between the Ancient One and Dormammu. The strangers talked to himself, saying things that the president couldn't understand. By the time the cigar was a third of the way through, there was a shout from outside the study. Harry, dear, the bath water is ready. The president's wife knocked on the door. Okay, I'll be right out. A stranger fiddled with his throat, his voice was just like that of the president's. An interesting life is about to begin. He stood up, took a drug out of his belt and shot it into his neck. Invisible nanomites were injected into his body, and in just a few seconds, they transformed his appearance into that of the president. The latter sat in his chair, motionless, but his eyes were full of fear. The president, as if looking into a mirror, saw the stranger gradually become himself. It's 200th chapter y'all. 204, chapter 201 extra chapter y'all. A few days later, the Royal Hotel in Paris. Diplomats and delegates from all over the world arrived at the hotel. Outside, there were reporters from major newspapers, and people who were watching the hubbub. The former were carrying long lenses and cannons, and camera flashes kept clicking, and the chirping of clicks kept coming. To use an old cliché, today was a historic moment. For the first time, mankind had made contact with other civilizations and established stable diplomatic relations. Those blue-skinned, underwater Atlanteans. Like a magnet, they attracted everyone's attention. As for the previous wars? Because of the quick end, and excluding the coastal cities of the United States, the rest of the country was largely untouched. For the British, the French, and the people all over the world. Naturally, they could continue to communicate with each other as equals in an amicable and friendly manner, as if nothing had happened. Those unpleasant little things should be counted as chalk, erased by water. Anyway, the one who suffered weren't themselves. Superman. Quickly, take a picture. Representing the president. Big news. I've thought of a title. War hero arrives in Paris today. A black car stopped at the entrance of the hotel, the reporters saw the tall figure coming down and quickly clicked on the shutters. At the same time, a loud cheer went up around the area, as if some big Hollywood star was making an appearance. All of a sudden, the atmosphere rose to its peak. I almost thought I was in Hollywood, sitting next to James Dean. Howard glanced at the surging crowd outside and lamented. You're popular in New York, but you are still so popular in Paris? Lieutenant General Cavill is a heartthrob, no wonder the president said so. If he was as popular as you are, the next election would be a no-brainer. This is all Colonel Phillips' work. I don't know if giving him Superman's publicity work was a good thing or a bad thing. After he said so, Luke simply turned his head and waved of his hand. Who knew? The cheers and applause of the crowd became even more intense. Like a tsunami, a wave of shouts came. There was an overly enthusiastic young woman in the front row of the excited crowd. She called Superman's name, and boldly lifted her coat to reveal a beautiful scenery. There was another burst of shutters clicking. The reporters were flushed, not only from the sight of the young woman's firm breasts, but also from the excitement of getting news material. Shocking news! Superman from the land of the free, unexpected encounter with a naked woman. Haha, I remember, you are still the liberator of Paris. Had I known that today, I wouldn't have chosen to be a scientist back then. Einstein make women want show him their breasts on their own. Howard said, half teasing and half joking. But he earns $1,000 for every minute he's on stage. He could find 20 or 30 beautiful girls in the red light district of Paris and ask them to show their breasts. Luke shrugged his shoulders and walked through the doors of the hotel, surrounded by servants and bodyguards. There was an interesting incident behind his title of Liberator of Paris. Although the French and Italians were neighbors, they never liked each other. Before Luke became a general, he led howling commandos to help the Allies land in Sicily and capture Rome. Later, Superman's name spread, and the Italians were thick-skinned enough to call the fall of Rome the rescue plan that Italians actively cooperated with. The French ridiculed this, mocking that the Italians could only play this boring game of words, and that when it came to war, they would do nothing but cook pasta and raise their hands in surrender. However, Superman, who brought World War II to a close by eliminating the Third Reich's battleship-class soldiers in Paris, and Charles de Gaulle followed suit by calling him the Liberators of Paris. And claimed that the French Marshal Leclerc, who liberated the city together with Superman, which almost made the Italians next door die of laughter. This was probably the equivalent of a guy with a $0 bank account saying that he and Bill Gates together had more assets than over 90% of the wealthy people in the United States. As they all know, Superman fought against the Third Reich's battleship-class soldiers in Paris. Leclerc was still hiding in Normandy with his armed divisions, apprehensively waiting for news. The extent of the ridiculousness was equivalent to throwing a shuriken at the first Hokage 800 miles away, and then boasted that they had fought against Senju Hashirama that time. In response to this, the Italians later made up a lot of insulting articles, and when they met people they knew on the street, they were sure to mention a few to liven up the atmosphere. Many of the classic insulting stories have been passed down from them. I think Colonel Phillips has done a great job of spreading the word. He has made you a popular figure all over the world. Howard, who was a member of the entourage, spoke seriously. But those stories that spread are too exaggerated. Even I feel a bit of shame, listening to it. Luke shook his head. Back then, he left the publicity to Colonel Phillips, who had retired, in order to reap the benefits from his reputation. In the end, he didn't expect that he would recruit a group of third-rate writers from nowhere and work tirelessly to create works of art. This led to what Superman later did in Paris, where he fought 300 Aryan demons alone. Breaking into Berlin alone, fighting with the mustached Führer who was the reincarnation of the Lord of Hell, battling it out for 3 days and 3 nights. Stories such as these had spread across the North American continent. This led to a wave of cultural exports to Europe. That's how the female warlock pile driver title was earned. The confrontation between Luke and Sieglinde, after secondary processing by the people, had become increasingly outrageous. This was despite the fact that many newspapers had repeatedly dispelled the rumors and issued announcements to correct the claims. But the independent thinking public didn't believe it at all. There were also complaints from Superman's fans who called and sent letters of complaint, saying that this was a denigration and contempt for the war hero. How could a mere 3 battleship classes reflect the power of Superman? It had to be 300. Moreover, those Aryan demons wouldn't be big and burly super soldiers. They must have been 4 or 5 meters tall, like a moving mountain. With horns on their heads, dark-skinned, and ferocious. Spit hell flames from their mouths and eat flesh, blood, and souls. This is the price of fame. Howard gloated. By the way, are you really going to take me to those exciting things when the conference is over? Naturally, he didn't come to Paris with Luke to participate in the peace summit. Of course. I never lie. Luke nodded and walked into the elevator. See you this afternoon, and while you're at it, go have some fun. The girls of Paris are very welcoming. The peace summit will take place tomorrow at the Palace of Versailles in the Yvelines, just outside the southwest suburbs of Paris. The duration of the meeting, which will last for 3 days, was similar to that of the previous Yalta meeting. Just a few extra flags waving, symbolic appearances, and small countries that don't even have the right to vote. I'd like to visit Moulin Rouge and see the dancers dancing with their legs showing. Howard reached out and pressed the 22nd floor, but he didn't hide his idea of collecting fond memories. Then I wish you a pleasant experience. Remember, if you meet a beautiful dancer named Satin, please let me know. Luke smiled and said something about a movie character that Howard wouldn't understand. The elevator door was about to close when a hand caught the gap in the middle. I'm sorry, I need to get on too. An Asian face appeared in Luke's line of sight. The man was in his 30s, dressed in a suit, and a refined demeanor. General Cavill? If I'm not mistaken. The Asian man who rushed onto the elevator spoke fluent English. You must be Director Zheng Xian. Luke paused and smiled. In addition to the United States, Britain, the Soviet Union and France, S.P.E.A.R., which represented the East, participated in the peace summit. The man standing in front of him was the leader of present-day SPEAR. Haha, surprisingly, Lieutenant General Cavill knows my name. Zheng Xian was slightly surprised. S.P.E.A.R. always kept a low profile, and outsiders only knew his last name. Being able to say his full name proved that this director of SHIELD also knew a few things about him. In the Pacific battlefield, SPEAR sent the Japanese superhumans to break up the battle, which impressed me a lot. The corner of Luke's mouth tugged a little, compared to SHIELD, which was still in the development stage, SPEAR was much stronger. That's all the little things that aren't on the table. A while ago, Atlantis was stirring up trouble on the coast and was almost skewered by us like a lobster, was captured, as a captive. Zheng Xian blurted out and exposed the true nature of eating the losing side in China. Is Director Zheng the only one coming to this peace summit? Luke asked calmly with a friendly attitude. Well, there was also the unruly Agent Yan. He was good at using 2 guns, which was the trump card of SPEAR. He loved to talk to people about whether there were bullets in the gun. Zheng Xian didn't hide his thoughts. He smiled and said, it's just that something happened in the middle of the way here. Agent Yan has another mission, so I was left alone. Luke was so moved. Something could make S.P.E.A.R. dispatch him? That must be a big thing. Translator, Agent Yan/Yan Zhuangying equals basically the Jason Bourne of China, in the Indiana Jones era, with way worse special effects. 205, Chapter 202 Red Light District Dancers, there are 5 traitors. The elevator went all the way to the 20th floor, and with a ding, the thick metal door opened automatically. I'm here. Lieutenant General Cavill, let's talk again next time. Zheng Xian pulled open the iron fence outside and walked out, then turned his head and smiled at Luke. Chatting with Director Zheng is very interesting. See you tomorrow at Versailles. Luke also had a smile on his lips and made a happy expression of having a pleasant conversation. When they left, Howard withdrew his strange look and asked, I never knew you knew anything about Eastern culture, and you had such a good time talking to that SPEAR guy. There are many things you don't know. Howard, as a Casanova, you should understand one thing, keep your mystique and surprise people whenever you can, in order to maintain your appeal. When the 22nd floor arrived, Luke stepped out of the elevator, stepped on the soft carpet, and arrived at the corridor. Treat Zheng Xian a little politer. Don't think that he was easy to talk to. If you really offend him, you will suffer. Thinking of Howard's sharp tongue, Luke made a special note to avoid any conflict between the two sides that might end badly. S.P.E.A.R, with profound background, was founded by Zhang Heng of the Brotherhood of the Shield, who was a big shot who actually spoke with the Celestial. With K'un Lun and the Celestial, the overall strength was much higher than that of the Avengers in its heyday. Luke would have a headache if he really had to face them. It should be known that even holding the 10 rings in his hand, the powerful Mandarin still couldn't stay in China, and had to flee overseas. From this, the hidden strength of SPEAR could be surmised. I understand. Do I look like the kind of person who causes trouble? Howard muttered with some dissatisfaction and turned around to walk to his suite. He didn't invite Luke to the red light district for a preview either, as the other was an official lieutenant general and had to preside over the peace summit at Versailles tomorrow. At this time, if it was rumored that he ran to the sex venues and watched the dancers show their legs, his reputation would definitely be affected. Howard wasn't the kind of guy who only knew how to play and couldn't tell the difference between what's important and not. I take back what I said before. There's nothing envious about being a celebrity, at least I can have fun now, and you could only stay in the hotel room. Howard chuckled twice, humming a light tune, ready to take a break and gather his strength for the fierce battle at night. By the way, Howard, a friendly reminder. Luke opened the door, but didn't go in, as if remembering something. According to statistics, when the Third Reich occupied Paris, there were hundreds of temporary prostitutes in this city, so, you should pay attention. Howard, who was in a good mood, changed his face instantly. The thought that he might get infected with AIDS suddenly dispelled his excitement. Just like entering the sage mode, everything became dull. You are such an asshole, Luke. Do I have to spend a boring afternoon stuck in a hotel too? Howard said bitterly. Then, with a bang, he slammed on the door. It's a good reminder. Luke shrugged his shoulders, showing a happy smile when the prank succeeded. What he said wasn't groundless. Patrick Buisson said later that in the summer of 1940, France turned into a giant nude camp, and the Germans came in with a flourish. The irony was particularly obvious. In those days, the occupiers of the Third Reich had exclusive brothels filled with Parisian women who sold their bodies for a living. The most interesting thing was that in 1942, 2 million men were locked up in prison in France, but the birth rate in that year soared. Therefore, Luke reminded Howard to manage his lower body, and not mess around blindly. If he ran to the red light district of Paris at this time, he would probably have a 30–40% chance of winning the game. In case Howard was really that unfortunate, wouldn't it be a direct change for the future, and Iron Man would disappear? I'm doing this for your own good. Luke closed the door, took off his uniform jacket, and leaned back on the bed with his hands on the back of his head, quietly meditating. However, what happened to S.P.E.A.R? To actually make the director himself get involved. He was very interested in the other mission that Zheng Xian said before. If it's just a peace summit, the other party would never come to Paris. Previously, SHIELD had a meeting with them, but the delegation was absent. At night, the banquet hall of the Royal Hotel. In order to welcome delegations from all over the world and the liberator of Paris, the French made a big show out of it. Top-notch chefs, top-notch service, the magnificent building and beautiful dancers. For a while, the atmosphere was very enthusiastic. Delegations from various countries gathered in small circles in groups of 3 or 5. The atmosphere of the cocktail party was relaxing and elegant, the music flowed, and the long tables were filled with a wide variety of food, which could be enjoyed at will. There was also an eye-catching broad stage. A graceful female singer, and all the charming dancers. It was simply immersive and overwhelming, just like a guy who followed Luke. Howard, who was depressed and bored, immediately perked up as if he had been injected with a stimulant. Look at you, don't you have the poise and reserve of a genius scientist? Luke took a sip of champagne and spoke in disgust. If I maintained my poise and reserve, I would have had to lie in the hotel bed tonight, enjoying my loneliness and solitude. Howard justified, if I lose the above, I could spend the night with a spirited Parisian dancer. 90% of men will know how to answer this multiple-choice question. There was no risk with the French dance company. I hope you'll be able to stand up tomorrow. Luke left the excited and energetic Howard waiting to be released, and walked up to Zheng Xian with his champagne. This SPEAR director was obviously a knowledgeable, battle-hardened veteran driver. After a few glances at the dancer's white thighs, he withdrew his gaze and turned his attention to the French blue lobster on his plate. The pink and beautiful lobster meat, lying quietly in the plate, made people's fingers tingle. Does Director Zheng Xian like the food? Luke passed the tableside condiment to the other party. You can squeeze a little lemon juice, if you can bear it. Zheng Xian took the soy sauce without touching the lemon and smiled. Good to see you again, Lieutenant General Cavill. I'm not going to lie to you, I don't have any other hobbies, but I have a love for food. Luke wasn't surprised at all. It was normal for Chinese people to bring their own food-eating habits. Fortunately, then, the peace summit was held in Paris, not London. He said. The British fish and chips, French fries and fish, as well as the Stargazy pie, would probably drive a Chinese person crazy. Ha 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 ha, Lieutenant General Cavill sure is funny. Zheng Xian took a bite of his lobster meat and showed a satisfied expression on his face. To be honest, SPEAR attended the peace summit for another purpose besides discussing the issue of Atlantis. Luke leaned to his side and smiled softly. Can you tell me? If it's confidential, then I won't pry. Lieutenant General Cavill is the leader of S.H.I.E.L.D. and a World War II hero. There's nothing to hide. Zheng Xian replied readily. Then again, I still have something to ask the Lieutenant General for. Luke's eyes flashed, secretly sighing. This SPEAR director didn't have any ability to speak of, but in terms of talking, he was very good. Speaking without being condescending, generous and unrestrained, but still made people unconsciously feel that he was approachable. Director Zheng Xian, please tell me. I have a good understanding of the relationship between S.H.I.E.L.D. and SPEAR. It's a duty to help each other when things go wrong. Luke was straightforward, making his stance clear. It would be convenient for them to have a good relationship with SPEAR in the future. SHIELD was positioned as an international official organization. Maintaining good relations with major countries in the world was beneficial and not harmful. Lieutenant General Cavill is also a straightforward man. Zheng Xian agreed and chewed on the sweet, springy lobster meat. Then I'll be frank. There are 5 traitors within SPEAR. Read next 40 chapters on Pat Rayon. Visit patrayon.com/binge-translations. 206, Chapter 203. There are some things that you get used to when you do them. There was a traitor in S.P.E.A.R. Luke's first reaction when he heard the news was that it felt unreal. As many people know, SHIELD was jokingly called the Snake Shield Bureau because of the large number of newcomers. In addition to the director and a few reliable confidants, the staff were basically all Hydra. When Nick Fury learned the truth, bitter wine went into his throat. He dissolved S.H.I.E.L.D. and went underground. Therefore, in terms of hating traitors, he must have a common topic with Jin, the big brother of a famous distillery. The other was lurking undercover, for over 3 years, and was almost becoming the boss of the trade. And the both of them believed that they were obviously doing serious work to develop the organization. Only to find that there were a group of traitors around, and the base had been infiltrated from top to bottom. Traitors? So, the main purpose of Director Zheng Xian's visit to Paris this time is to search for those 5 people. Luke's face remained unchanged. He took a sip of champagne to calm his inner surprise. S.P.E.A.R. could have traitors. This doesn't make sense. As far as he knew, the members there were all firm in their beliefs, as if they had been sealed with a steel bond. Not to mention a traitor of the organization, they had never even revealed a seam. Compared with superheroes who were active in the decadent capitalist society, their ideological outlook wasn't as high as that. Everyone knew that the superhero circle in the land of the free had always been a mess. Those domestic violence, disorderly private life, even the Dark Prince from the studio next door cuckolded people, all kinds of problems, one after another. If this was in S.P.E.A.R., it would be a serious problem to be dealt with by examination, confinement, and even suspension. As a matter of fact, no matter which parallel universe it was, when it came to discipline and organization, no one was better than China. Translator, PSSH. I roll. I can name a few. This was why Luke reacted with surprise. S.P.E.A.R. could have traitors. And 5 at once. This doesn't sound credible at all. General Cavill, you seem surprised. Zheng Xian gave Luke a strange look as he pulled at the lobster meat. He always felt that this Lieutenant General Superman seemed to know a lot about SPEAR. From the moment they met, the other party displayed a type of "I expected it all and I already figured out what you were going to say next" sort of aura. He seemed to be in control of the whole situation, knew everything, and had confidence with every move he made. Zheng Xian has met so many great people, he had even dealt with the Kunlun monks for some time, even if they were hidden from the world. But it was the first time he had ever met someone like Luke. Indeed. Regardless of the shield or spear, we're an intelligence agency. The emergence of traitors isn't a trivial matter. Luke said lightly, but looking at Director Zheng Xian, you don't seem to be in a hurry. In all seriousness, they aren't really members of SPEAR. Zheng Xian smiled, wiped his mouth, and spoke with a smile. It was actually quite a long time ago that the 5 traitors stole an important treasure and then escaped from S.P.E.A.R's jurisdiction. There is an old saying in China, family shame must not be revealed. So, at that time, SPEAR didn't want to make a big deal out of it, just a large-scale search and arrest for a while. No one was found, and that was it. Who knew? Not long ago, we received news that the 5 traitors secretly sacrificed to the evil gods and caused a lot of trouble in Southeast Asia. Luke's eyes flashed. Although Zheng Xian was vague, but he still saw through the content, and filled in the whole event. The 5 traitors, probably were the founders of the Hand clan. They were originally bitter monks in Kunlun, but secretly stole the dragon bones and came to this world. The 5 escaped the pursuit of S.P.E.A.R, traveled all over the world, and finally took root in Japan after World War II. The evil gods that Zheng Xian mentioned was in fact the dimensional beast outside the main universe. The Hand didn't know where it exists and still worships it as a god. From time to time, they would look for a suitable container for the other to descend into. The host of the parasite was named Black Sky. The body's potential would be developed, and all aspects of power would be greatly enhanced. Daredevil was once transformed into a Black Sky, opened Shadowland and grinned the street heroes of Hell's Kitchen to the ground. I see. So, what can SHIELD do to help? Luke asked politely. Although S.P.E.A.R was powerful and profound. However, because there was no contact with the outside world, their intelligence network was still a bit lacking. Perhaps, Zheng Xian never expected it either. The 5 traitors he was looking for were actually hiding in Japan. This may be shadow under the lamp. If SHIELD could help, that would be great. Agent Yan is an excellent marksman with excellent business skills. But in the end, he is unfamiliar with the area, and trying to find the 5 traitors would be akin to looking for a needle in a haystack. Zheng Xian didn't seem to notice that Luke was just being polite. He took the gesture literally, and eagerly said, on behalf of SPEAR, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to LT General Cavill for this matter. Luke paused and looked at Zheng Xian's serious face and enthusiastic attitude. Did I just trip into the hole I dug? He couldn't help but think of this. Walking at the beach, inevitably your feet would get wet. He was the one to ever pull the wool over people's eyes, to trap those wicked capitalists. Who would have thought that tonight, I would have met my opponent and unknowingly fallen for Director Zheng's tactics? Director Zheng Xian, after saying so much, it turns out you were waiting for me here. Luke shook his head, but there was no sense of being annoyed. This guy was a sociable person, talking openly and generously, seemingly having nothing to hide, making people feel good. But in fact, important information was hidden even deeper. Sure enough, these days, those who could mingle with the director weren't ordinary people. Ha ha ha, I am thin-skinned and afraid of being rejected. Don't take it to heart, Lieutenant General. If there's an opportunity, I'll invite you to try the 8 famous cuisines in China, and guarantee that you would never taste the same dishes each day. Take it as a compensation for the offense. Zheng Xian's laughter was bright and clear, still with the same warm look. Please don't take that little request to heart. Luke pondered for a moment and shook his head, no way. When you ask for help, you have to be sincere. In accordance with the norms of China, we must at least drink a few rounds before we get down to business. Without waiting for Zheng Xian's answer, Luke beckoned to the waiter with the tray. It's okay to promise help, consider it doing a good deed. But for his small loss to the other party, he had to get it back. Vodka. Keep it coming. Luke waved his hand with great pride. The waiter quickly brought over several cases of vodka supplied by the Soviet delegation. Director Zheng Xian, a toast. Luke didn't waste any time, he just poured himself a glass. Anyway, no matter how strong the liquor was, it was no different than soda for him. Then, a toast. Zheng Xian finally showed a bitter smile. He didn't expect that the tradition of drinking in China had been imported to foreign countries. As the old saying goes, give your life to accompany a gentleman, like loyal brothers in arms. Lieutenant General, I'm throwing caution to the wind today. Zheng Xian thought that he was a veteran drinker, and he was undefeated when drinking, so he tilted his head and downed 3 shots at once. Whether he could outdrink him or not, he couldn't lose the momentum. As a result, a good welcome banquet turned into an alcohol-tasting party. The Soviet Union's delegate, who was sitting on the other side, also joined in. After all, where there was vodka, they would be there. When they saw that the boxes of vodka quickly bottomed out, the waiters were busy replenishing the drinks. Before long, the whole venue was filled with Luke's request for more rounds, and people slamming their glasses on the table with thuds. I'm not drunk. I can keep drinking. Come on. Cavil, a toast. 2 hours later, Zhang Xian, who had always been steady, opened his mouth and spoke with a slur. Except for Luke, who was still awake and sitting upright, even the Soviet Union's delegate was lying under the table. The whole venue was filled with the strong smell of alcohol. As for the French and the English, they were already snarling rude barbarians, while escorting the dancers back to their rooms. Send Director Zhang Xian back to his room. Luke nodded with satisfaction as he watched Zhang Xian slide halfway down his chair. Later, he looked for a hot Parisian girl, to truly let Director Zhang know what the word exotic meant. Of course, whether the other party would write a self-reflection and apology letter to the organization afterwards, wasn't Luke's concern. I hope Director Zhang won't take this little prank to heart. Looking at Zhang Xian, who was supported out, Luke shrugged his shoulders. He came to Paris, the city of love. How could he not have an encounter? Early in the morning, the next day. As I thought, you might not have the energy to attend the meeting after a night of tossing and turning. Luke, who was sitting in the restaurant enjoying breakfast, glanced at Howard, who looked weak in the legs and had thick dark circles under his eyes. He couldn't help mocking, your health is really dying, so you can buy some mummy powder. In Europe from 17th to 19th century, many doctors thought mumia pigment could cure all diseases. Arthritis, stroke, tuberculosis, everything could be cured. Among them, decomposition. The most famous claim was that it was an aphrodisiac, which was used when sildenafil, a drug commonly known as Viagra, wasn't developed yet. If one wanted to solve male problems, one could only turn to prescriptions. It was all an accident. Last night while you were drinking with the Soviets, I saw my target and launched an attack on a beautiful dancer, suggesting that the party be over and inviting her to my room to talk about the mysteries of biological reproduction. Howard rubbed his waist and sat down, but his face was flushed with excitement. As a result, who would have thought that she had an equally beautiful sister? I couldn't hold back for a second. It would have been impossible for anyone to turn down the two warm and generous twin sisters standing in front of them. Luke smeared the croissant with a layer of jam and snickered, it's best to live within your means. You aren't young, Howard. 1 against 2 is a challenging mission, even for you. Howard, who was pulling at the bacon slices, grunted and puffed up his chest. Sometimes skills are more important than physical strength. I've been in and out of love for so many years. I've already summed up a set of secret techniques. I can teach it to you next time, Luke. Stay away from me, I'm not interested in talking about sex with a man. Luke showed a disdainful expression and solemnly said, I am still young, physical strength and durability is the biggest capital. I don't have to use those childish things. Howard, who suffered tons of crit damage, sourly said, that's what I envy most about Superman. After a few words, Luke, wiping his mouth, saw a wobbly Zhang Xian entering the restaurant. He quickly greeted him with a smile on his face. Director Zhang, how was your night? I believe you have fully felt the enthusiasm of the people of Paris. Zhang Xian, who was still hungover, saw Luke walking over, and wanted to spit on his face. This morning, he woke up to find a foreign girl in his arms. Scattered clothes were on the carpet, and the sheets on the bed were a mess. His foggy head was instantly awake. This was a blunder, he would be reprimanded when he got back. When he walked out of the room, Zhang Xian was already thinking about how to tell the organization and write a heartfelt letter of self-reflection. General Cavil, you've caused problems for me. Zhang Xian was very regretful now. Drinking causes problems, the elders weren't lying. Director Zhang, you're still single, and not even engaged. Having a foreign love affair. The spring of youth. It's a good story to have. Luke said while smiling, then patted the other on the shoulder, see you at Versailles later. Looking at the young general, Zhang Xian silently went to the table, holding a cup of hot milk in both hands, sipping it while paying tribute to his lost chastity. This kind of thing. You get used to it eventually. Howard, who still felt his legs were weak, stood up and comforted him. When he was 16 years old, after a passionate encounter with a female teacher, he felt the same way as Zhang Xian. By the way, do you want to go to the Moulin Rouge tonight? I can show you the sights and sounds of Paris. Hearing Howard's friendly question, Zhang Xian trembled all over. Thinking of the mountain of self-reflection letters and the organization's reprimand, he quickly shook his head. It was no wonder that before going abroad, the leaders lectured him with great enthusiasm, that there were too many temptations in the outside world, and the sugar-coated bullets of capitalism can corrupt people's hearts. At that time, Zhang Xian didn't take it to heart and thought he was strong-minded and fearless. He never expected to be cautious, but step by step, still fell into Luke's hands. I'm sorry, leader. The SPEAR director, with tears in his eyes, thought silently. Read the next 40 chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. 207, Chapter 204. At Versailles, delegations from various countries entered one after another. At the top, naturally, are the 5 bullies, Tisk. The 5 permanent members. As early as the Yalta Conference, they had already planned the basic outline of the establishment of the United Nations. Later, with the formal signing of the Charter of the United Nations, this international organization, whose symbolic meaning was greater than the actual meaning, was formally established. That's why Luke thought he could set out to create a World Security Council and get the full-scale version of SHIELD out in advance. Are you ready? You're going to make an opening speech later. The world will see Superman and judge your words and actions. Howard sat back listlessly. After last night's brutal slaying, he really felt his body was hollowed out. His body was like an overworked and overloaded machine. It must be tapered a bit. Howard rubbed his sore back and changed to a more comfortable sitting position. Why would I have stage fright? I just need to read from the script. Luke acted calmly, as the president should have done on this occasion. However, the latter gave him the job. In less than a year, the lieutenant general rose rapidly at an alarming rate and became a mountain that neither the White House nor the Pentagon dared to take lightly. To achieve such results, in addition to his own strength, he relied more on the historical progress and opportunities. Instead of worrying about my problems, you might as well think about yours. How could your overindulged, weak body would be able to cope with those thirsty, wolf-like female warlocks? Howard was suddenly awaked by Luke's mockery. He thought very seriously and finally decided to cancel his trip to Moulin Rouge tonight. Do you think I should let Stark Industries cross over into the pharmaceutical industry? After hesitating for a few seconds, Howard asked another question. He was always confident, but for the first time he showed hesitation and embarrassment. After all, this was a man's unspeakable weakness. You want to make that thing? Luke paused, wondering whether to give sildenafil to Howard, whose kidney was overdrawn in middle age. He still remembered the molecular formula and synthetic method to some extent. He saw some urban stories in his last life, and many leading characters made their fortune like this. Forget it, I'll hire a fitness instructor and start working hard. Howard was disillusioned and waved his hand. The research period for drugs was too long, and a distant dream couldn't fix a current problem. At this moment, he realized the helplessness of being an ordinary person. If he had Superman's physique, like Luke, or a super soldier, like Rogers, how nice would it be? Luke scanned the speech, not bothering to pay attention to Howard, who was depressed. If he knew that this guy wanted to become a super soldier just for the sake of the number of women at night, he would certainly feel disgusted. A few minutes later, the Atlanteans finally entered the venue, which could fill almost half of the oval long table. Wearing breathing helmets, these underwater people stepped through the doors and instantly became the focus of the audience. Reporters at the conference pressed their shutters harder and the strobe lights formed a continuous barrage of flashes. Because Namor suffered from a broken back, he couldn't move. Therefore, the delegates attending the Peace Summit were replaced by the heads of the 3 largest tribes, the Hammerhead Shark, the Orca, and the Seahorse. At this meeting, they would jointly propose that Namor be removed from the throne. Also, adding this clause to the terms of the agreement. As for whether to send him to the guillotine, the 3 commanders were still deliberating on it for the time being. The royal family of Atlantis had maintained a long reign. The tribes under them usually behaved very docilely, and made no changes. However, when there was a power vacuum, some Atlanteans were inevitably tempted. No matter how they do it, kicking Namor out was the key. Let's get started. Representatives of various countries exchanged draft peace agreements with each other. The specific details had been discussed in Liberty Island. What's left were the formalities. Incidentally, indicating to the world, the human world has established diplomatic relations with Atlantis and reached a preliminary exchange between civilizations. After the 2 sides roughly looked at it and confirmed that the provisions were correct, Luke, as the opening speaker, got up with a smile and walked onto the stage. Dialogue and reconciliation are the path to peace. I'm glad to see the 2 sides, the marine civilization represented by the Atlanteans and the land civilization represented by humans, come together. As a pacifist, I sincerely hope that this is just the beginning, not the end. A glorious history will be created, and a bright future will be in our hands. Everything the young man said on the high platform, were transmitted as radio waves into thousands of households. On the black and white TV set, Luke's tall figure and cold face appeared. Every word that came out of his mouth was full of power, strong and resounding. See. This is Superman. He has become a hero in the eyes of the world, a symbol of greatness. In a mansion in London, a man with a dark face and a low voice looked at the picture on TV and sneered. The man was unusually tall, dressed in a tuxedo-like suit, and a meticulously combed hair. The most striking thing was the diamond-shaped ruby on his forehead, glowing with a demonic light. What can be done about that? Sebastian Shaw was an alpha mutant. And Namor, with dual genes of Atlantis and mutants, could be said to be one of the most powerful people on the planet. Leaning back on the sofa, Selene, the enchanting Black Queen, sighed. The two of us were unable to defeat Superman, and even suffered a crushing defeat. Furthermore, he's highly resistant to magic, and I didn't have much of an advantage in the last brief encounter. The man paced back and forth, occasionally looking at Luke on the TV, his face as deep as water. Will this damn Superman interfere with my plans? A moment later, he stopped and looked at the Black Queen. Who knows? Sebastian Shaw pissed him off because of mutants. Selene, the Black Queen, stretched her back, revealing her beautiful curves. Superman seems to be interested in mutants. No, more accurately, he seems to want to bring us under his control. It looks like an implicit desire for power. In that case, Superman is not as bright as it seems. The tall man said so, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He had his own business to take care of for the time being and had no desire to be Superman's enemy. The fellow's strength was proven by many people, with bloody consequences. Nathaniel, are you afraid too? I thought your fear of the strong was much lower after having faced a mutant god. The Black Queen teases the other party purposefully, as the people who were watching from the sides didn't matter. Apocalypse is naturally the most powerful being that I have ever seen. He is infinitely close to God, and my ability is also given by him. The tall man, whose full name was Nathaniel Essex, was a radical genetic researcher. In fact, he noticed mutants earlier than Bolivar Trask and Sebastian Shaw. Nathaniel Essex had a more well-known name than his real name, Mr. Sinister. He and the Black Queen were both considered elders of the mutant race. Sebastian Shaw, in front of these two people, had to consider himself as a junior. I'm a scientist and believe in data. Judging from Superman's record, his strength is probably close to Apocalypse, not much worse. Mr. Sinister chuckled in a deep low voice, like a ghost. I really hope we can keep a peaceful situation with him. As for the mutants, I don't care if they live or die. The Black Queen was a little disappointed. She still wanted to motivate Mr. Sinister and provoke the conflict between the other party and Superman. That's a pity, I rarely have such a strong desire for a man. The moment I saw him, I just wanted to eat him up. The attractive woman watched the man on TV. Her cheeks blushed as if she was drunk. Luke narrowed his eyes and said, why have you not joined Pat Rayon yet? Read next 40 chapters only on Pat Rayon. Visit patrayon.com/binge-translations. 208, Chapter 205 I have a dream to become a dimensional demon god. Give up your unrealistic fantasies. Superman isn't like other men. He's the ultimate powerhouse who can beat Sebastian Shaw and Namor in one fell swoop, and you may not be able to drain him. Looking at the lusty appearance of the Black Queen, Mr. Sinister poured cold water on her fantasies. He knew that the other party was proficient in black and white magic and was once a feared and famous witch. The most passionate about drawing out the living soul to replenish her vitality and prolong her life. To Selene, a superior man like Superman was simply a delicious meal. The idea of a young body that was strong and vigorous was mouth-watering. Mr. Sinister could guarantee that if Superman appeared in this mansion, Selene would definitely take the initiative to ask him to bed without hesitation. That's not necessarily true. The Black Queen's red lips gently opened, her eyes revealed a confident look. No matter how strong the individual is, the male creature's instincts wouldn't change. The possessive nature within your bones, as well as the predatory and demanding nature, always exists. As a witch with long life, Selene was well informed and experienced. Her understanding of things between men and women was no worse than that of magic. She gently supported her cheek with one hand, and her beautiful, charming body leaned against the sofa, showing a lazy amorous aura. Mr. Sinister turned a blind eye. He was a mad scientist, similar to Sebastian Shaw. His desire for women was far less than the pursuit of power and the exploration of truth. The dual physical and psychological satisfaction of possessing a superb, attractive female creature is a temptation that no man can resist. The Black Queen stared at Luke on TV and thought she had a good chance to accept him as a servant under her skirt. After all, he was only a young man in his 20s. Everyone had experiences and knowledge that needed enough time to be honed to grow truly. There's a saying in the East. People who are good at swimming often drown easily. Mr. Sinister reminded her and didn't add anything else. His relationship with the Black Queen was not a commanding officer or a subordinate who obeys orders. You have to give it a try, Nathaniel. The Black Queen didn't pay attention to the other's reminder but smiled lightly, I have absorbed so many souls, but I am still a long way from achieving my goal. Superman is as close as you've ever seen to the power of Apocalypse. His soul quality is completely beyond the standard, which is enough to make up for the lack of quantity. Selene, who had been active in the European continent since the Roman Empire, was tired of all the novelty in the world, leaving only one goal. That was to become a demon god in charge of a certain dimension. On par with the Sorcerer Supreme. The one after that. In fact, it was more difficult than becoming a god. In the circle of dimensional demons, there were also different stages. As strong as the Lord of Oblivion, Sidorak. At his peak, he was able to arm wrestle with the 5 gods of the universe and living tribunal provided he stayed in his realm. For a big boss of this level, even the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One had to show due respect. There was also the often overlooked Trinity of Vishanti, which could be said to be the most powerful magic deity under eternity. The Sorcerer Supremes of the past, there's a reason why they were such high profiles. In addition to their strength, it was closely related to their deep background and solid backing. Those who wanted to stretch their tentacles into the main universe needed to give some respect. In contrast, the underdog was Mephisto, the Lord of Hell. There was also Dormammu, who often pulled the wool over people's eyes, and who had repeatedly failed to collect debts and had been banned. The former refers to the time when he failed to sit on Satan's throne and unify Hell. That was Mephisto's peak moment, daring to compete with Odin, and also hammered the planet devourer Galactus. However, the strength of this Hell Lord fluctuated, and when he was weak, even Doctor Strange could stomp him to the ground. So, when it came to ranking, it was customary to put him at the tail end. The latter, Dormammu, failed to live up to the amazing opportunity simply because his upper limit was too low. Originally a sorcerer, he accidentally discovered the dark dimension and entered it, becoming its master. Just like a novice village player suddenly experiencing a promotion to a super advanced level. This also resulted in the fact that Dormammu, a dimensional demon, had no individual power corresponding to it. To sum up, in the circle of dimension demons, the starting point was the Alphather, and the upper limit could be as high as the Omniverse. With the ability of the Black Queen, unless luck breaks out, ruling over a dimension like Dormammu. If not, even if she did become a god, she would die as the weakest kind. Challenging the Ancient One head-on was a dream. As long as it doesn't interfere with my plan, do whatever you want. Mr. Sinister stated. He was very happy to see the Black Queen diverted Superman's attention and created more opportunities for himself. Haha, if Apocalypse really wakes up, what would you do? The Black Queen said lazily. The mutant god surely would never have imagined that his loyal underling was in truth a shameful thief who wanted to steal power. Mr. Sinister's face remained unchanged, without the slightest hint of annoyance. In the first half of his life, he was no different from ordinary people getting married, having children, and starting a family. The only difference was probably the special status of a geneticist. In the 19th century, Darwin published the theory of evolution, which caused a shock to the academic community. One of his British counterparts, Mr. Sinister, wrote an even more radical and unacceptable paper. For a while, both were strongly questioned, and the voice of criticism surged like a flood. To prove that his theory was correct, Mr. Sinister began to devote all his time to research, thus becoming a little insane. One day, he was involved in the excavation work of an Egyptian archaeological team when he encountered the awakening of Apocalypse. The mutant god himself was a supporter of the theory of survival of the fittest. He found that Mr. Sinister's research was quite to his appetite. So, in a good mood, he gave Nathaniel Essex powerful abilities and took him under his wing. However, Apocalypse didn't think that Mr. Sinister was a traitor. He didn't worship a mutant buried in the ground, sleeping for years, as a supreme god. But thinking about how to steal the other party's power and become the god of the new world instead. Selene, instead of worshipping others, we should be on the altar of God ourselves. Mr. Sinister turned off the TV. The diamond-shaped gem on his forehead glowed. Mutant genes contain the secrets of the gods, which I will soon be able to decipher. Apocalypse is just a backward-thinking old man who has never thought about exploring the source of his power. But I am different. I know the value of knowledge and the value of truth. The Black Queen looked at Mr. Sinister with great enthusiasm, the corners of her mouth slightly curved, and said, "You intend to work with Hydra to establish a mutant gene database?" As far as I know, Superman's SHIELD has been working on this for a long time. Mr. Sinister's face darkened, and he snorted, "Then we'll see who can get to the finish line first." He believed that by studying mutants, the genetic code could be unlocked. Then he could become an almost all-powerful mutant god like Apocalypse. "Selene, if you want to seduce Superman, you should hurry." Mr. Sinister's eyes moved slightly and whispered, "After the Peace Summit, his reputation will reach its peak." A man with a successful career, at the peak of his life, usually has little resistance to beautiful women, feeling full of satisfaction. The Black Queen seemed to be motivated. She tossed her hair back, smiling charmingly. "Paris is worth a visit." At Versailles, Luke, who finished his opening speech, returned to his seat and suddenly felt a chill on his back, like a cold wind blowing over. "Who's thinking of me?" He glanced around and found no suspicious characters. Lieutenant General Superman, whose reputation had set a new record, didn't know that someone was greedy for his body, far away in London. Selene, the Black Queen, met Luke only once last time, and they never encountered each other again. After getting rid of Sebastian Shaw, he didn't care about the other party either. "Good results. I was almost moved to tears by you. Howard leaned over quietly and teased, "A pacifist, that's funny enough." "Shut up. You're in no position to say that, Howard." Luke cast a contemptuous look and sneered, "Every penny Stark Industries earns comes from war and death." Howard decisively shut up and stopped talking. Every company's history was always accompanied by subversion and violation of the rules. Especially in the military-industrial enterprises, the constant flow of money flowing into their pockets had the strong smell of blood. They relied on war and chaos to complete the amassment. As Marx said, "Capital comes dripping from head to toe, from every pore, with blood and dirt." Therefore, people with too high a moral bottom line were often unsuitable to participate in the game of politics and finance. Even if he was as cheeky as Howard, he was too embarrassed to say that he was a businessman with a conscience. "It's your turn to step up." After a while, Luke bumped his shoulder against Howard and whispered, "After this, it's the technology sharing session with Atlantis. I gave you a list before, have you read it all?" "What? Oh, that, I've got it all down." Howard, who dozed off with his head down, snapped awake, and his tired face became excited. SHIELD gave me 3 places to choose from: the portable life support system, reverse reduction of high-pressure water cannon, and special energy dissipation and shock absorption technology of Atlantis. Luke nodded with satisfaction. It seems Howard was still obsessed with the power armor. These 3 technical aspects were the difficulties encountered when developing power armor and putting it into practical use. The first-generation Iron Man. Done. Watch your performance, don't let Atlantis get too upset. Luke patted Howard's shoulder. The agreement drawn up by the Peace Summit required the underwater people to provide 20 cutting-edge technologies to the land world. This was the most crucial one besides establishing diplomatic and trade channels. Business negotiation, cutting meat with a blunt knife, this is my strong point. With his chin slightly raised, Howard put on a pair of gold wire glasses to cover the dark circles under his eyes and sat down in the main seat with his head held high. When facing Luke, he was coy, but when it came to the defeated Atlanteans, he could finally throw a serious punch. Luke looked straight through the screen and said, "This chapter is over. Go and join Pat Rayon to read the next 40 translated chapters right now." 209, Chapter 206 Paris Nightlife, There's a Great Omen. Only the first hour of signing the agreement process between the world and Atlantis was broadcasted live. The last 2-hour meeting was about the distribution of benefits, exchange of resources, and other key items that weren't made public. Sending it out may interfere with people's good mood worldwide, as well as their bright dreams and fantasies about politics on the surface. After all, no one was willing to expose their true face as a snatcher to the public. Even the 5 Bully Council, permanent members, at this moment, were no different from takers. Regardless of country and civilization, they were essentially divided between the strong and weak and to exploit others or be exploited. As long as the game was played, there would always be a loser. As for the win-win situation mentioned in the official rhetoric, in fact, it's more like the stronger side would win twice. It's only the first day, and I feel like it's been forever. Howard stepped down like a triumphant general. He succeeded in getting the technology he wanted from Atlantis. In addition, he also used his deep and unparalleled expertise, as well as the relevant professional genius brain, to get the core content of the subsequent content. Howard constantly threw out various academic terms and exploded indiscriminately in the face of those aggressive undersea people. Like Napoleon's army in the Battle of Waterloo, they could only retreat and raise the white flag. The result was exactly what Luke expected. Howard was also a veteran who often went in and out of the Pentagon, pulled the wool over Congress, and cheated out some military funds. Dealing with Atlantis wasn't easy. They were closed to the outside world for nearly 10,000 years and weren't well prepared. 2 more days. Luke shrugged. Tomorrow was about the circulation in trade channels, and the day after that was about the negotiation of mutant issues. The day after tomorrow is an important occasion, and I have to chair the meeting. Howard curled his lips. He wasn't interested in meetings except when he was speaking. As a boss, he always failed to understand the feelings of his subordinates. Unless he's also sitting at the bottom, listening to a tedious speech. "If I don't need to do anything else, can I just sneak away? Nobody would find out anyway." Howard was a person who couldn't sit still. His time to show off had passed. After that, all he could do was sit in his seat, fidgeting. This was no doubt a pointless waste of time for him. How could a genius waste his precious time in a daze? Suit yourself, but again, you can play around, but don't get infected with any diseases. Luke was the center of attention, and he couldn't afford to walk away halfway like Howard. "I know. Frankly speaking, the tone of your voice just now reminds me of my dad." Howard shrugged his shoulders and spoke somewhat resentfully. He was also recognized as a prodigal son in Casanova in New York. For so many years, he had always adhered to the principle of not overdoing it. He would never do anything like that. "I would never have a son like you," Luke said lightly. "Fuck. It's just because I can't beat you. Almost stifled to death, Howard clenched his fist. With a depressed mood, he quietly got up and left. Because even if Luke didn't fight back and just stood there, he still wouldn't be able to break his defense. Back at the Palace Hotel, Howard laid down on his bed and took a nap. By the time the evening came, Howard had rolled over and got up, feeling full of energy, as if he had been revived. My tired body finally got enough rest. Howard called room service and ordered a big dinner. After filling his stomach, he changed into brand new clothes and polished his hair. There was a spring in each of his steps. Armed and ready for battle. Luke doesn't know how to enjoy life at all. He's going to become a dull man like Rogers. Howard looked in the mirror and habitually touched his mustache. It's time to experience the nightlife in Paris. Howard, with his hands in the pockets of his trench coat, walked out of the hotel. A cold wind blew and made him shrink his neck. In this era, Paris was a real city that never sleeps and Europe's most intoxicating place. Not long after the end of World War II, brothels and nightclubs, one after another, were still preserved. In the dark and narrow streets, there were countless noisy and dirty low-grade bars. When it came to having fun, there was no better choice than Paris. To Moulin Rouge. Rich people like Howard naturally avoided cheap, low-grade brothels. He got into a cab and simply stated the location. The driver couldn't help but smile, showing an expression that both men understood. Paris had two of the most famous cabarets. One was Le Lido on Champs-Élysées, and the other was Moulin Rouge at Montmartre, north of the city. That's where Howard wanted to get lucky. Compared with Le Lido's Broadway style, he would like to see the local customs of France. About 20 minutes later, the cab stopped at Montmartre Heights. Howard paid his fare, looked up at the red mill with the big wheel on the roof, and said, "This is the nightlife." After the war, due to the economic depression in Paris, this romantic city fell into erosion. Late at night, men and women were often seen in cold and damp alleys, whispering to each other and then stepping into the darkness. One was to provide financial assistance, and the other was to give physical comfort. A pure relationship. Some even played a little more aggressively than others. For example, those poor and lazy artists who were eager to succeed. Having some money in their pocket, they would directly play, regardless of the venue. That's why the newspapers say, this is a city full of desire, and underneath the surface of prosperity, there is sewage. The description was spot on. "Sir, is this your first time?" Before Howard could go any further, a man in a flat cap stopped him. "Want to watch a film?" "What? Selling tickets?" Howard, who was excitedly waiting for his guide to come to the door, suddenly felt bored. As a veteran Casanova with rich experience in actual combat, why would he need tickets to an adult movie? "Sir, don't go. This is a good German thing. You won't see it anywhere else." The man in the cap stopped Howard again and opened his windbreaker. Fuzzy photos were hanging inside, but the specific content was unsuitable for children. "Sir, you can come with me if you want. When we have 30 people, we'll start the show. Trust me, you won't be disappointed." Rommel even used them in North Africa to trade for pesticides and food. Howard paused and remembered the joke Luke used to say. High-ranking people in the Third Reich once secretly found someone to make pornographic films. There were many people, groups, scenes, and scales, which were extremely large. In comparison, Caligula, the Night Porter, Waves of Lust, were all child's play. Later, when Rommel established the African Legion, these pornographic films were used as hard goods and exchanged with local natives for necessities. I didn't think Paris also had these things. Howard was moved, considering whether or not to collect them. When he had nothing to do, he could learn some positions and skills to improve his professional level. "Can I buy a copy?" Howard pulled out a few bills and stuffed them into the man's hand. "If the price is good, send it to the Palace Hotel, room 1024. Luke's room number." The Palace Hotel, no problem. The man with the cap had some bad thoughts. But when he heard Howard's position, he instantly extinguished the greedy little flame. That was a place to entertain foreign guests. He couldn't afford to mess with it. "So, sir, do you need a guide? I know the area very well, especially the dancers at the Moulin Rouge." The man in the cap had a good eye. Knowing that Howard was a big man who came to have fun, he quickly started to pimp. "Just in time, I lack, hiss." Such a shocking omen. Howard nodded happily and wanted to agree, but the corner of his eye glanced at a black-robed woman passing by. The other side was tall, all wrapped up tightly, but it was hard to hide the attractive curves. Especially the pair of striking, unusually obvious great omen. They were shocking. "Forget about it, remember to send the copy to the hotel, and I'll do some shopping on my own." Howard smoothed his hair, time to show off his pickup skills. Read the next 40 chapters on Pat Rayon. Visit, patrayon.com/binge translations. 210, Chapter 207 Boys should protect themselves when they are away from home. The tall, black-robed woman walked by, bringing up a fragrant breeze. The beautiful scenery, like an attractive magnet, pulled Howard's eyes. He stroked his shiny hair, and his mouth curled up in a smile. He thought he was quite classy as he walked up to her and was ready to hit on her. It's just that the prepared opening remarks were still in his mouth. Still, the black-robed woman with a particularly prominent figure and outstanding curve suddenly stopped and took the initiative to smile at Howard. "Sir, what can I do for you?" "I'm sorry, I think I might have gotten lost and couldn't find my way." Howard spoke sincerely, trying to make this obvious excuse look real. He had already thought of the next question and answer session. A bunch of cheeky love words like "lost in your heart" had already been prepared. "Then it looks like you're a first-time visitor to the Moulin Rouge." The woman in black didn't answer his words. She didn't play cards according to common sense and said, "Where do you intend to go? I can be your guide." Is this even possible? Howard couldn't help but pause when he saw that the other party offered to be his guide. The obvious clumsy lies could deceive people. Then, a confident smile appeared on his face. Silently lamenting. "Well, I'll be damned. I have nowhere to put my charm." In Howard's own opinion, it was clearly his unique personality that attracted the other party's attention. Otherwise, this black-robed woman, with a rather extravagant figure that people couldn't look away from, wouldn't easily agree to be his guide, right? "Yes, I am a tourist." Howard behaved politely, like a wolf in sheep's clothing, attempting to use this disguise to deceive ignorant girls and young women. "I had a friend who was interested in the Moulin Rouge, but due to his busy schedule, he couldn't find the time, so he asked me to come and see it instead," Howard said very frankly. As if he wasn't interested in those beautiful dancers with thin, shiny tops, draped in flashy feathered costumes and metallic pieces, wiggling their hips and lifting their thighs to the rhythm of wild music. "That's really rare. Most men come to the Moulin Rouge to have fun, few are as decent as you." The black-robed woman raised her hand to cover her red lips and gave a soft laugh with an unknown meaning. Her tall figure, coupled with the high-heeled leather boots, was almost on par with Howard's. "Thank you for the compliment. I prefer an interesting soul to a vulgar appearance." Howard began to build his persona, ready to show the other side of his humor, a fresh and good side. And from there, he'll score. Good-looking bodies are the same and numerous, but interesting souls are rare. Howard mused, like a man with a story to tell. In damp and cold streets of Paris, not far from the Moulin Rouge, came the lively music and enthusiastic shouting. The large rotating wheel was decorated with colorful lights, giving off an ambiguous and bright glow. In this scene, a man and a woman looked at each other and smiled at each other. According to the emotional soap operas of the later generations, the next step should be an emotional hug, a lingering kiss, and the camera keeps rising, giving a preview of the next episode. "Howard, can I call you that?" During the conversation, the two of them unknowingly walked some distance away. After a short conversation, the woman in black already knew Howard's name and his job: tobacco merchant. Selling cigarettes that cause chronic death and destroy the body seemed no different from selling weapons. Anyway, in America, these two things were legal goods displayed on shelves in public. "Of course, Rania." Howard nodded gently. His concealed glances passed over the two great omens. Like a dragonfly, skimming over the surface of the water. "Shall we find a quiet place to sit and talk more about Michelangelo's sculpture?" Howard restrained his eagerness and rubbed his hands. Talking about life ideals, poetry, and songs and increasing each other's feelings were just to achieve the last step. Otherwise, he was a standard scientific man, playing Sudoku when he had nothing to do or thinking about the research and development of the power armor, which was no more interesting than walking on the streets of Paris. "Okay. I know a hotel nearby." The corners of the black-robed woman's mouth rose, seemingly in a happy mood, nodding her head in response. "Wait. So soon?" Howard, who was always in and out of romantic places and used to various scenes, was still somewhat shocked. What he meant was to find a coffee shop or a quiet pub and continue to sit for a while. Who knew that the other party was even more direct than himself and asked to go to a hotel? "Isn't this a little too fast?" Howard hesitated. It felt like running at the last base, at the speed of light. Howard, as a Casanova, was used to approaching with his heart and then using his kidneys. After all, foreplay with a little emotional padding was convenient for in-depth communication. "Don't you want to go? It's just a cup of coffee, nothing more." The black-robed woman who called herself Rania exuded a touch of charm. Between steps, the omen swayed up and down, so Howard couldn't help but think about it. "As a gentleman, I can't refuse a lady's invitation." Howard tightened his trench coat and followed the black-robed woman's lead, walking into the darkness of the night. "Howard, that bastard!" When Luke returned to the hotel room, he saw the man in a cap crouching outside the door, holding a pile of movie copies, and cursed. This guy couldn't just watch adult movies but had to buy copies for a collection. Even if he bought it and collected it, shouldn't he pay for it? Even if he paid for him, wouldn't it slander his own reputation? I didn't expect you to like these kinds of things, cavil. When Zheng Xian, who had been working on his self-reflection letter all morning, saw the explicit photo on the copy, he looked at it with a disgusted expression of I didn't think you were this kind of person. Do you want me to send a copy to you, Director Zheng Xian? Luke glanced at his opponent and fired back, it's not against the SPEAR rules to close the door and watch this and do some traditional handcraft work yourself. Zheng Xian seemed to choke, secretly distraught, and turned to leave. In fact, this was also the sugar-coated bullet of capitalism. It's bad for the organization's image and will be labeled as immoral. The capitalist society is so sinister, and there are temptations everywhere. Zheng Xian went back to his room and continued to write a self-reflection letter while feeling sorry for himself. The guy who bought the film from you, is he at Moulin Rouge in Montmartre? When the man in the duck cap saw the lieutenant general's shoulder patch on Luke's uniform, he almost went weak in the knees. He was glad that he didn't act on any bad ideas and answered honestly, yes. That gentleman was going to visit Moulin Rouge, and pick up girls. Later, he met a woman and went with her. Put those things down and go downstairs to find my driver to get the money. Luke curled his lips and took copies of the scenes filmed by the high-ranking officer in the Third Reich. As the Lieutenant General of the Pentagon and the leader of S.H.I.E.L.D., he was used to having no money in his body. Food, clothing, housing, and transportation were all arranged by the military. In addition, Skynet's mobile phone sales were good, and it was gradually expanding its market. At a very early age, Luke stopped worrying about money and realized his personal financial freedom. Paris is a vampire's lair. I hope Howard wouldn't be so unlucky and meet a vampire who came out to feed. Luke threw the copy on the sofa and himself on the bed with a soft and comfortable cushion on his head. In the European continent, creatures like vampires and werewolves have always been very active. They did have a glorious history for some time until human guns blasted the dark fortresses. The vampires who relied on Dracula were dragged down from the pyramid of power. These dark creatures once wanted to make a comeback with their deadly rival werewolves. But in the face of the order established by the three main sanctuaries and the mysterious sorcerer's large fist, vampires, who thought they were elegant and noble, resolutely chose to follow their inner will and hunker down in the dark corners. Why do I feel that something isn't right? Luke closed his eyes and sorted out the details of the meeting during the day. After a brief review, he got up and stood at the window, overlooking Paris at his feet. The supervision was like a sword, piercing the night and giving a panoramic view of the surrounding blocks. Thinking of Howard, it seems that his luck had never been very good. Luke couldn't help but get a headache. Moulin Rouge was a gathering place for all kinds of people. Apart from tourists watching performances, veteran playboys, various down-and-out artists, and gang members. Luke pushed open the window and flew into the sky. Within a few breaths, he arrived at Moulin Rouge. Howard was a little unfocused at times, but his mind was still good at critical moments, and he was the leader of S.H.I.E.L.D's research team. In case the butterfly's wings flapped and accidentally wiped this guy out, then Iron Man would be lost along with him. The Ancient One would have to restart the timeline. Let's see if the bastard is having fun or if he's just unlucky enough to run into a vampire on the hunt. The supervision covered the entire Montmartre area, and a large number of images flooded into his mind and were quickly filtered out. Most of them were unpleasant and sexually explicit pictures. Parisians are still open-minded enough, and the nightlife was quite rich. Found him. It took less than 10 minutes for Luke to locate Howard's exact location. The guy was lying on the bed with the keys to the hotel in his hand and humming a light-hearted tune. The sound of water running in the bathroom and the surface of frosted glass outlined the stunning curves that stood out. Nothing appears to be wrong. Luke frowned and found the woman in the hotel room. Her heartbeat was extremely slow, and the biomagnetic field emanating from her body seemed to be a little off. Unlucky Howard, he said with a little sympathy. Instead of rushing to save someone, he quickly flew back to the hotel, took a plate of fruit, and then flew back, relaxed and leisurely watching the live show. Weekly mass release. For every 300 power stones, 1 extra chapter tomorrow. 211, 208 shouldn't have come over, regretting it now. Howard, who was in the hotel and lying on the big bed, hummed a tune in his mouth, showing a little excitement in his heart. Tonight, it's going to be a great night. He glanced at the attractive figure cast on the frosted glass and couldn't help it. His trousers moved. If Luke knew that I could spend a night with such a sexy creature, he would definitely express his envy. He. Howard laughed in triumph and nimbly stripped his upper body. Parisian girls are so direct and open. I love this city. He didn't expect Rania to be a passionate girl at heart and directly offered to check into a hotel. She said they were coming up for a cup of coffee to warm up. But there was no coffee pot in the room. Obviously, she was talking about something else. I'm still very attractive, but I'm usually in the lab. Luke, that bastard is just too good and hid my shine. Howard regained his confidence, ready to show his glory and practice the rich skills he gained from fighting in the battlefield. Rania, how are you doing? If you don't mind, I'd like to come in and join you, what the fuck? Howard, wearing his shorts, pushed the bathroom door open. When he clearly saw the scene inside, foul language burst out. His erection instantly deflated, losing all momentum. In the bathroom, the steaming hot air turned the curves of the hot and curvy body into a blur. The thing that deflated Howard's enthusiasm was the fact that Rania had blood at the corners of her mouth and had what looked like shredded flesh between her teeth. Sorry, I'm a little hungry, so I couldn't wait to eat something first. The woman's seductive voice was particularly creepy at this time. Howard glanced inside the bathroom. A bite-scarred arm fell out of the towel rack inadvertently. Crunch! Crunch! Hearing the sound of chewing bones and seeing the missing fingers on the palm, a desire to vomit surged from Howard's heart. This, vampire? Or a cannibal? Despite Howard's frequent complaints about women who would scream in terror at the slightest thing. Instead of standing in place to make noise, it was better to start running. But when he faced this kind of situation himself, all three limbs went soft, and he lost all strength. Fortunately, as a top scientist in the world, Howard's remaining reason told him that this was probably a porphyria patient. Patients with this disease were unable to come into contact with sunlight due to a mutation in the hemoglobin production process or due to the formation of photosensitive pigments due to environmental differences. In addition, the anemia was so severe that facial erosion was experienced, and there was a strong desire for blood. Many of the vampires mentioned in the best-selling and classic movies were based on these patients. There are no vampires in the world. A series of thoughts flashed through the solipsistic Howard's mind, and the remaining two legs regained a little strength, except for the third leg, which was still weak. He decisively scrambled for the door, but before he reached the door, he was pulled back. Rania's beautiful face became very twisted and cold. Howard, dinner hasn't started yet. Where are you going? Dinner. Howard shivered. He was just a scientist. In addition to his driving proficiency and pick-up ability, he didn't know anything about martial arts, fighting, and so on. Luke, help me. In times of crisis, Howard could only shout out Superman's name. Boom. At the end of his sentence, a tall figure, like a cannonball, blasted through the ceiling and appeared in the room. I thought I heard someone asking for help. Luke, who fell from the sky, held a fruit plate in his hand, just like someone who was incidentally passing by while eating popcorn. Thank heavens! I'm so happy you're here right now. Wait. Why do you look like you just got out of the movie theater? Howard was excited as if he had seen a savior. But the emotion didn't last long, as he looked at Luke's relaxed look as he spat out the grape skins, with a look of suspicion in his eyes. You haven't been hiding and watching for a long time, have you? Luke nodded and grinned. It wasn't very long, just a little while. After all, Lieutenant General Superman, who had seen the whole thing, took a look at the female vampire who hadn't come back to her senses and grimaced. The other person didn't feel like a pure vampire. Those guys who claimed to be noble paid attention to drinking blood and only drink 1/3 of the blood from the human heart. How could they gnaw on human flesh, even with skin and shreds, without considering anything? Which clan member are you? Don't you know that hunting without permission violates the rules of the Temple of Three? Ignoring Howard's anxious eyes, Luke kept his patience and asked a few more questions. I don't know what you are talking about. It looks like there's going to be an extra meal tonight. The female vampire looked like a mentally challenged idiot who hadn't realized that something was wrong. The attractive smell of blood stimulated her senses. Reason had long been useless, and there was only a thirst for blood inside. Well, it turned out to be a wild vampire who doesn't know anything. Luke shrugged his shoulders, spat out the grape skins in his mouth, and threw away the clean fruit plate. To ensure that you don't have nightmares at night and have a normal appetite for the rest of the day, I advise you to close your eyes, Howard. Howard listened and obediently followed his instructions. In a life-threatening situation, he showed a rare obedient attitude. Big boobs with no brain, sometimes that saying is true. Luke didn't have to say anything more than that as his eyes swept over the vampire's omens. Boom. His foot stomped. Even if there was a bioforce field to keep the room safe, the floor was still like cardboard, and it instantly crumbled and cracked. Reinforced concrete like plaster, instantly crushed into powder. The terrifying power exploded out at once, propelling Luke's figure. In less than a second, he was wrapped in a suffocatingly strong airflow and closed in on the female vampire. Without any regard for Howard, which she was clutching, Luke reached out with both hands and pushed hard. The other side looked like papier-mâché, with bones twisted and deformed, skin and flesh rotting in an instant. It was like taking a solid cannonball head-on. Half of her body was splashed on the wall behind like red paint. All done, Howard. You can open your eyes, but you'd better not look back. Easily getting rid of the vampire, Luke grabbed clean sheets and wiped his hands. Due to the protection of the bio-force field, the mud-like debris didn't splash on his body. What happened? Howard slowly opened his eyes. He only felt the sound of vibration tearing through his eardrums, and then calmness returned except that there was still a white hand strangling his neck. It's okay. The female vampire actually left a hand, it seems to be true love for you. Luke joked. Ew. 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 Howard, who couldn't resist curiosity and looked back. He immediately fell to his knees and covered his stomach, vomiting. The beautiful body that once made him have the urge to mate was now an abstract painting evenly distributed on the wall. Howard, I told you not to look back. Now, you won't just have nightmares but also lose your appetite. In the future, whether you can revive your male vitality again would be a big question mark. Luke had a sympathetic look in his eyes. He believed that Howard would definitely be traumatized by the scene just now and would never forget it for the rest of his life. I'll never go out at night again. After this lesson, Howard developed a strong phobia about one-night stands. He was now very regretful, very regretful. 212, Chapter 209 Weekly Extra Chapter Y'all. Titled, Underworld, Death Dealers. Howard returned to the hotel room and sat on the sofa. His empty eyes showed that he still wasn't freed from the bloody picture on the hotel wall. The omens that once warmed people's hearts instantly turned into a pool of sticky minced meat composed of organic and inorganic substances and carbohydrates. It was a heavy blow to Howard, who was going to show his glory and welcome a fierce battle. It was a big question whether he could rise to the occasion again for the rest of his life. It was time for Stark Industries to begin a transition into the pharmaceutical industry. Otherwise, the family legacy would be broken in his own hands. Howard lowered his head, stared at the motionless lower body, and revealed a sad expression on his face. New York's most recognized Casanova, a man of romance, was now a thing of the past. Do you want to get something to eat? Luke touched his stomach and ignored Howard's sad feelings. After a boring day's meeting, he didn't even have time to eat dinner. How could he fill his stomach with just those bits of fruit from earlier? Let's eat, ugh. Howard's throat rolled twice as the urge to vomit surged again. So fragile, it's a pity that there's no survival program featuring Bear Grylls in this era, now that's a real meal. Luke shook his head. When he was painting his house in Brooklyn, he shot someone's head and saw the muddy brains mixed with red and white flowing out. Afterward, he could eat pizza and listen to songs as if nothing had happened. The experience taught him to accept a lot of things. I ordered a lobster pasta. Are you sure you don't want some, Howard? Facing Luke's kind questions, the sound of vomiting in the bathroom became even more intense. That's too bad. An unsuccessful date left you with a heavy price that's difficult to pay. Luke not only had no sympathy for Howard's tragic experience but also gloated over it. After this lesson, he probably wouldn't be interested in women who take the initiative to send themselves to his bed. 10 minutes later, room service rang the doorbell. Luke's lobster pasta and Howard's black coffee were delivered to the door. Can you stop slurping so much? I just came out of the toilet, and I feel like I've thrown up everything. I don't want to experience it again. Howard held the bitter coffee with both hands, and an envious look appeared in his eyes. He really couldn't look at any sticky sauce or red things right now. So this is my fault? Your mental capacity is too fragile. As an arms dealer and someone who has been to war, those things like severed limbs, flesh, and blood shouldn't even move you. With an innocent look on his face, Luke rolled the noodles with his fork, added a thick clump of lobster meat, and continued to feast on it, making slurping noises. No one said an arms dealer had to test out his weapons on a human body himself. My limited moral conscience wouldn't allow me to witness how quickly the weapons I've created could kill. To be honest, it would keep me awake, never sleep again, and be deprived of the happiness in life. Howard was honest and spoke with conviction. Although he had a clear understanding of the fact that Stark Industries made money from war. But as long as he didn't take the initiative to understand, he could comfortably spend his money like water. Perhaps many rich people were keen to contribute to charity after their business success. Apart from reasonable tax avoidance and earning a good reputation. A small part of the reason was also removing the guilt they felt. Of course, a capitalist who felt uneasy about making enough money for himself was certainly not a qualified capitalist. I can't believe you have a moral conscience. I thought highly of you, Howard. A decent capitalist shouldn't have these thoughts. Luke wiped his mouth with a napkin and made fun of him. Then again, there are so many hot and sexy dancers at the Moulin Rouge, you didn't even look at them and had to pick a wild vampire who was out on the hunt. What? Do you have some kind of fetish? Luke had enough to eat and drink and started talking about the main topic. Wait, I'll call Peggy later and have her contact the New York Sanctum. Oh, no, the Europe area should belong to the London Sanctum. Howard's face was stunned when he heard the latter sentence. He felt like a kindergarten student, facing quantum mechanics. It was no longer a question of being superior or not. It was about to turn his worldview upside down. The Sanctum, what organization is that? And, is Rania really a vampire? Howard asked hesitantly. You could accept this world had big-breasted, leggy female warlocks and a 1,000-year-old family of demon hunters but can't believe the real existence of vampires. Luke couldn't help but spit out the words. You still think that Rania is a porphyria patient? Howard, don't lie to yourself. How could there be such a beautiful porphyria patient in the world? Howard was speechless for a while. His thoughts were tangled in a mess, and he couldn't pull out the thread for a long while. But, why do they exist? I mean, if there are vampires in the world, why haven't humans discovered them? After a long while, Howard finally gave up thinking and began to ask questions instead. Like mutants, the true nature of this group was confirmed long ago. But vampires only appear in movies. Luke went to the wine cabinet and poured himself a glass of whiskey. He clicked his fingers and smiled. That's a good question. The answer is simple because there are 3 major sanctuaries, as well as a group of muscle-loaded masters who like to use hammers, flails, and swords. They are responsible for maintaining order in the dark world, avoiding vampires, werewolves, and hell demons invading this world. What? And werewolves? Wait, so hell really exists? Devil, demon. I always thought it was just an adjective for swearing. Howard was overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information, causing his brain to malfunction a bit. In just one night, the worldview I had built up for over 30 years was instantly reduced to rubble. Luke looked at Iron Man's father's dull appearance and couldn't help handing him a glass of wine. He comforted him insincerely. What if I tell you that the guys of the Nordic mythology are indeed based on characters who live in Asgard? If you can study the Einstein-Rosen bridge theory, you may find them. By the way, there is also the Lord of Hell, Mephisto, an old liar. Lucifer operates a bar with good sales next door, and God is probably a black man. Howard, what's wrong with you? You look like someone with early indications of Alzheimer. Howard only felt his brain buzzing, and Luke's voice came and went, as if it came from the horizon, whispers from an ancient god. His only remaining reason, as well as his thinking ability, was completely shattered. Can't you give me some time to digest? Asshole. Half an hour later, Howard, who drank half a bottle of whiskey, finally returned to normal. In a short time, his world was destroyed and rebuilt. Almost accepting that the planet he lived on vampires, werewolves, hell demons, and devils were all normal. Even if Luke now said that he came from Nebula M78 of the universe, Howard wouldn't be surprised. It's your poor acceptance ability. Luke said with contempt. Today, let me open the door to a new world for you and increase your knowledge. Howard burped, and a strong smell of wine came out. Then he listened quietly with his ears open. According to the records of the Sanctum, Dracula is the first vampire in human history. He is recognized as the ancestor in later generations. He isn't afraid of sunshine, has super regeneration ability, and is a very difficult guy. Luke took on the role of a teacher, bringing the world's top scientist to another world. But his descendants are divided into many factions, and those factions are then scattered into dark families with different names. With the inheritance passed on from generation to generation, those vampires became much weaker and began to fear the sun and couldn't come out in the daytime. As mentioned, they belong to the normal blood clan, and their numbers aren't large. They live in Eastern Europe and follow the 3 Sanctums regulations and are basically captive animals. Luke paused, took a sip of his whiskey on the rocks, and continued, and the female vampire you saw, her name is Rania, right? She doesn't belong to the Orthodox blood clan. Howard held back his stomach and asked curiously, are there any unorthodox vampires? Of course. Around the 14th century, the Black Death swept through Europe, and a guy named Alexander Corvinus survived. Luke reminisced about the past and explained it. The Sanctum's library wasn't open to outsiders, but he was about to go to Camartage to study magic and was handpicked by the Sorcerer Supreme herself, so it was okay to open the back door once in a while. This guy is very fortunate, but also unfortunate. Fortunately, he survived the Black Death plague, unfortunately, he met the Hydra. Luke shrugged. There must be something wrong with the timeline of this world. Otherwise, why would Underworld get mixed in? In the end, I have to say that Hydra in the Marvel world is the omnipotent scapegoat. They could even get involved with vampires. Luke, whose heart flashed with a series of spiteful words, continued, Hydra believed that Alexander Corvinus must have some kind of special physique since he was able to survive the Black Death. Then he was injected with a mix of vampires and werewolves' blood. As a result, they created a monster that wasn't afraid of sunlight and possessed the explosive power of werewolves. To some extent, this was a low-quality version of Dracula. Howard was fascinated. He didn't think he could learn this secret of the human world in his lifetime. Did the Hydra already exist at that time? He asked doubtfully. The history of this organization is much older than you might think. Luke said flatly. Facts have proven that any experiment and any plan of Hydra would always end in disaster. Alexander Corvinus, who successfully transformed, ran away. He had 3 sons, 2 of whom were named William and Marcus. One of them became a werewolf, and one became a vampire. This almost sounds like the origins of those pupils in Naruto. And then, Howard was like a reader catching up on the story and couldn't wait to find out what happened next. Very conventional plot. The 2 brothers turned against each other. Vampires and werewolves are mortal enemies, and no possibility of reconciliation between the 2 parties. Luke glanced out the window and gently said, the vampires have the upper hand. They reached cooperation with the human nobility and set up a team of elite warriors called Death Dealers. Am I right? The lady hiding outside. Binge. Sigh, you guys were so close to 600. If reached, you would have gotten 1 more extra chapter today. Well, there's no medicine for regret. But there's always a new opportunity. From today. Daily mass release. Every 400 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Current PS, 568. 213, Chapter 210. Your ancestors and I are colleagues. Lady. What lady? Howard looked puzzled. He stood up, looked out of the window, and found nothing unusual. This is the 22nd floor. Howard chuckled and wondered if Luke had heard wrong. There was nothing to cling on outside, and those who could climb up with their bare hands would be something like a humanoid spider. That's why you still haven't gotten rid of your rigid perceptions. Luke shook his head helplessly, determined to completely break Howard's stiff way of thinking. Both eyes faintly condensed, and high-temperature rays shot out. He had great control and didn't shatter the glass, creating an amazing scene. Instead, as if it was cut with a laser, the floor-to-ceiling window opened. I don't think the hotel manager is going to ask us for compensation, right? Howard had nothing to say. He was now a little nervous that a vampire would jump in through the window. The thick shadow left in his heart couldn't be removed so quickly. It's so cold outside, and it looks like it's going to rain. Are you sure you don't want to come in to avoid the rain? My room is quite spacious. Although the vampire hiding outside had a very slow heartbeat, Luke still noticed it. His supervision scanned through the brick wall structure and detected a slender figure firmly resting on the smooth window surface like a gecko. The almost silent sound of breathing, which fell in his ears, was unmistakable. Not bad for her Superman. A few seconds later, a slightly cold voice came in. A tall woman with a long black trench coat and a tight one-piece leather suit hung upside down above the French windows. With just one jump, she entered through the hole cut out by his heat vision. The flexibility and agility of her movements were completely beyond the realm of ordinary people. Vampires are quite good-looking. Howard stepped back and stood behind Luke. The tall woman who appeared in the room had short, shoulder-length black hair and a refined face that looked cold. Her snow-white skin reflected white porcelain-like radiance. Especially those eyes that were flashing with a determined look. Another Ice Queen. Howard glanced at her and considered her to be the same type as the White Queen. She was a beautiful creature that awakened the male desire for conquest and satisfaction. Howard thought she was very much to Luke's liking. This was certainly his type. Howard quietly looked at them and thought silently. Why? Do vampires nowadays treat the commandments of the 3 sanctums as empty words? Luke ignored Howard, whose old habits were hard to change. He was polite and gestured to invite the vampire lady, who visited late at night, to sit down. Nowadays, the European continent was the base camp of dark creatures. This pattern wouldn't change until after the Cold War. At that time, vampires and werewolves gradually moved to North America. The general must be joking. Who dares to ignore Sorcerer Supreme's orders? Wouldn't that be looking for death? The tall woman sat on a separate sofa with no expression, keeping her distance from Luke and Howard. It's just that there was an explosion near Moulin Rouge this evening. I'm a death dealer within the coven, and it's my duty to trace the reason behind it, to see if the werewolves are secretly planning something. I followed the residual scent of the friend you are with, all the way to the hotel, which led to this misunderstanding. Compared to Rania, who lost her mind when she smelled blood, this vampire lady's attitude was much politer, allowing Luke to skip the physical part. Every time he encountered someone he couldn't communicate with, he could only communicate on a friendly physical level. To be honest, it was a bit tiring. What a coincidence, this lady. What's your name? Luke asked. Selene. The other party answered concisely. Well, Miss Selene, the issue you just mentioned is exactly what I'm talking about. Luke's voice became less gentle as he pulled back the smile on his face. Since the 3 sanctums decreed the rules and signed pacts with vampires, werewolves, and other leaders of the dark world, there have been very few cases of feeding and hunting of humans, relatively speaking. I have read the records of the New York Sanctum, and no vampire coven has committed such a crime for at least 30 years. The last time, in the Austria-Hungary Empire, a nobleman couldn't resist his bloodlust and harmed an innocent girl. He was later dragged into the sunlight by the Sanctum Master and tortured under the sunday. Luke paused and looked at Seleni's face. The other party didn't seem angry. It looked like she had no deep feelings for her kin. But not long ago, my friend Howard Stark was attacked by a female vampire named Rania. Luke pointed to Howard, who was acting as an outsider. The latter was very cooperative, nodding his head vigorously. Since you're a death dealer of the coven, you should know what would happen if you violate the sanctum rules. I hope. By the way, which coven are you? We are led by Victor and Marcus. Selene replied. Right now, there are 3 elders. Marcus and Victor preside over coven affairs, and are currently asleep. Luke raised his eyebrows, looking a little intense, and continued, then you have to give an explanation to my friend and me. Lieutenant General, there is no woman named Rania in our coven. Selene frowned slightly and explained, I looked at the scene. Although she wasn't human, we could find out from the memory of residual blood that she does not belong to our coven. That's not very convincing. Luke shook his head without giving in. Paris is the vampire's lair, Moulin Rouge is in your coven's area, and my friend was attacked. No matter which side Rania came from, you have to give a satisfactory explanation. Selene's brow furrowed even more, and her eyes became colder as she reached under her trench coat with her right hand. You're being a little unreasonable, General. She spoke angrily. Don't make those little movements, Miss Selene. This could cause you to lose the only remaining shred of respect. Luke didn't care about the tense atmosphere. He picked up the glass on the table and finished his last sip of whiskey. Anyone willing to sit at the table should cherish the opportunity to communicate with others. Because to lift the table is to declare the rules of the game null and void. At that time, you and your coven will only end up even worse. Luke bowed his head, played with his glass, and smiled lightly, Miss Selene, you think I'm unreasonable, but you haven't seen what it means to be truly barbaric. Is this a threat? Selene took a deep breath, and the beautiful curves wrapped under her leather jacket fluctuated again with a noticeable wave. No, this is a reminder. Luke put down his glass and earnestly said, I stayed patient and didn't send an army to your coven to bombard your house with artillery and drag all those drunken vampires into the sun, turning them into a pile of ashes. It's not that you're so pretty that I feel bad about it or that vampires are scary, and I feel afraid of them. Your ancestors and I are colleagues. I have to give Lieutenant General Corvinus some respect. Selene, who had a straightforward personality, wanted to pull out her gun and shoot the young general in front of her, putting a dozen holes in him. But when she heard the last sentence, she was stunned. What did you say? Binge. So close, yet too far. You missed the daily extra chapter votes target by 34 votes. Good luck for today. Every 400 chapters, 1 extra chapter. Current PS, 934. 214, chapter 211. If you don't pay for it, it's not prostitution. Who is Alexander Corvinus? Selene frowned and asked. She stated that she had never heard of the name. Dracula was generally recognized as the originator of vampires. Of course, a small number of people say Cain. This statement was circulated because some of the founding fathers quoted the Bible and identified Cain, who killed Abel, as the first vampire punished by God. In fact, there was no record of this in any of the Orthodox scriptures, secondary scriptures, or pseudo-classics. It's just that many people have read several books and taken the fabricated history seriously. Gee, Marcus even hid his father's name? He's really a dutiful son. Luke shook his head and lamented. Marcus never mentioned it. Selene narrowed her eyes, she belonged to this group of vampires. And Marcus was one of the vampire elders. The 3 elders took turns at the helm of power while the other 2 slept separately. Currently, Marcus and Victor were asleep. The vampire in charge right now was Amelia. Dracula is not your originator, strictly speaking, Alexander Corvinus is. He is the first immortal in the world, with the dual blood of vampire and werewolf. And he was once considered a perfect creature by Hydra. Luke stated a long list of titles. No one would have thought that Lieutenant General Corvinus had 2 sons behind the scenes. One was the ancestor of werewolves, and the other was the leader of a vampire coven. This was a secret that no one would have known if they hadn't heard it by chance from Sorcerer Supreme's mouth. Luke probably wouldn't associate the gray-haired old man with the undead. That sounds ridiculous. Selene's eyes were full of suspicion. Anyone who heard a random stranger point to another stranger saying that he was their ancestor would never believe it. You can go back and have a look at the genealogy or history books. Luke smiled as if he was educating Howard and continued, Lieutenant General Corvinus was originally a Hungarian warlord. He experienced the Black Death. The entire village, including his original wife and daughter, died. He was the only person left alive. Hydra believed that Corvinus' body contained the secret to immunity from disease and realizing immortality. So, he was caught, and a series of experiments were carried out. As a result, A perfect monster with the strength of a werewolf, not afraid of sunshine, and the speed, flight, and recovery ability of vampires was produced. Howard was dumbfounded. When he went in and out of the Pentagon, he met the serious old man who always kept a straight face. I thought vampires don't age. He spat out a sentence. Don't look down upon Lieutenant General Corvinus. Before that, he was a warlord, a big capitalist, and his resources were no lower than any other. Luke warned. The advantage of vampires was probably to live longer. Alexander Corvinus, it's a wonder how many identities he had. He could erase the traces and clues of vampires and werewolves in the human world by himself. The power needed was more than a large amount of money. You didn't wonder why mutants couldn't completely hide themselves in the human world, but few people believe in the existence of vampires and werewolves. Luke glanced at Selene, who seemed to be suspicious, but actually listened carefully. His mouth turned slightly, saying, because someone is secretly erasing the traces and silencing the sounds. There was the trauma of being captured and sliced up for research, in addition to 2 sons turned into monsters. So, Alexander Corvinus wanted to live a quiet life. But he couldn't let go of William and Marcus, the 2 brothers who loved and hated each other. So, the poor old father kept doing the hard work of wiping their asses. Miss Selene, haven't you ever wondered why most of the cases of home invasion, kidnapping, and imprisonment of young girls, that are supposed to be in the news went away? As far as I know, your people have done a lot of criminal activities. Luke seemed to be waking her up, and Selene, who had a keen intuition, frowned slightly. On reflection, it did seem a bit strange. Marcus and Victor were asleep, and Amelia, the elder, didn't interfere in the family's internal affairs. Therefore, Victor's confidant Craven got a rare opportunity to give orders. That guy was ambitious, always unruly, and often threaded near the edges of the rules set by the 3 sanctums. For example, the enjoyment-loving, naive, and ignorant gold-digging girls were frequently brought to the family's parties, and then they were given the first kiss without any fear. The masters of the sanctums only stipulated that vampires couldn't hunt humans in private. But if some girls couldn't bear the first kiss and died suddenly, it wasn't within the scope of hunting. This logic was similar to that of if you don't give money, it wasn't prostitution. There were many things he did, and there were always times that it wouldn't fly. Craven made some newsworthy things several times, but there was no movement, which did not attract the attention and warning from the sanctum masters. General, you mean? Alexander Corvinus took care of us. Selene's voice was very cold, but her hand that was reaching for her weapon in her coat slowly loosened. This young vampire lady, who was only 100 years old, had no idea that she actually had a brush with death. Any hostile stranger who took the initiative to attack would be identified as an enemy by Luke. Then, the other person would be manually turned into a mess of red sticky substance. Although everyone had heard of Superman's name, all they knew was that he was very strong. However, those gifted with extraordinary abilities and abnormal people always had doubts about this. The arrogance rooted in their bones made it difficult for them to fully believe that a human being could be so strong that he was impossible to fight against. Yes, although he didn't want to let you know. Luke nodded. Right now, the descendants of vampires and werewolves were developing well. Before the 3 sanctums kept the former in captivity, the dark creatures on the European continent were rampant. Vampires cooperated with nobles and high-level officials in the Eastern European countries, treating ordinary people as mobile blood banks. Then again, you guys are getting worse from generation to generation. Luke tactically leaned back, leaned into the soft sofa, looked at the crystal chandelier on the ceiling, and laughed softly. The long life made the older generation sleep, while the new generation of vampires is keen to enjoy it. It's okay to engage in salon parties, lustful parties, multiplayer sports, every day, living a drunken and indulgent life. When Marcus wakes up, it looks like he would probably be pissed off. He's not wrong. The reason for this development was originally the result of the implied consent from the 3 elders. Selene felt a little embarrassed when she heard the first half. Because Luke was telling the truth, the new generation of vampires were addicted to enjoyment, and the vigorous death dealer like her, belonged to a different kind. They may not even be able to stand up to a fully armed human army, not to mention hunting. Otherwise, the Soviets wouldn't have driven them out of the country with tanks and artillery and stayed in Paris to take root. But for the second half, her heart was confused. This was the result of the implied consent from the 3 elders? In comparison, werewolves are more interesting. Luke had a sense of being superior when talking, which made Selene a little uncomfortable. Lucian is a clever leader. He led his compatriots, hundreds of years ago, out of slavery and out of your control. It didn't take long to climb to the throne in the underworld. He studied the advantages that the vampires have and began to consciously work with humans to break into the police system and control the neighborhood gangs, developing them in an orderly manner. Selene narrowed her eyes when she heard Lucian's name. That's the leader of werewolves, the #1 enemy of vampires. Afterward, a chill ran down her back, and her heart throbbed. This Lieutenant General Superman had an unusually clear understanding of vampires and those damn werewolves. Whether it was the past history or the current movements. There were many details that he knew in more depth than even herself. As a death dealer, at least she was unaware that Lucian had been working with humans. This proved that there was probably a mole inside the family. Go back to your elders and ask them if they know the name of Alexander Corvinus, and tell them to give me an explanation as soon as possible. Luke closed his eyes as if he were sleepy. If Miss Selene doesn't plan to spend the night here, you can leave now. Read next 40 chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge-translations. 215, Chapter 212 Annoying Jealousy. There was no doubt that Selene had no intention of spending the night. Even if most vampire families were most often open to the idea, it can't be said that they were arrogant and lustful. Having a long life of hundreds of years, if they didn't have some fun, that would be too boring. Good wine, good food, beautiful figures, gorgeous clothes, lively banquet. Only these could fill the inner emptiness. But Selene was an exception. She didn't like those things. Instead, she took the initiative to join the Death Dealers and chose to fight the werewolves. For her 100th birthday, Selene was offered a boy toy for an open swingers party, but she sternly refused. Then I won't bother you. Selene nimbly jumped out of the window. The night wind whistled, lifting the corners of her coat, signaling the sound of a hunt. She was as agile as a hunter on the prowl, speeding towards a manor near Moulin Rouge. This wasn't an ordinary night for Selene. She heard too many secrets. Superman told her the history of vampires and werewolves and the name of their ancestor. She didn't know if they were true or false. So much so that the vampire lady, known as the Lecan Slayer, had some confusion in her mind and thought about going back to her history books or asking Tanis about it. That guy was a scholar who had won the Elder's trust and knew well about the origin of the Blood Coven. Alexander Corvinus. Selene murmured as her slender figure, like a bird, glided past a house. 20 minutes later, a torrential downpour fell. Selene, who was drenched, pushed open the heavy door with intricate floral patterns, and a strange and disorienting aura came over her. In the wide hall, a few beautiful women in revealing clothing stood. Their gorgeous long skirt outlined the curves, and their lowered tube top revealed a bit of snowy white. This was even more attractive than the sexy dancers at Moulin Rouge. They were sitting or lying down, either rubbing each other's ears, entangling each other, lying on the sofa, or cuddling up to a man's neck and sitting on his lap. Laughter and flirtatious whispers echoed in the hall. The various high-quality tobacco and luxury wine on the table produced a psychedelic-like effect that left people intoxicated. "Where's Craven?" Selene took off her soaked windbreaker, tight leather jacket, waist-hugging vest, and the silver pistol pinned to her waist, giving her an air of fearlessness. Maybe in the study." "Selene, come on, have a drink." A drunken woman with heavy makeup handed her a goblet. Selene ignored it and turned away. She appeared out of place in the hall, as if she were a warrior woman who had stumbled into high society. "Selene, what can I do for you?" Selene walked up to the study on the second floor, past the men who tried to stop her, pressed her hands on the door, and pushed it open. Bang! "Hurry up! Craven!" "Ah!" The charming voice, calling out alluringly, came to an abrupt end. Craven, who was working hard, awkwardly put on his trousers and threw the unsatisfied woman aside. "This is a misunderstanding. Selene, listen to my explanation, just now." "I don't know, I was just sitting around, and then..." The dark-haired young man spoke incoherently. However, Selene, who broke in, didn't care at all. She didn't look straight at him as she said, "Give me the key to the underground library. Then, you can continue playing, Craven." "What do you want that for? Victor is sleeping soundly, and it's better not to disturb him." Craven, who seemed to be ignored, was a little annoyed. Was he not handsome enough, or was he not good enough? She won't even look at him. His self-esteem was injured. "Just give it to me. Your little pet is waiting for you," Selene said coldly. She was anxious to verify whether Luke's story was true. Although Craven was the regent of the coven, most things were left to him, and he gave the orders, but he also revealed intentions to pursue Selene. But the latter remained indifferent. Selene didn't like cowards. She wasn't interested in men that calculated, hiding behind people, and never taking the lead. "Here's the key. Elder Amelia is going to hold a dance tomorrow night. You have..." Craven stared at Selene, who turned around and left. He was so angry that he wanted to curse out loud. Just like a whipped man, he was foolishly trying to please her but never getting a reply from the goddess. "Craven, why don't we continue?" A woman who tried to slither up like a snake that wasn't satisfied yet, and was pushed away. "Get out!" Craven shouted rudely. He looked like a merciless scum. He then turned his anger to the others. "Pierre, you bastard, you didn't stop Selene. Where did she go today? I'll check. There was an explosion at Moulin Rouge tonight. She may have gone to investigate. The henchmen guarding outside the study were also aggrieved. The opposing party was a death dealer, an elite warrior specializing in hunting werewolves. Selene is a little abnormal. She was in a hurry to go to the underground library. What kind of information is she looking for? Craven still has a keen sense of smell, not only paying attention to every move that Selene made but also noticing something was wrong this time. Half an hour later, the man who investigated the information returned and reported the situation truthfully. What was she doing at the Royal Hotel? And stayed in that room for so long? Craven frowned, thinking that things weren't simple. All the delegates for the Peace Summit are staying there right now. She can't be. The more Craven thought about it, the more irritated he was, as if he heard someone say that his lover had cheated on him. The jealousy and the sense of humiliation he had just felt drove him to make irrational moves. Find out WH. Bang. Selene flung the door open again. Craven, who was planning to do something bad, almost suffered a heart attack. Selene, what can I do for you? He asked guiltily. I want to see Elder Amelia. Selene made a straightforward request. She was holding an old book in her hand. It contained the history of Marcus and William, the original werewolf and leader of the vampires. What do you want to do? Craven's expression became grave. Summoning an elder wasn't a trivial matter. Even if he wanted to pursue Selene and win the other's heart, he couldn't easily agree. Alexander Corvinus, I want to know the meaning behind this name. Selene looked cold. She remembered everything Superman said and gritted her teeth. This could end the bloody war our coven has been waging with werewolves for so many years. If the Marcus coven and the Lucian, the leader of the Lycans, belonged to the same bloodline, perhaps history would be rewritten. What? Are you crazy? We are noble bloods. What do we have to do with werewolves? Craven was furious. He didn't want to be associated with werewolves. Hundreds of years ago, Lucian was a lowly slave. All werewolves were slaves. Selene's explanation was equivalent to telling a white person that he and a black person had the same father. If the vampires in the hall knew, they would not only find it unacceptable but also consider it humiliating. I've never heard of Alexander Corvinus, it's all a lie. Selene, this is all human deception. Craven scolded in a cold voice, extremely harsh. Selene was indifferent to this, trusting only her own judgment. Elder Amelia has come. The underling, who was listening to them the whole time, glanced at the open metal gate outside the window. There was going to be a dance tomorrow night, and Victor would wake up. Elder Amelia was here to hand things over. Although vampires boast of being immortal species, they haven't reached the terrifying level of immortality. Younger lower-ranking members of the coven have a lifespan of at most 100 to 200 years. The purer the blood, the higher the level, and they could live for 500 to 600 years. By sleeping for a long time, it could be extended some more. Only progenitors like Archduke Dracula and Alexander Corvinus were able to cross the Millennium Barrier. I don't need you now. Selene said contemptuously and turned to leave the study. She was going to find Elder Amelia, or Victor, in person. Tomorrow night, the latter will be awakened. Read next 50 chapters on Pat Rayon. Visit patreon.com/bingetranslations. 216, Chapter 213 Pure Relationship, Reduced Contact. Alexander Corvinus. Elder Amelia looked at Selene in front of her and Craven behind her, who was furious. As a family elder who had lived for hundreds of years and one of the three people in power, she probably guessed the whole story. Dear Selene, are you saying that you learned about our history from some human? Amelia stuck out her tongue and licked her lips. This gorgeous-looking woman with a seductive aura was at the height of her vampire powers. She was neither as old as Marcus nor as weak as Victor. She could still live for a long time and might be the most powerful elder in the coven in the future. After all, Marcus and Victor. They would soon step into their graves and return to the embrace of darkness. On the other hand, Amelia could continue to enjoy the wonderful things brought by her power and status. Therefore, this elder's approach to this past, which was deliberately concealed and covered up, remained the same as before. There was no need to let the young members know since this wasn't something to be proud of. A long time ago, during the ignorance of the Middle Ages, Marcus, the vampire, cooperated with Victor, the Lord, and imprisoned William, the headstrong werewolf, and then established a huge clan. There had been many dirty transactions and ugly betrayals. If they had to reveal it, it wouldn't be very nice to hear. You are too simple, child. The first person in our coven is Marcus. There is no such thing as Alexander Corvinus, nor is there such a thing as a vampire born of the same origin as werewolves. Amelia, who looked about 30 years old, had a smile on her face. She held Selene's hand gently, feeling the coldness of her hands. Vampires had lower body temperature than ordinary people, and they were always called cold-blooded animals. The latter subconsciously retracted a little, then realized that it wasn't polite and restrained the impulse. This vampire warrior wasn't used to being approached by others. Selene had always been an anomaly in this large family with many branches. She liked to go her own way and resisted everyone's approach. Except for the sleeping Victor, the other party was equivalent to a father figure to her. If Victor hadn't adopted her, brought her with him, and given her a first kiss, Selene might have died in some dark alley after losing her parents. But I saw the history books written by Tanis. It recorded Marcus and William's stories. They were bitten by a bat and a wolf, thus becoming a vampire and a werewolf. Selene opened the book in her hand to prove that she wasn't talking nonsense. Amelia smiled and interrupted softly, Tanis makes mistakes too. He is the Coven's historian, responsible for recording everything about us. The survivor of the Black Death, the Hungarian warlord, the first immortal. I have heard such rumors. But after so many years, no one has really seen him. Tanis probably heard the rumor and wrote it in. That's the truth. He was almost punished by Victor and sent into exile in Siberia. Selene's brow furrowed. Her intuition was telling her that it wasn't that simple. Elder, maybe Victor. The vampire warrior tried to say something, but Amelia stopped her. The other party took the book, and a dark light swept through her eyes. The hand that was holding Selene slightly squeezed harder. Victor will wake up tomorrow night. Wait until then. Amelia was adamant. She didn't give Selene another chance to speak. He treats you like a daughter and sees you as his most beloved child. He will answer all your questions, Selene. After that, Amelia swayed her slender waist like the sultry movements of a snake and disappeared behind the study door. This was a secret conversation. I've told you before, Elder Amelia wouldn't believe in that nonsense. What flows in our bodies is noble blood. Craven held his head high and spoke proudly, werewolves are a bunch of lowly slaves who deserve to live in dark caves and damp sewers. Selene's eyebrows, like sharp blades, suddenly rose. There was a chill in her eyes. She gave Craven a cold glare and sarcastically said, "Do you really believe that?" Saying they were of the noble bloodline was okay to deceive newcomers in the hall. With the continuous arrival of the technological revolution, the mysterious veil of the dark world had long been torn down. Even hunting werewolves began to change from cold weapons to silver bullet guns. Concerning bloodlines, who was nobler than whom? Victor will believe me. Selene's mind went back to Superman, who probably knew more. Without saying much, she strode forward with her leather boots and hurried away. The female vampire warrior thought that Elder Amelia was acting like she was covering something up. Ah, Victor. Watching Selene's back, Craven bowed his head and smiled. Of course, he'll believe you, poor Selene. As Victor's confidant, Craven knew more secrets than Selene. For example, the person who killed Selene's family wasn't a werewolf. In fact, it was Victor who went out secretly, hunting and drinking blood. The reason why he let Selene go was simply that the other party looked like his deceased daughter. We're all a bunch of cold-blooded animals. How could there be any warmth to speak of? Craven was amused at the thought that Selene regarded Victor as her father. Treating an enemy as a relative was a cruel and ironic joke. Alexander Corvinus. Craven's face turned somber as he restrained his expression. He had heard of that name. From Lucian, the Legion leader. But how could humans find out? It doesn't make sense. Klein rolled his eyes. He had a bold idea. The next day, early morning. The sun casted a warm light into the room through the gap in the curtains. Luke's body woke up automatically as if he had set an alarm clock. After a long night's ordeal yesterday, Howard was rescued from Moulin Rouge. Then they met a vampire who followed them and got involved in the feud between Alexander Corvinus's descendants. The series of events seemed like a series of dramas played one after another. Life is really fulfilling. Luke stretched out and pulled back the thick curtains to welcome the new day. Having no one with me in the morning is a bit uncomfortable. He unrolled his robe and looked at the big bed, enough for 3 to 4 people to sleep on. He couldn't help feeling lonely. These days when he opened his eyes, he could always see a beautiful person nestled in his arms. But now, no one could warm his heart. I hope the business trip will end sooner. Luke began to miss New York. He liked the vibrant city better than the glamorous Paris. Although, in the decades to come, it would become the most dangerous place in the world. Along with Tokyo, where Ultraman haunts, the Golden Gate Bridge, which was frequently bombed, and the White House, the #1 target of terrorist attacks, would be among the most unsafe places on Earth. Knock, knock. Someone came knocking at the door. It must be Howard. Luke wondered helplessly. After a bad encounter, Howard still hadn't learned anything. Especially after witnessing Selene's nimble moves and hearing the convoluted past of those vampire clans. His interest in the dark world, as well as magic and alien creatures, seemed to grow even stronger. As the saying goes, a leopard can't change its spots. Even if he threw up in the toilet all night, he vomited all his stomach acid, then laid in bed and had a terrible nightmare of blood and terror. Howard was still attracted by the unknown and the seemingly dangerous and exciting life. He was a restless fellow at heart. Only when he got married, had a child, and shouldered the heavy responsibilities of a husband and father could he stifle that restless heart. A meeting is scheduled for noon today to discuss trade channels between countries in Atlantis. Luke opened the door, and Howard, who looked like a giant panda, walked in. He looked like he could fall over and die any time now. He obviously stayed up all night. I know that the peace summit is definitely a huge undertaking. Howard nodded his head and spoke in a consulting tone, just wait until these political games, the allocation of resources, and national issues have been dealt with. Can you let me participate in the vampire follow-up event, Luke? Howard, have you forgotten the pain? Rania's misery and the scene where she can't wait to eat you as a snack. Luke poured Iron Man's father a cup of coffee, reminding him, don't just think those vampires are young and beautiful. They are actually hundreds of years old, ancient. Especially adult women. They can't help their bloodthirsty desire and harm mating objects when they reach the peak of stimulation when they engage in lovemaking. Trust me. It doesn't feel too good. Howard froze and wanted to explain that he wasn't interested in female vampires, at least not until he was free of the trauma from Rania. However, his attention was quickly diverted by what Luke said. You know a lot about this. Howard's eyes were full of doubts. If he hadn't seen it himself, how could he have such detailed knowledge? Don't get me wrong. I'm Superman, the director of SHIELD, a lieutenant general in the Pentagon. Why would I have an inappropriate relationship with a vampire? Luke said solemnly. He had never slept with a vampire. At best, he had been interacting with a mutant at a reduced distance. As for how he understood this knowledge? New York Sanctum had a rich collection of books. Even Aftercare for Female Vampires, a scientific book that was hardly useful, was in its collection. By the way, I don't think I've ever said I'd be involved in an internal dispute within a vampire coven, have I? His thoughts were dispersed for a moment. Luke frowned slightly and quickly reacted. Please, I've known you for so long, and I still don't understand your character. Howard threw 2 cubes of sugar into his coffee cup, rubbed his tired face, and said, if you're not going to get involved with the vampire covenants, then why were you talking so much and giving that vampire warrior woman a free history lesson? Either, you have a crush on the other party. Or you're planning something. Binge. Read next 50 chapters on Pat Rayon. Visit patrayon.com/binge-translations. 217, Chapter 214 Corvinus Family, The Magical Bloodline. Why can't I be interested in Selene, also, me, secretly plan something? Luke shrugged his shoulders, expressing that only children make choices, while adults, of course, want them all. I have adjusted my evaluation of you to the most reasonable level, but I didn't think I was still underestimating you. Howard almost spat out the coffee in his mouth and coughed twice in a row before he recovered. Sometimes, Luke was so frank that he was speechless and didn't know what to do next. Well, I admit that I am a little interested in vampires. Seeing Howard's speculation, Luke simply stopped pretending and went straight to the point. Accurately speaking, what I am interested in is actually the whole Corvinus family. In his view, all vampires and werewolves were scum. They couldn't go out during the day and were afraid of the sunshine. If the regular army of human beings started to cleanse the land, they could easily be solved. The other party would lose their wits after the transformation and had trouble staying sober. In addition, a silver bullet could cause effective damage to them, and they weren't a threat. For so many years, except for the early Middle Ages when science and technology were underdeveloped and people were ignorant, vampires briefly ruled the European continent and had no history worth telling. Not to mention, after that, the masters of the Temple of the Three kicked vampires off the top of the pyramid of power and kept them in a fixed range like domestic animals. When science prevailed, and guns were born, they could only hide in the corner and lament. At best, they would use human greed and desire for eternal life to entice the other side to cooperate. It was impossible for them to regain a dominant position and gain a strong voice. As for werewolves, there was no need to say more. For hundreds of years, they were slaves of the vampires. With their low status, they were living miserable life. Until the leader, Lucian, appeared. This werewolf was able to use his head. Not only did he lead his clan to rise, but he also had a deep hatred towards the Lord, Victor. Gradually, his hatred accumulated like a terrible curse deeply imprinted in blood, which was hard to erase. This was the feud between the werewolves and vampires of the Corvinus family. They came from the same ancestor, but they all hated each other. I thought you had a crush on the vampire. I didn't think it was for an old man. What's so special about the Corvinus family? Howard was somewhat uninterested and wanted to groan, but feeling Luke's sweeping eyes, he decided to change his words and ask. He was still in the other party's hands if he was given to others such as Rogers. He knew that he was in Paris to have fun, but unfortunately, he got scared by a female vampire and almost lost his vitality. Wouldn't it be a lifetime of ruin? It would be difficult to lift his head in the future. Howard would usually say harsh words, and when he couldn't, he would simply turn cynical. But if the object of his poisonous tongue was Superman, he was the one who would have a difficult time. Howard, you are a scientist. Luke tapped his finger on the table and spoke meaningfully. Alexander Corvinus survived the Black Death. Hydra believes that his body contains the secret to immunity from disease and immortality. To experiment, Hydra injected him with a vampire and werewolf serum, thus creating a mixed-race monster. You've said this once before, is there something wrong with it? Howard frowned and couldn't understand Luke. Of course, there is. The corners of Luke's mouth rose and said, Alexander Corvinus had 3 sons. William was bitten by a wolf and became the ancestor of the werewolves. Marcus was attacked by bats and became the vampire leader of the Corvinus Coven. So, the question is, why is that? Facing Luke's question, Howard was lost in thought. After a long time, the light in his head flashed, and he seemed to have caught an answer. Alexander Corvinus's blood has an amazing fusion function. Howard suddenly became excited. He wasn't the top expert in biology. But as a qualified genius, it was normal for him to know a lot of things. The immune system of the human body would reject foreign things. Whether it was organ transplantation or blood transfusion. It was all the same. Alexander Corvinus has been injected with vampire and werewolf serums. Then, he passed this power on to his 2 sons. It was a recessive gene, which could react with the blood of any living thing and produce a mutation. Otherwise, there's no way to explain why William and Marcus became the ancestors of werewolves and the vampires after being bitten by animals. Howard spoke quickly and urgently. He instantly understood what Luke was aiming at. If all this was true, the blood of Alexander Corvinus must have amazing fusion ability and be capable of combining with the genes of any kind of creature. Bingo! Luke nodded his head in satisfaction and snapped his fingers. Howard never let people down when it came to thinking. If the genes of mutants could be transplanted into ordinary people through the fusion ability of Corvinus blood, it would be like a shelf of items that could be selected at will and made to order. Luke began to think big, sketching a beautiful blueprint. Or, perhaps, the genetic characteristics of animals, such as the regeneration of severed limbs in geckos. It can be used in the medical industry to heal diseases. What do you think? Wouldn't it change the future and usher in a whole new era for mankind? Luke's words were inspiring, and Howard's heart was pounding. Apart from being a scientist, he was still a successful businessman. Almost immediately, they discovered a huge business opportunity. This is a treasure that hasn't been discovered yet. Howard was in high spirits when it came to business, not the least bit sleepy despite the 2 heavy dark circles under his eyes. Tell me, Luke, what are you going to do? Originally, Stark Industries cooperated with Luke to create an opportunity for Skynet to enter the communication industry and plan for future development. However, the fusion blood in Alexander Corvinus opened the door to a new world for Howard. Of course, the first thing to do is to talk to Lieutenant General Corvinus and then find the descendants of his 3rd son. Luke had already made plans. He had contacted Alexander Corvinus, and he was on his way. The 3rd son. Howard had some doubts. He has been injected with the werewolf and vampire serum and is a true hybrid. Luke patiently explained. His blood is useless. Marcus and William, although they are still alive, they have turned into abominations, and their blood can't be used. The only one who could produce an effect, as a medium of fusion, is Alexander Corvinus' 3rd son, who lived on as an ordinary man, with uncontaminated blood. Howard nodded in understanding. The first generation of recessive genes was the easiest to awaken. Corvinus' 3rd son was still untainted. When the generations continued, there would be no difference from ordinary people. Howard, are you sure you want to get involved? Before all this is done, I have to talk to werewolves. Luke asked again. Are you ready to step into the dark world? Howard paused, then nodded heavily. The sewers in Paris were an amazing display of engineering. Hundreds of years ago, this romantic city was the embodiment of filth, stench, and suffocation. There were no public toilets in the streets. People urinated and defecated everywhere, cows and horses pulling carts defecated indiscriminately, and butchers slaughtered livestock in the streets. So, it could be said that there were no rules. Due to the lack of sewage facilities, people dumped all kinds of waste in the streets and squares, and most of the dirty water was released into the Seine River. Poor environment and poor hygiene awareness made Paris a hotbed for disease. According to statistics, at that time, an average of 800 people died every day because of the plague. When cholera broke out on a large scale in the mid-19th century, Haussmann, the governor of Seine, joined forces with the engineer Eugene Belgrand to prepare new water and sewage system for Paris. After all, no one wanted to live in a stinking city. This was the first step in the construction of sewers in Paris. Perhaps the stench of the time left a deep mental scar on the people of Paris. Over the next 100 years, they continued to renovate and upgrade the massive construction projects, eventually turning it into an amazingly strange attraction. Yes, the Parisians later dedicated a museum to the sewers and opened it for visiting. At that time in Paris, the total length of the underground water treatment system pipeline was 2,400 kilometers, which exceeded the subway in the city. There were over 6,000 underground reservoirs and more than 20,000 water outlets, equal to one every 50 meters on average, and they were all connected to the ground by iron ladders. Parisians have even compared the sewer project with the Arc de Triomphe and the Eiffel Tower as the city's pride. I never thought I would one day be in a sewer with a man. Howard's voice echoed in the spacious sewer. He complained, but inwardly he was very excited. After seeing vampires with his own eyes, he was going to come into contact with werewolves next. It was so exciting. Binge. Read next 50 chapters on Pat Rayon. Visit patrayon.com/binge-translations. 218, Chapter 215 Tearing Up Werewolves, A Deal with Lucien. Before you came to Paris, did you think you would be scared into not being able to do it by a big-breasted female vampire? Luke simply used one sentence to make Howard retreat and keep his mouth shut. The issue of giving the Stark family a new generation was a problem in his current life. Although it was said that this was a mental trauma, not a physical defect. But if word got out, people would only be concerned about the playboy Howard Stark's impotence, not whether it came from a psychological or physical source. For the sake of the dignity of men and the reputation of being a wandering lover, he had to tell Luke to keep it a secret and never reveal it to anyone. Werewolves live here? They don't mind the poor environment and the smell. After a few minutes of silence, Howard couldn't resist the urge to speak. His inner excitement made him a chatterbox like Deadpool. The bathroom in my house is much better than here. Howard displayed contempt for the rich. Although the sewers in Paris were clean and not as filthy as one would expect, there was good lighting overhead. A spider's web of interlaced pipes marked with street names and door numbers correspond to the streets on the surface. As long as you had a map, there was no risk of getting lost. It was no wonder that later, Parisians built it into a special museum, which was open to tourists. Anyway, there were all kinds of garbage and filth in the drainage channel, and the unpleasant smell couldn't always be concealed, so it couldn't be called a suitable living environment. The Wolf Clan's situation isn't good. Luke, who kept silent as he walked along, replied helplessly. At this time, if Howard were replaced by Rogers, Captain America would certainly have very few complaints. Although under Lucien's leadership, they got rid of their slave status, they have been hunted and captured by vampire covenants led by Marcus and Victor for hundreds of years since then. The woman you saw last time, Selene. She is a member of the Death Dealers, a team of werewolf hunters specializing in killing werewolves. So, their hideout couldn't be any high-end hotel or luxury apartment. Howard let out an "oh," as if he had learned something new. After Luke's detailed explanation, he understood the werewolves and vampires of the Corvinus family well. Besides, the sewers are well insulated and can hide the intense body odor emanating from a group of werewolves living together from the vampire's keen sense of smell. No matter how you look at it, it's a great place. Luke added 2 more sentences. He came out this time to find Lucien, the Legion leader. Alexander Corvinus was still on his way. They were waiting for the other party to arrive. Perhaps the deep hatred between vampires and werewolves would change everything drastically. Before that, Luke wanted to make a deal with Lucien. The Legion leader was different from other werewolves since he was born. The moment he came out of his mother's womb, he had the form of a human, not a young wolf cub. This may be why he was smarter and more sensible than his peers. Yes, creatures like vampires would certainly avoid hanging out in sewers. Howard nodded his head as if it made sense. But how do you find a werewolf? The sewers of Paris are so complicated that even the locals may not be familiar with them. Luke, who was walking in front, smiled slightly. The sewer construction was made of concrete and stone bricks but still couldn't stop his supervision. Combined with its super hearing, he scanned the surrounding channels like a radar. It was easy for him to find the werewolves who were hiding. Because I have a sharper sense of smell and better hearing than vampires. Luke replied perfunctorily. A few minutes later, his steps suddenly paused. At the corner of the channel not far from them, under a manhole cover, there was a faint noise. Found it. Luke's lips picked up a slight smile. Near the Champs-Élysées, deep in the sewers opposite the Place de la Concorde, a frenzied hissing sound crashed against the solid brick wall. The waterlogged floor was littered with liquor bottles and cigarette butts. A strong odor spread. The group of strong men gathered in clusters of 3 or 5. They were venting their inner emotions by shouting and cheering. Inside the wall of people, there were 2 wolves with black hair and fangs exposed. They were nearly 2 meters tall. Their explosive muscles were highlighted one by one, full of power. These 2 wolves stood up. The strong and powerful forelimbs swung, sharp claws tore at the flesh, bringing out ferocious wounds, one after another. Fuck up that jerk Taylor, Pierce. Bite him. Rip out his heart. Don't back down. Such cries were like a shot of excitement, stimulating the tyrannical desires of the two werewolves in the arena. They roared and fought. Like a real wild beast, they tore into each other and fought with everything they had. The gruesome wounds on their chests and arms kept shrinking and soon returned to their original state. Then once again, their sharp claws tore each other with force, exposing the red streaks of flesh and blood. This was a battle between werewolves. It retained the rawest form of fierceness. Because they had extraordinary healing ability. A Lycan leader as powerful as Lucian wouldn't feel anything even if he was shot with a submachine gun. Unless it was using special silver bullets, then it could hurt them. What is this? As a bystander, Howard had a shocked look in his eyes. He didn't understand why such a brutal fight broke out among their own kin. Besides, many people were cheering loudly, as if this was some sort of sport. They're just playing games. Luke replied calmly. Just like when you go to a bar and have nothing to do, you pass the time by playing pool and throwing darts. This is the game that werewolves play. Howard stood at the opening of the sewer structure's manhole cover as Luke used heat vision to cut through the thick concrete, exposing the group of werewolves to view. Werewolves have a bloodthirsty nature in their bones. Vampires use blood as tasty food, while werewolves experience killing to satisfy the tyrannical urge. Luke maintained a steady tone and wasn't surprised. The seemingly bloody scene was nothing to the werewolves. Pain only stimulated their bloodlust, which in turn made them even more vicious. They are passionate about this, believing that it will stimulate their animalistic side and make them stronger. Luke's mouth curved, and he said to Howard, "Stay here, don't walk around. I'll play with them." He jumped directly into the hole and landed firmly on the ground. The noticeable movement attracted the wolves, who were the audience. They stopped their fist pumping and cheering and turned their heads to look at Luke, who appeared behind them. Human. A strong man sniffed the air and concluded. Not a vampire. The werewolf next to him had some doubts. There's no annoying smell they have. Another bearded man said with absolute certainty. I'm looking for Lucian. Would anyone be willing to show me the way or send a message? Luke, who was suddenly the center of attention and watched by a group of strong men, asked calmly. However, no one answered his question. On the contrary, the two fierce wolves who were fighting suddenly stopped. One of them that had green pupils revealed a cruel glint in his eyes. He wanted to rip open that human body and bathe in warm blood. Taylor. Stop it. The werewolf named Pierce, with whom he fought, shed his beastly appearance and regained his human form. If that man could say Lucian's name, he wasn't someone simple. He was about to say a few words when he saw Tyler lunge forward like a madman, knocking over his fellow clansmen who were in the way. But then, the pitiful tragedy of a human being being torn to pieces didn't happen. The man stood up. The fierce wolf, which was close to 2 meters tall, seemed to be blocked by an invisible shapeless wall and couldn't get close to the other party in the end. Your attitude is very unfriendly. Luke's smile went away as he spoke lightly. The terrifying aura erupted like a volcano. The werewolves, with their fierce and beastly nature, revealed, instantly turned into trembling cowards, as if they had met a predator at the top of the food chain. They didn't know who Luke was, but their sense of danger and their animal instincts of avoiding harm made them realize that the other party was a terrifying enemy that they couldn't afford to mess with. In an instant, the wolves that chose to devour people had turned into pathetic, cowardly huskies. The werewolves, who were completely incompatible with the words cute and adorable, didn't get Luke's kindness. Superman released his bio-force field, took a step, and shot forward. Two powerful arms, like cast iron, caught the werewolf's shoulders and yanked them outward with force. Rib. Flesh and blood splashed out. Binge. Read next 50 chapters on Pat Rayon. 219, Chapter 216. A Century of Surprises, The Past. The wild werewolf, in front of Luke, was as fragile as paper. He put his hands together and pulled hard, and a tearing sound echoed. Instant death. Close to 2 meters, the strong body with black hair, rather neatly split into 2 halves. Like a pizza cut with a knife. A line of blood bloomed, extending from the middle to the ends. Poof. Poof. A large amount of blood and water, like a fountain, came out. The tough skin that could withstand bullets was torn and ripped, exploding in a cloud of scarlet blood. The solid flesh and blood with powerful healing ability were like thrown into a blender, instantly breaking into even pieces. The tangled large intestine, small intestine, and rectum were like thick ropes that had broken apart. All this happened in an instant, and the brightly colored and pungent scene hit everyone's heart, making people want to vomit. It's so bloody, so violent. Howard's mental quality was much stronger after the big-breasted vampire was destroyed. Seeing all this, he took a deep breath. Automatically putting up a mosaic on the flesh and blood that fell on the floor and spilled on the wall. Luke always liked to use the most violent means to do the bloodiest things. He didn't look like a decent person at all. Taylor. Another werewolf mumbled his companion's name with a hint of fear in his eyes. Even the wolves, who were used to violent scenes and loved the smell of blood, were shocked by Luke. At best, they were idle and bored, playing underground fighting and wrestling. Tearing the living person by hand. No, it should be a living werewolf. This kind of large-scale act was unheard of. Roar! 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 Those werewolves with cigarettes in their mouths and beer in their cans were stimulated one by one, like animals that felt danger. They instantly transformed. They stood up and growled. The claws on their front limbs scratched the walls, shedding large chunks of dust. But no muscle-headed wolf dared to go up and display his sharp claws. Poor Taylor had just died, and his remains were still warm. At this time, if there were any righteous werewolves, they would charge bravely towards Luke. Maybe catch up and keep Taylor company in hell. Why can't you calmly communicate with each other? You have to force me to use such violent means. Luke's face showed a regretful expression, and he shook his head, letting a pacifist stain his hands with blood is too much. When Howard heard these words, he couldn't help but feel the extent of human brazenness, always being updated again and again. The werewolves were extremely bloodthirsty and irritable after the transformation. Then, they kept backing up and shrinking into the corner because of Luke. There was nothing pacifist about this young human being from top to bottom. Judging from his cruel behavior of ripping Taylor apart, he was more in line with the image of a terrible villain. Now, can anyone tell me where Lucian is? Luke looked around the room and saw a bunch of shivering, husky-like, ferocious wolves. Silence. No one answered. Compared with the vampires of the Corvinus Coven, who were lustful and scheming, this group of werewolves with low IQ were more united. No one wanted to be a traitor and betray their leader. The disposal of betrayers by the wolves was simple. Just divide and eat. It was filled with the cruelty of the primitive era. The thought of becoming food in the mouths of their kin quietly extinguished those kinds of thoughts with great fear. Lieutenant General Cavill, I'm here. In just half a minute, every second moved so slowly, putting great pressure on the werewolves' hearts. The fierceness in their bones kept washing over the dam of sanity until a figure came out of the darkness. The Leakin leader. Lucian. Finally, there is a person who knows me. Luke had already heard the other party's footsteps and breathing, so he didn't turn his body around in surprise. He didn't mind exposing his back to the werewolf, who didn't take any action. This intruder, whose identity was unknown, exuded an extremely obvious sense of oppression. His entire body was like a silent volcano, and his tall figure contained the power of a destructive explosion. The wolves' feral instincts were constantly reminding them. Try to keep calm and don't be impulsive. Otherwise, it's off to keep Tyler's company. I'm sorry, sir. They don't usually read newspapers and watch TV. Lucian explained. He sometimes thought of these bunch of uneducated guys under his hands and also felt frustrated. Werewolves had a simple hobby, besides fighting, it was drinking. As for reading books and newspapers? Sorry. Not interested at all. I want to talk to you about Alexander Corvinus and the hybrid. Luke explained the reason for his visit. Lucian, the Leakin leader who appeared on his own initiative, knew many secrets. He had lived from the reign of Lord Victor to the present era. Originally a slave, wearing a collar around his neck and being whipped by vampires every day. Later, by virtue of his powerful weapon and the protagonist's aura, he hooked up with Sonia, the daughter of Lord Victor. The whole story was probably a werewolf and vampire version of Romeo and Juliet. Because of their status and class, two people who loved each other couldn't be together. The slight difference was that Sonia was pregnant with Lucian's blood. Vampires and werewolves successfully combined, resulting in the crystallization of their love. That was a rare hybrid. Victor, the Lord, was afraid of the power of the hybrid and his family rule being destroyed. So, he killed his own daughter. That was why Lucian had always hated vampires. For the sake of the future of his people, for the sake of washing away the shame of being a slave. These were all excuses. In essence, Lucian only wanted revenge. For the sake of one's lover, and the flesh and blood that died before birth. Alexander Corvinus. Lucian's pupil contracted, a hint of nervousness passed through his subconscious. This was supposed to be a secret that no one knew. How did the other party find out? You are a very intelligent person. So, I'd like to ask you a favor. Luke's chin lifted slightly, the corners of his mouth curved, and he directly said, the Vampire Lord, he will wake up from his slumber tonight. If you are willing to cooperate, I don't mind letting you get your revenge. Lucian was shocked again. This Lieutenant General Superman knew about his feud with Victor. In order to cover up his cruel act of killing his daughter, the latter had already completely erased it from the family history. Except for a few people, no one knew the past. Do you still need to think about it? Lucian, with your current power, it's almost impossible to defeat Victor. Luke took his time and threw a bombshell lightly. Even if you secretly collude with Victor's confidant, Craven, who is eager for power, and while also looking for Alexander Corvinus' third bloodline to become the perfect hybrid. A cunning lord like Victor wouldn't give you much time. The moment he opened his eyes, the trumpet of war would immediately blare. Why don't you cooperate with me instead of passively accepting a battle that's difficult to win? Lucian's mind was shaken. His eyes turned from shock to horror when he looked at Superman. He contacted Victor's confidant, Craven, who was in charge. This was an absolute secret that nobody was told about. The intelligence capability shown by the other party was really surprising. The stakes are too high to trust humans. Lucian said with difficulty. You have always been in league with the vampires that are good at betrayal and lies. Luke shook his head, disagreed with this statement, and smiled lightly. The weak are the ones who lie when they see the winds changing because that is the only bargaining chip they could rely on. But I don't need to. The words of this Lieutenant General Superman revealed a strong sense of self-confidence. Those eyes, like a sharp long sword, swept over Lucian. The latter somehow felt a chill down his back. Like a predator at the top of the food chain, deterring those below it. So, General Cavill, what do you need me to do? After pondering for a long time, Lucian opened his mouth and asked. Tell a truth, and witness revenge. The answer Luke gave was very meaningful. Mass release. For every 300 power stones today, 1 extra chapter tomorrow. Vote. 220, Chapter 217 Drink while it's hot, unlucky traitor. A bolt of lightning struck down, tearing apart the thick dark clouds and turning the whole world a miserable shade of white. In the underground room of the Vampire Manor, where the core members of the Coven were gathered. They looked solemn and remained silent. This was a solemn occasion, the awakening ceremony of an elder. No one dared to talk or whisper for fear of serious punishment. Victor was about to wake up from a deep sleep. Once a great lord of the human world, he was later transformed into a high-ranking vampire. He was more dignified than Marcus, domesticated werewolves into docile slaves, and gave his family a brief and glorious history. Both Amelia, who was also an elder, and Marcus, who had never been in charge, keep a respectful attitude towards Victor. Today is the night of the full moon and the day of handing over the Covenant's seat of power. Amelia, wearing a fancy dress that squeezed her waist, revealing a great pair of snowy white mountains, made a few symbolic remarks. According to the regulations of the Coven, the 3 elders would take turns to take power every 100 years, and the other 2 would sleep. After this, it would be Victor's time. There was a trace of regret in Amelia's tone. She was much younger than the other 2 elders. A long sleep in a blood coffin wasn't as attractive as enjoying the world's beauty and experiencing the splendor of power and influence. Amelia bent down and twisted the switch on the ground. Made of metal, the blood coffins with complicated patterns rose slowly. Inside was a terrible skeleton with dry skin. It was shaped like a mummy. Amelia took a small knife from the tray, and without hesitation, made a slit in her palm. This was the unique skill of the immortals of the Corvinus family, called blood memories. By drawing the blood of a living creature, they could gain access to the memories, scenes of broken and confusing consciousness. The more advanced the vampire, the more they possess the skills to organize their thoughts and memories into a clear, cohesive vision. Amelia wanted to inform Victor of all the major events that had occurred during the 100 years she had been in power to facilitate the latter's management. The crimson blood flowed down the metal pipe into the elder vampire's mouth. Then it entered the body, penetrated into a dry blood vessel, and finally converged in the heart beating very slowly. Dub. 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 A few minutes later, the sound of a strong heartbeat began to resonate. Awakening ceremony was successful. Amelia nodded with satisfaction. In a few hours, Victor would be fully awake. Bring me the blood bag. At the end of each slumber, the vampire elders needed to replenish a large amount of fresh blood. This was the only way to get their strength back to peak condition quickly. Where's Selene? Amelia's eyes swept through the crowd and found 2 people missing. Also, where did Craven go? He missed such an important occasion, isn't he afraid of Victor getting angry? Victor, a great vampire lord, had always attached great importance to hierarchy and respect. I don't know. After returning to their rooms, they never came back out. The man who was scolded by Craven earlier replied out loud. He suspected that his boss had succeeded. At this time, he might be enjoying the beautiful body of that Ice Queen. Hiss. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cold air, and an envious look passed through his eyes. Although Selene was an anomaly in her family, she preferred to keep to herself. But her icy temperament, the arrogance that kept people away from her, was quite attractive. Many young vampires had the idea of pursuing her. Unfortunately, they all failed. On the street near Moulin Rouge, a black car stopped. It was pouring rain outside, and the car was very quiet. Craven, who was mistaken for enjoying a night of spring, was leaning against the back seat. His face was full of anxiety and irritability. The raindrops hitting the car window fell on his ears like heavy metal drums, further stimulating his inner emotions. Bang! The door was opened and then closed. Lucian, who was drenched to the bone, sat down on the seat. Before long, there was a puddle under his feet. Didn't I tell you, don't contact me lately? Today is the day Victor awakens. If I suddenly disappear at this time, it will be hard to explain. Craven saw Lucian, who had taken the initiative to meet him, finally arrive. He finally had an outlet for his anger. Considering the special period, he didn't want to keep the appointment, but the Leaken leader was so determined that he had to come. I have important news. Lucian lowered his head, and there was a trace of coldness in his calm eyes. The human world has also learned about the existence of Alexander Corvinus lineage, and they have noticed werewolves and vampires too. This is a bad sign. We don't have much time left, Craven. The death dealers who hunt werewolves are Victor's personal guards and have been besieging us all these years. That old guy hates werewolves with a passion, just like how I feel about him. One of us must die to end the war. Feeling the chill in Lucian's tone, Craven shrank back. He didn't want to get involved in any battle, hiding in the back and using his mind, manipulating everything was the most appropriate choice. Who leaked the news? Craven asked. I don't know. Maybe it's that guy Tanis, the recorder of your coven's history. Victor nearly exiled him. Lucian restrained his obvious emotions and carelessly said, it would be reasonable for him to turn to humans because of his hatred. Craven pounded the seat with force, and the black car parked on the street swayed as if someone was doing vigorous exercises inside, giving rise to people's imagination. Then what should I do now? Craven was filled with fear at the thought of betraying his coven. He was indeed a power-hungry and ambitious man who always wanted to rise to the top and become the ruling elder. But as Selene thought, he was also a coward. Craven never thought of confronting Victor and the coven. The hierarchy of superiority and inferiority was engraved in the vampire's body and could never be erased. He wanted to be the elder of the coven and replace Victor. But at the same time, he was extremely afraid of the elders and Victor. Let's attack Victor while he's just waking up. Lucian's eyes flashed and seriously said, you open the gates of the manor and dismiss some of the guards, especially the death dealers, and find an excuse to send them out. Then I will lead the elite troops of my own clan to the base camp and kill Victor, Amelia, and the sleeping Marcus. In this way, you will become the only elder in the coven, and no one will be able to order you around. Craven's throat rolled a few times, seemingly moved by the Leaken leader sitting next to him. His eyes were filled with greed. It's just that this beautiful dream didn't last long, and his heart was soon filled with fear. No. I'm not taking such a big risk. Craven shook his head repeatedly. His initial deal with Lucian was for the Leaken leader to find Alexander Corvinus' third bloodline, thereby becoming a hybrid. After his strength increased, he would personally slay the 3 elders of his coven and support his rise to power. After that, vampires and werewolves would sign a peace pact. Whether Lucian succeeded or not, everything would be unrelated to Craven. He would hide in the back to keep himself safe. You still think you can stay out of it? Don't be a fool, Craven. Lucian hissed and ruthlessly punctured the other party's dream. Who is secretly funding the werewolves to help us break into the police system and control part of the human world? And who is supplying us with weapons to seize territory in Parisian neighborhoods? Why do we know about each of the death dealers' actions in advance? As long as Victor uses a little effort to investigate these suspicious things, he will find the answer. You are already tied to my ship. Isn't it too late to back out of it? Craven was livid and clenched his fist. He sensed the meaning in Lucian's words and realized that the Leaken leader had tricked him. Are you threatening me? Craven was furious and tried to question him, but he was elbowed in the chest and slammed into the seat. Watch your tone. How could you have gotten Victor's attention without my help? Lucian impolitely berated him. Don't forget, to get you to that seat, I sacrificed 20 of my kin so that you could get a large share of the credit. The car quieted down. The air felt like it had frozen over. Our power alone is not enough to invade the manor. After a moment of silence, Craven seemed to give up the struggle. Not to mention death dealers Amelia alone, and Victor waking up, these 2 elder vampires, are beyond your reach. What if I have another helper? Lucian seemed to have anticipated this. Selene, the best warrior of the vampire coven and the death dealer who has killed the most werewolves. With her help, we could have a much better chance of winning. Craven frowned. He subconsciously retorted, how is that possible? Selene is closest to Victor, you mean, tell her the truth. Halfway through the conversation, the vampire traitor reacted. Yes, letting the poor girl know the truth is a good thing. Lucian nodded his head. Selene's parents were once Victor's craftsmen, and they were responsible for building the prison where William, the original werewolf, was imprisoned. To ensure that the location wasn't revealed, the vampire lord killed almost everyone who knew about it. Selene's parents were among them. She got away because she looked like Victor's daughter. This reminded the ruthless vampire lord of the only trace of warmth in his heart. Selene has never trusted anyone easily. Unless I can produce strong evidence to prove what I claim. Craven's hands, thoughtlessly clasped together. You do have such evidence. Lucian glanced at the other's neck and smiled deeply. What do you mean? Craven felt something was wrong. A dangerous aura was in the air. He tried to open the door, but Lucian pulled him back and slammed him on the seat. The muscular, sturdy arms, which suddenly sprouted clumps of pitch-black hair, held the struggling Craven in place. The mouth could speak, but memories can't. Lucian said apologetically. You would actually make a good puppet. But unfortunately, the change came so quickly that I didn't have much time to build up my strength and wait for the coming of revenge. I met a stronger and more helpful partner. In my opinion, human beings, like vampires, aren't trustworthy. But his offer was so generous that I really couldn't refuse. Crack! Lucian broke Craven's neck with his arm. The power-hungry traitor stared wide-eyed as his pupils lost their luster. In such a small space, it was difficult to dodge at close range. In such an environment, werewolves had no difficulty in getting rid of a single vampire. After wiping his hands, Lucian opened the car door. Dragging the limp corpse, he walked towards a car at the corner. Heavy rain swept through the city with lightning and thunder. The driver of the sedan was the first to get out. He looked like a military officer. He opened his umbrella to block the water drops coming in. Then, the window slowly lowered. Luke was sitting inside with an expressionless Selene. I told the truth, now it's your turn to verify it. Luke opened the car door and smiled at Selene, drink it while it's hot. It won't taste good if it's cold. Binge. Read next 50 chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge-translations. Also, new cover. 221, Chapter 218,219 Revenge and Anger, Making Deals with the Devil, I. How can this be? Selene's eyes were empty as blood remained around her lips. The downpour drenched her whole body, with strands of hair sticking to her cheeks. The water drops slowly slid down along the black leather coat. As an adult vampire who had just passed her centenary birthday, Selene thought that her mental quality was tough enough not to be broken by any sudden accidents or changes. She was the best fighter in the coven and the elite among the death dealers. With the blood of werewolves on her hands, she had used silver bullets and long swords to send all those ferocious beasts to hell. Selene could be only one step weaker than the elder vampires in terms of combat power alone and could completely beat other fellow vampires. But the two happy events, Victor's awakening and Craven's death, came together. She should have been joyful, but why did it turn into this? The annoying Craven used his life to expose the truth that Victor had been hiding for so long. Selene's parents died because of the other party, and it had nothing to do with werewolves. It turned out that she had been living a lie all these years. The vampire warrior, who grew up with bitter hatred since childhood, had her inner support shattered. Victor is very good at fooling people and scheming. He is gentle and kind to any valuable object, but that's all fake, not the real him. Lucian, the Lecan leader, looked sympathetically at Selene, showing tenderness in his eyes. Victor not only spared Selene but also took her with him and cared for her. The reason was that the other person looked like his dead daughter. As Sonia's lover, Lucian will inevitably feel that Selene was familiar. He is a cold-blooded animal in the true sense of the word and doesn't have feelings for anyone. Lucian said through clenched teeth. Selene seemed to ignore it, and a look of hatred rose in her eyes. She rushed straight into the rain and ran towards the direction of the vampire manor. Where is she going? Lucian was puzzled. At this time, the best choice should be to join hands with him. With the power of the werewolves and the Superman of the human world in front of him. Against Victor and the vampire coven, naturally, there would be no pressure. In Selene's condition, it is difficult for her to think rationally. All she could think about is killing Victor. Luke sat back in the car. The officer with the umbrella skillfully moved Craven's cold body into the trunk. This vampire was good material. Throw it to Bolivar Trask, and he would be very interested in it. General, I have shown my sincerity. Lucian retracted his eyes. He couldn't care less about Selene, who was overwhelmed by revenge and anger. How are you going to fulfill your promise and help werewolves fight vampires? Luke, leaning in the back seat, smiled and whispered, to solve the problem, we must start with the root cause. The werewolves hate vampires as much as you hate Victor. Then, I'll throw Victor's head in front of you and bring down the entire Corvinus coven. In this way, all the troubles would be solved. Lucian was a bit stunned. He had been planning for centuries, lying in wait for centuries, to accomplish a magnificent cause. This guy spoke as if it was simple as to whether eat white bread or toast tonight. Wasn't this a bit of a joke? The feud between werewolves and vampires, enemies for thousands of years, couldn't be solved so easily. Is that all there is? The Lecan leader asked hesitantly. He thought Luke would assemble the army and use the power of science and technology. For example, making ultraviolet weapons, silver nitrate bullets, and dealing with the huge Corvinus coven. What else is there? Luke asked. There was no need to make a big fuss about a little character like Victor. Hurry up and get in the car, Lucian. You won't see a better revenge show in the future. Hearing Luke's urging, the Legion leader reluctantly got into the car. The rain was still pouring down. The black car was like a speedboat, cutting through the darkness of the night that enveloped the world. Boom! A blazing white bolt of lightning struck down like a wildly dancing silver snake. The frantic running made Selene feel a little tired. She took a few breaths and stood at the gates of the manor. The rain had drenched her whole body, and the chill penetrated the body, making her feel uncomfortable. Selene came back. In the manor, vampire members sitting in the monitoring room saw a familiar figure and opened the two iron gates. Wrapped in the rain, Selene strode forward, reaching for the thick wooden door. Selene, the elders are looking for you. Someone said. They couldn't help but shrink their necks. This female vampire warrior seemed even colder than usual. Where is Victor? Selene squeezed these words out of her lips. The underground chamber. The man next to her replied. Elder Amelia asked you to see her first. You and Craven were missing. Selene ignored it, and with her boots on the carpet, she quickly disappeared down the hall. As Lucian said, tongues could weave lies, and mouths could spit out rumors. But memories won't lie. The fragmented scene contained Craven's blood. There were stories about Sonia's death, Lucian's betrayal, and how Victor killed her parents. After Lucian's set of words, those memories originally buried in the bottom of his heart quietly surfaced to his heart and became clearer. Ta! 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 Footsteps echoed in the underground chamber. Selene pushed open the gate and saw Victor, the Great Lord, sitting at the top. Behind him, blood bags were hung and connected. His eyes were closed, seemingly still asleep. Because he hasn't regained his full strength, Victor's skin was greenish-black, and his hair hadn't grown out. The whole person didn't have the grand majesty of a vampire elder, but rather like decaying wood, emitting an aging aura. Victor! Selene called out. There was no response from the other party. She took a deep breath as droplets of water slid off her leather jacket and soaked the ground. She held a gun with silver bullets in her right hand and pointed it at Victor, who was sleeping. Silver nitrate bullets could kill both werewolves and vampires. I wanted an explanation, but no matter how you say it, a lie is still a lie and will never become a fact. Selene's mind flashed back to the memories from Craven's blood. The pain was fueled by revenge and turned into a blazing fire that burned her heart. Selene pulled the trigger, and the bullet was discharged. Bang! It missed. A shadow swept in front of Selene's eyes, and Victor, who was covered in blood transfusions, stared at her with those blue pupils, glaring. The other party raised one hand and grabbed the fragile neck of the vampire female warrior with a jerk. Dear Selene, why are you doing this to me? A raspy voice sounded slow, and Victor's shriveled arm felt like cast iron. No matter how hard Selene struggled, she couldn't escape. The elder vampire's strength was one-sidedly crushing the other. You killed my parents, and then you lied to me. You blamed it all on the werewolves. The anger in Selene's eyes burst out like a sharp sword piercing Victor's heart. But the latter was indifferent. He coldly said, Yes, I took a lot from you, but I gave you so much more, Selene. Is it not enough that I have given you the gift of eternal life and nobility? That's what ordinary people have longed for all their lives. Selene had a look of utter disappointment in her eyes. She didn't want to say anything to Victor. The other party was a true cold-blooded animal, without any feelings to speak of. She endured the pain of suffocation and clenched her gun. And what did you do to Sonia? Tied her to a cross and burned her to ashes in the sun. As the best soldier in the coven, Selene didn't wait and die. She used words to evoke Victor's memories while accumulating strength. Sonia. Victor's cold demeanor slightly retracted. The strength in his arm relaxed for a moment. Bang! Selene fought back decisively. The muzzle of the gun erupted in flames. A silver bullet was fired at Victor's heart. The latter acted quickly and threw Selene away. Dodging, his arm was pierced by a bullet. He winced a little as the tightening muscles squeezed the bullet out. It fell to the ground and made a crisp sound. You are a worthy warrior under my tutelage. Victor said coldly with an expressionless face. The silver nitrate bullets made it difficult for vampires and werewolves to heal their wounds, producing a violent burning sensation. It was a very nasty feeling. Unfortunately, you are still too impulsive. Instead of pursuing, Victor went back to his seat. He tore open the hanging blood bag, tilted his head, and gulped it down. Compared with blood transfusion, this method was very direct, but its efficiency was much slower. There was no way for the vampire elders to recover all their strength quickly. Who told you this secret? Craven? No, he's a coward, a bureaucrat who only hides behind everyone. Victor asked himself. That's why I let him run the coven. Craven can't cause any storms, despite his ambition. Is it that? Lucian. The vampire elder glanced at Seleni's expression and got the desired answer. I knew it was him. That damned wolf took away my love from me, and now he's provoking our relationship. Sooner or later, I will kill him. I'll put a long spike through his body and let him bleed to death. Victor's words were full of hatred. He must have hated Lucian. Just like the other party, always trying to twist his head off. This was an unbreakable blood feud. All right, Selene. Victor, who had drunk a lot of blood, shed his dry body and returned to a vigorous and healthy human form. I really don't want to do this, but there is no other way. To ensure the continuation of the coven, eradicating threats is necessary. The sycophantic Victor, dressed in a magnificent robe, held a silver longsword. He walked towards Selene, who had fallen to the ground. The blade of his sword scratched the ground with a long trail. Bang! 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 Selene shot the silver bullets out of her pistol, but Victor was too fast to hit. That's enough, dear daughter. Victor raised his sword. He regarded Selene as his own, but she has grown up and turned rebellious. When one's life was at risk, kinship seemed less important to an elder vampire who had lived for a long time. This is wonderful. At the last moment, a round of applause sounded in the underground chamber. The tall figure walked out of the darkness with a gentle smile on his lips. He looked like an audience member enjoying the show, clapping his hands to show his satisfaction. Behind this man was Victor's most hated enemy Lucian, the Lecan leader. Miss Selene, I've already asked you once in the car, and now I'm asking you again. Luke looked at the vampire warrior who was preparing to die and whispered, how much are you willing to pay in exchange for killing your enemy? 222, Chapter 220 Bats have viruses, need to be treated with high temperature. Binge. Sorry guys, there was mistake in copy-pasting the chapters from the drive and I ended up mixing the two chapters in one and uploaded the extra chapter too. Well, here's your compensation. Back to 20 minutes ago. A black car rushed through the dark rain. The blinding headlights lit up the iron gates of the manor. White lightning, like a silver snake, tore the clouds. By the light, the camera installed in the opposite corner took some pictures of the people in the car. Strangers, these outsiders don't look like they should be related to any other coven, right? The vampire in the control room curled his mouth. He looked at the driver and Luke sitting in the back and thought it might be a human being who entered by mistake. Vampires were usually dressed in a royal manner. They liked complicated patterns, soft fabrics, and exquisite ornaments. The ones in the car were too plain, not so fancy. This is a legal hunting area. How about some dinner? The vampire looked at his partner, who was holding a pornographic magazine and flipping through it. That's breaking the rules. The companion shook his head, focusing on the sexy body of the magazine model. Craven ordered not to hunt humans without permission. It would be bad if it caused dissatisfaction among the masters. The vampire, who wanted to do something, snickered, Craven? That guy had gone somewhere. When Elder Victor wakes up, he'll be furious when he finds out he's absent from such an important occasion, right? Let's get ourselves an extra meal before anyone else finds out. I haven't tasted fresh human blood in a long time. I can't even get cold blood from the blood bank recently. Within the vampire coven, there had always been a clear hierarchy. Since the Temple of the Three issued the rules, no private hunting of humans was allowed. Vampires could only restrain their minions. Any kind of feasting on the blood of the living and virgin girl's first kiss were all forbidden. So, their daily rations were all from the blood of the living, stocked in the blood banks of major hospitals. For vampires, fresh, young, and warm blood were considered the best wine of the top 5 French wineries. At best, the supply of refrigerated blood could only be regarded as ordinary grade wine. Then again, the worst quality was animal blood, which couldn't satisfy their hunger and thirst. Like these two vampires in the control room, they could only be assigned with the most inferior blood bags. Their degree of misery in life was comparable to that of an old single fat man who couldn't even drink soda water. The other vampire was still flipping through the pornographic magazines, and his pants were moving slightly. He showed no interest and said, "Then go and get yourself an extra meal, I don't want to get involved." When Elder Victor wakes up and holds a banquet, there must be some good things on the table. After he said that, his mouth smacked twice. The models in the magazine were fascinating. What great evil! This dress was so tight and so well-rounded. You really have no standards. The vampire staring at the monitor screen despised him. No matter how beautiful a woman was, besides the fresh blood in her body, which was delicious. What else was attractive? I'll go out for a while. This pragmatic vampire left his seat and walked out of the room. In order to avoid other people and eat by himself, he didn't even take the stairs and went straight out of the window. I can already smell the sweet scent. It's making me hungry. When the vampire walked outside the manor, the black car honked its horn twice, obviously a little impatient. Open the door. He waved at the camera, and the two iron gates opened with a bang. Facing the dazzling headlights, the vampire walked towards his dinner. Lucian, your turn. The Lieutenant General Superman, who was leaning back and resting his eyes, was indifferent to this. He wasn't interested in getting his hands dirty with this kind of small miscellaneous soldier. The Legion leader, who wasn't tame, was still interested. He pushed open the car door and rushed up without saying a word. Werewolf, motherfucker. The vampire, who couldn't wait to eat, saw Lucian's arms sprouting a cluster of black hair. He was so scared that he burst out a foul word and turned his head to run away. In close combat, vampires were like archers without movement skills, encountering a well-developed player. The outcome goes without saying. Lucian took a few large steps. He caught up with the fleeing vampire and slapped him down. Smack! A crisp sound rang. The vampire's brain burst like a watermelon. Like a splash of paint, the red and white mixture of turbid liquid was quickly washed away by the rain. The fat vampire in the surveillance room, still holding the pornographic magazine, with his pants up in an obvious tent, didn't notice the gory scene on the surveillance screen. This is the home base of the Corvinus Coven of Vampires. Luke walked out of the car. His bio-force field blocked the pouring rain. Time for revenge, Lucian. The Legion leader who got the order pulled a cruel smile out of the corner of his lips. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Since the death of Sonia and his unborn child, the flame of revenge burned Lucian's heart. He had always wanted to go back to the Corvinus Coven, stand in front of the Lord, Victor, and ask the other loudly whether he had regretted it all these years. Sir, I'm very grateful to you for keeping your promise. Bang! The thick door was kicked open by Lucian, and wood splinters flew across the room, making a huge commotion. This Legion leader wanted to lead his kin into this manner and rip his enemies apart with his bare hands. Now, with the background and power of Superman, he could finally break in. Werewolf! It's an enemy attack. Go get Elder Amelia. The young vampires enjoying themselves in the hall were panicking. They had long been corrupted by the life of intoxication and had lost the sense of vigilance they should have had. Lucian, who had transformed into a beast, stepped across the threshold and onto the solid floor. Raising his sturdy arms, he swept his claws down. Rib! A young vampire, still immersed in the ethereal atmosphere, had half of his brain slashed off, spurting out a stream of blood. So bloody, so violent. Luke, who was walking behind, imitated Howard's tone of voice. 223, Chapter 221 Bats have viruses, need to be treated with high temperature. 2. The slaughter had just entered the foreplay stage and hadn't climaxed when Amelia, the elder, arrived just in time. Looking at the more than half of her coven members dead and wounded in the hall, she didn't feel angry. For vampires, there were numerous non-direct descendants, and it didn't matter how many died. Only direct descendants who have inherited their own blood and power were worth looking at. Lucian, are you alone? Behind Amelia, the heavily armed death dealers pointed their silver bullet guns at the ferocious werewolf. I know Victor has awakened, so you couldn't hold back your vengeful anger. Too impulsive, it's not like your usual character. The sturdy Wolf King, who was over 2 meters tall, let out a low growl. His pupils were full of killing intent. The large hind legs were powered up, and the huge body brought up a gust of wind. Fire! Amelia's reflexes were much stronger than those of a young vampire. The gorgeously dressed figure disappeared abruptly, avoiding Lucian's violent lunge. You're not moving fast enough. Amelia laughed jokingly. Da da da. Da da da. Heavy gunfire sounded, hitting Lucian's body. With powerful momentum, it forced him back. But the pain didn't frighten Lucian. Instead, it stimulated the Legion leader's ferocity. He looked up to the sky and let out a long roar as his muscles continued to contract, squeezing out the silver bullets inside. Ding, ding, ding. The bullets fell to the ground. Your strength isn't bad. Luke, who was leaning against the foyer and not attracting attention, commented. Against lower-level werewolves, silver bullets were effective. But high-level werewolves like Lucian, the procedure should be, forcing a wave of damage and then finishing him off. I'm sure Victor would love this gift. The werewolf Lucian's head, on a pike. Amelia picked up a silver longsword. With a swish, it cut through the air. The speed of a high-ranking vampire was so fast that she resembled a streak of shadow. The silver longsword drew a powerful arc, tearing open Lucian's chest. Blood surged out, and a few drops fell on Amelia's cheek. She reached out and wiped it with her finger. Really delicious. Amelia licked her fingers, and her gorgeous dress fluttered. The long sword in her hand turned into a swift silver light and stabbed Lucian directly in the heart. Compared to the useless young descendants, this elder had a lot of combat experience. At least she experienced the devastating wolf disaster with Victor and Marcus. Despite the fact that she led a comfortable life later on, making her fighting spirit dulled, the combat skills that were burned into her bones were still intact. Roar! Roar! Lucian's pupils reflected a silver light. The long sword pierced deeply through his chest, almost piercing his heart and ending the Leaken leader's life. You think you can kill me with that? That's not enough. Lucian held back the pain and raised his claws, sending the attacker, Amelia, flying out of the room. Boom! The elder vampire lady crashed through the railing, and her gorgeous gown was reduced to pieces. The tight waistband directly popped open, and the snow-white landscape was exposed. What great evils! Luke glanced at them. This was very much to Howard's taste. Da da da. Da da da. Seeing that the elder was defeated, the death dealers of the coven rushed forward, shielded by the gunfire. It was quite effective. With a sword in his body, the raging Lucian seemed to be caught in a quagmire. On one side, there was suppression by gunfire in the hall, and on the other side, there was close quarters interference, which kept this Leaken leader in a tight circle. Damn bastard! Amelia cursed and picked up the silver longsword that had fallen out of her hand. She wobbled off the floor, ready to deliver the killing blow to Lucian. Okay, if we waste any more time, Selene will run out of time. Luke scanned aimlessly. His vision penetrated through the barrier and saw everything that happened in the underground chamber. An elder vampire is also good material. Superman, who walked through the entrance, was finally noticed by the others. He was too subtle before, and the vampire's attention was drawn to Lucian. Human! A death dealer exclaimed in surprise. The vampire's keen sense of smell easily identified Luke's identity. He didn't have the strong body odor of a werewolf, nor the particularity of vampires' low body temperature and slow heartbeats. Why is there a human in the manor? While doubt flashed, the death dealers subconsciously pulled the trigger, and the gun spewed bullets. The silver nitrate bullet hit Luke's chest as if it had hit a thick steel plate. The bullet fell down, not even scratching his skin. This is a high-end suit. Luke muttered in displeasure. His eyes slightly condensed, and a crimson beam of light cut through. Boom! The originally fierce battlefield instantly paused. Whether it was Lucian, the rampaging Leaken leader, or the gun-wielding vampires. They all stopped moving in unison, showing a dumbfounded and shocked look. The high-temperature beam was like a red-hot knife slicing through butter, easily cutting open the entire manor. Those death dealers who were in the middle and failed to dodge were either cut off at the waist or split into two. The exuberant heat instantly evaporated the blood flowing out of them. On the surface of the wound, a crystallized layer emerged like jelly. Although Lucian had witnessed Superman's ability to tear apart a werewolf, he had never imagined that his opponent's strength could be so powerful that he barely needed to raise a single ounce of motivation. The vampires were even more scared. Even the Temple of the Three Masters weren't this scary. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. Luke looked up and smiled. His foot pounded the floor. Boom! The ground shook, the mansion shook. The surge of air was like a hurricane sweeping through. Amelia, who was holding a long sword, blinked once. A tall figure was suddenly in front of her. Even with the dynamic vision of the vampire elders, she failed to capture Luke's movements. So fast! A dreadful enemy! A pair of bat-like wings popped out from behind Amelia's back. Under the frantic flapping, the shocked vampire elder disappeared. Werewolves had a bestial state, while vampires could also transform. Elders like Amelia, Victor, and Marcus, all of whom could fly at low altitudes. When her bat wings sprung out, Amelia moved even faster. Like a swift lightning bolt, people could only see a blurred shadow. Where are you going? Without looking back, Amelia was ready to head towards the underground chamber. But before she could fly much further, Luke jumped in front of her with an even faster speed. The pair of slightly red eyes stared at the naked Amelia. I have a friend who's very interested in vampires, especially female vampires. The corners of Luke's mouth curled up in a calm smile. But his hand was ruthless. He didn't show any mercy. Heat vision bursts out. Like a high-precision laser, the pair of bat wings behind Amelia's back was shredded off. With a sudden shock, the vampire elder fell from above and hit the ground before even feeling severe pain. No running around. Luke looked down at Amelia, who was curled up in a ball, and spoke lightly. Otherwise, I'll let Lucian eat you. Werewolves aren't picky eaters. What's more, the high temperature sterilized you. You're completely safe to eat. The calm voice conveyed a chilling sentiment. Amelia shuddered. When did humans become so scary? Come on, Lucian, let's go down and see your enemy, Victor. Luke glanced at the Leaken leader, who had shed his bestial form, and turned towards the underground chamber. 224, Chapter 222 Promises of Freedom, Exchange for Loyalty, I. At what cost? Selene, who had fallen to the ground, was biting her lip. The blood flowed into her mouth with a sweet taste. She looked at the Lieutenant General, who was standing at the entrance of the underground chamber and read a trace of seriousness and danger from the other's eyes. Since his appearance, this mysterious and unpredictable lieutenant general had been acting like a Wall Street stockbroker. He always gave people what they wanted most but took more. Everything. Selene didn't hesitate to answer. She looked up at the cold-eyed Victor. The hatred in her heart almost solidified. Many philosophers say that humans are fickle and complex animals, but this statement is true for any intelligent species. A few hours ago, Selene regarded Victor as the closest elder in her life. But now, the female vampire warrior, who knew the truth, was willing to give everything body or soul in exchange for a chance at revenge. I should have lived an ordinary life, with a warm family and caring parents. Selene said bitterly. Instead of becoming a nocturnal creature that fears the sunlight, living in darkness. Victor shook his head with a straight face. You are too weak, Selene. He taught Craven about power and ambition and let him run the coven. And he instilled Selene with toughness and determination, making her the best warrior she could be. But in the end, Craven became a traitor. Selene also became a traitor. This result saddened Victor. I'll give you everything, General. Selene wiped away the tears that represented her weakness and stated one word at a time. Don't mention the fact that Luke was human and couldn't be trusted. Even if he was the devil from hell, who wanted her soul, she wasn't afraid. Deal. Luke snapped his fingers and nodded with satisfaction. By dealing with one person, he could satisfy 2 acts of revenge. No loss. Lucian, do you want to join? The Lieutenant General asked in a low voice. In order to ensure the customer experience, he suggested Lucian give it a try. If he took action himself, the whole battle would take less than half a minute. Ending it too soon wasn't good. Okay. Lucian was concise and nodded his head in response. His eyes, full of murderous intent, were fixed on Victor. The latter still didn't know what happened above, let alone about Amelia, who had her bat wings that symbolized the high order of vampires torn off and was almost turned into a roasted bat and eaten. This vampire lord thought he had everything under control. He looked at Luke, who appeared suddenly, and Lucian, the Legion leader, behind him. A touch of coldness flashed in his blue eyes. Lucian, you are becoming more and more depraved. You're willing to be a lapdog of a human. Victor said sarcastically. Are you expecting them to give you a few bones for the wolves to gnaw on? Instead of working for humans, you should have remained a slave to vampires. At least we would be generous and drop a few more bones. The contemptuous tone stirred the anger in Lucian's heart. Victor, wake up. There was a fierce glint in the Legion leader's eyes. Don't drown yourself in the glorious past of the vampires, unable to pull yourself out. Now you're just animals in captivity, like beasts in cages. Human beings have ruled the world, and vampires have long lost their qualification to stand at the top of the pyramid. In the Middle Ages, vampires and werewolves were indeed the rulers of Europe. The former, in particular, completely regarded human beings as mobile blood bags and hunted indiscriminately. This situation became increasingly serious after the colonial period. Vampires invaded North America until Abraham Lincoln appeared. That's right. This rather famous president was said to be a legendary vampire hunter. Luke had a strong desire to vomit when he saw this unbelievable and bizarre history from the library of the New York Sanctum. Back to the topic. The European continent, at that time, was the hunting ground of the major vampire covens. When the Temple of the Three began to reorganize the order, they dispelled away from the darkness and issued the rules. Vampires were swept into the garbage from the peak of their history. So, it wasn't surprising that the awakened vampire lord despised humans, and even more so Lucian, the Legion leader, who was working with humans. His mindset hadn't changed yet, and he didn't know that times had changed. Haha, how dare you enter this manor and bring a human with you? Victor spoke in a deep voice. Lucian, you're looking for death. He glanced at Luke, who was standing in front of him. A strong young man his vampire's senses perceived. This was the only conclusion the vampire lord came to. Strong heartbeat, vigorous vitality. Other than these, he couldn't see any other abnormalities. Giving you the opportunity for revenge? Is that such an easy thing to believe? Victor looked down at Selene and sneered. His luxurious robe tore apart, and a pair of bat wings sprouted up behind him. Compared to Amelia's wings, this vampire lord had longer and thicker wings. The white skeleton supported the thin film-like wings. Fully open, they could take up almost half the space in the underground chamber. Just from the momentum, they were far superior to Amelia's, who was also an elder. He's almost close to an ancestor level. Luke's mouth curled as he thought to himself. He ignored Victor, who was ready to kill someone. Although it was said that we don't see each other from God's perspective. This vampire lord was a decisive and competent leader. To prolong life, strengthen the coven, and consolidate power, even his daughter was sacrificed. Of course, he also had the flaws that people in power would inevitably have. For example, paranoia and selfishness. The vampire elders rotated once every 100 years and slept for the rest of the time. In order to prevent betrayal and accidents, the three elders didn't seriously cultivate their descendants at all and let the extravagant life consume them. Selene didn't understand Victor before. Why would he let Craven manage the coven? There was a simple reason. That guy was a power-hungry, equally cowardly bureaucratic vampire. It would be better to put such a person higher than a descendant who was ambitious, aggressive, and had their own ideas. It's just that Victor probably didn't expect it either. 225, Chapter 223 Promises of Freedom, Exchange for Loyalty, 2. Victor probably didn't expect it either. Craven would work privately with the werewolves and become a traitor. Tonight is the night I awoke. It's time to end our feud. The vampire lord had reached the peak of his strength, and he didn't think the Lycan leader would be his opponent. As for the human who had little presence, there was no threat. Victor trusted his own judgment. He had never misjudged the strong masters from Temple of the Three, the legendary demon hunters wandering around. For these kinds of people, he only needed to look up to know that they weren't people he could mess with. As an elder vampire, Victor didn't survive for this long entirely by luck. He had a good eye for what kind of characters he could mess with. What kind of character must be given sufficient respect. Come on, Victor. Sonya's soul in heaven will witness this battle. Lucian walked down the steps and quickly transformed into his beast self. Roar! The werewolf and the vampire collided. Lucian was obviously no match for the elder Victor. After a few minutes of fighting, he fell into a disadvantage. Although Victor and Amelia were both elders, the difference between their strengths was somewhat significant. The vampire lord had lived a much longer time than the latter. Moreover, before Victor became a vampire, he was a capable warlord. Thud! Like a bullet out of the chamber, the punch smashed into Lucian's beastly face. As if oblivious to the pain, the latter raised his claws and scratched a long wound from top to bottom. Victor didn't dodge either. The long sword in his hand sliced through the werewolf's chest and nearly disemboweled Lucian. These two beasts, in a wound-for-wound fight, were engaged in a primitive and cold head-on battle. Aren't you going to do something? Selene, who was leaning against the wall, asked. She had been thrown against the wall by Victor earlier. And the force of his rage had almost broken the spine in her back. Lucian wants to do it himself. Luke curled his lips and said, revenge is something too valuable to let others help. Like you also want to wring Victor's neck to avenge your parents' death, right? Selene's eyes darkened, and she nodded lightly. Are you interested in becoming a coven elder? Luke took the time to ask while Lucian and Victor were locked in battle. The vampire covens in North America were the pure-blooded descendants of Archduke Dracula. They were in the same situation as their European counterparts. They were restricted by the precepts of the New York Sanctum from rampaging everywhere. But with the wealth they had accumulated throughout their long lives and their ability to play politics, they still managed to make a good living in North America. They even created a group of vampire-worshipping familiars, which made the underground world of New York and Detroit, and other cities, a mess. Take Victor's place? Sorry, General, I'm not interested in power. Selene's mouth tugged at the corners. She just wanted to live a quiet life and had no feelings whatsoever for her kin. Someone has to come forward, Miss Selene. Luke was ready to bring the Corvinus Coven back to New York to battle Dracula's pure-blood descendants. I tore off Amelia's bat wings, and her strength was greatly reduced. Victor, on the other hand, is already doomed and unlikely to survive. In the Corvinus family, only his son Marcus is left. Selene listened and found it interesting. This Superman made it sound like a script, with the ending of the story set. It was as if everything would move forward according to his words. With Elder Marcus, the coven will continue to live on. Selene's mouth twitched. She had no sense of belonging to the coven. Marcus can't do it, he'll just make a mess of Corvinus. He's not as good as Victor. Luke shook his head. How could he possibly give power to a direct descendant of Corvinus? It wasn't good for the S.H.I.E.L.D.S management. His father was a lieutenant general. A progenitor vampire. There was no need for SHIELD or Superman as a backer. Therefore, it would be better if it was Selene, who had no foundation. What else? A good figure. Luke was a gentleman. He wasn't a pervert like Howard, so how could he be sexually attracted to a female vampire? Think about it, Selene. Vampires are in a bad position right now. Luke spoke compellingly, like the devil himself. You can't leave Paris without permission. These are the rules from the Temple of the Three. And you can't stay away from the crowd. Vampires must be replenished with blood, or else the thirst for blood within would intensify. Wandering around, possibly being purged by the Master of the Sanctum or the Demon Hunters. The best option is to return to the Coven. Luke smiled with his signature smile, like a kidnapper. Selene, have you ever been away from Paris? Have you ever been outside of France? I can promise you freedom in exchange for your loyalty. Binge. Read the Infinity War arc on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. 226, Chapter 224 Evaporated Flesh and Blood, Karma and Retribution. Gain freedom and surrender loyalty. Luke proposed a deal, which struck a chord in Seleni's heart. She had long been tired of Paris, the city that never sleeps. At night, it was like a seductive woman, clad in a transparent veil, revealing a sultry and feminine side. Tourists, down-and-out artists, and rich people looking for a good time may all find their place here. But Selene was not interested. She didn't like the singing and dancing in Moulin Rouge, the men and women in the shady alleyways, and the romance of the French. They were just a bunch of fools trying to whitewash their debauchery. The simple lust for sex had to be labeled as inspiring inner passion, spiritual closeness, and so on. At the end of the day, they were just greedy for people's bodies. Moreover, the openness of the French people was mind-boggling. Husbands finding mistresses and wives having lovers after marriage was a trend. This was the case for the high-up emperor, down to the common man. Want to go to other places to settle down? Selene often showed such thoughts. Compared with all the above, this vampire female warrior yearned for a city with brighter sunshine and less rainy weather. You're like the devil in Faust, tricking people into giving up their souls. Selene stared at Luke, and she felt that behind the seemingly bright, Superman had darkness similar to vampires. I'm not that old guy Mephisto. Luke shook his head, took the time to glance at the werewolf and vampire, who were fighting so hard that they were about to level the entire palace. I have never used trickery to achieve my goals, especially deception, a trick used only by cunning people who lack power. Faust was a black stain in Mephistopheles' history. The devil, who was keen on cheating people out of their souls, was surprisingly fooled by a mortal and met with failure. Of course, it didn't take long for him to face a second failure. The betrayal of the first Ghost Rider, Carter Slade, and then Johnny Blaze, the second generation of Ghost Rider. So, liars usually don't end up well. Either others cheated on them, or they were stabbed in the back by traitors. The battle is coming to an end. It seems that Lucian is no match for Victor. Luke cracked his neck and rubbed his wrists a little as if warming up. He saw Lucian, the Legion leader, slamming into the wall behind him. The bricks and stones splattered, and debris flew across the room. Victor opened his bat wings, his body flashed and went towards Lucian in an instant. Before the opponent could get up, he lifted his foot and kicked down heavily. Bang! The force poured into Lucian's chest, and the solid muscles caved in violently. The Legion leader groaned bitterly and raised his claws, trying to tear Victor's body apart. The latter's bat wings flapped like lightning, he disappeared. A high-level vampire moved much faster than werewolves. You took Sonia away from me. My daughter, my treasure. The next moment, Victor appeared above. The skin of his palm turned blue-black, like cast iron, and it cut toward Lucian's heart. He couldn't wait to taste the blood of werewolves. It was your cruelty that killed her. Lucian looked up and roared, his figure rose again. The muscles of his body were twisted together and had a steel-like color. Taking advantage of the close proximity, he wrapped his arms around Victor and locked his fast-moving form firmly in place. He endured the fatal wound of a hole in his chest and tore off one of his opponent's bat wings with his sharp claws. Rib! Go to hell! The vampire lord's eyes filled with blood, emitted a ferocious glow. The palm of his hand was like a knife, slicing Lucian's neck, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Scarlet liquid splashed on his face, stimulating his inner bloodthirst. Lucian, severely wounded, let go of his hands and gradually shed his bestial werewolf form, falling limply to the ground. Failed. The thought of regret flashed through this Legion leader's mind. In the end, he still had to rely on the power of Superman. Lucian, you son of a bitch. One of the things I regret most in my life is letting you near Sonia. Victor's face is twisted. Batwings were the symbol of high-ranking vampires. Once torn away, it would result in a significant loss of strength. This wasn't the Middle Ages, where he could drink blood and extract essence without restraint. It will take at least 100 years for the batwings to grow back. This was certainly a heavy blow to a vampire in his old age. Damn bastard! Victor lifted his foot toward Lucian's head and spoke with hatred. It's a bit much to treat my customer like this. Luke, who had warmed up, spoke out at the right time. If he dies in your hands, I'll lose money on this deal. Victor, who endured severe pain, looked back and caught a glimpse of the human being who had no sense of existence. His red pupil looked fierce. Keep quiet, don't talk much. Maybe I'll let you live. The vampire lord grinned hideously. I don't care how powerful and respected you are in the human world, but this is the Vampire Manor, our domain, and a legal hunting area. Even the masters of the sanctum won't stop me from drinking your blood. Luke drew a very dramatic breath as if scared by Victor's threat. Then he returned to his normal expression, smiled, and said, "Suck my blood? In fact, with your fear of ultraviolet rays and sunlight, I'm worried that if you take a sip, you'll die on the spot." The fear of sunlight was a fatal flaw for vampires. They couldn't make up for it unless they became a hybrid. I was going to talk about Corvinus and the Vampire Coven. It looks like you don't have that much patience. Luke shrugged his shoulders. Victor, who thought he had won the final victory, didn't give it a second thought. He released the bio-force field, releasing the terrifying power that had been suppressed to a weak level. Boom, boom, boom. The air burst. Like igniting a pile of explosives. The tall, upright steel body resembled a small black hole, sucking the airflow and devouring the light. The ground sunk down into a violent vibration. With one hand and one foot, a terrifying destructive power was displayed. It's been a long time since I've tasted this feeling. Luke, who released the bio-force field, looked as if he was released from the constraints of gravity. With both feet off the ground, he was floating in mid-air. As deep as a lake, his calm eyes looked at the Vampire Lord, revealing a chilling feeling that made people palpitate. How can this be? Victor was shocked. The original, confident look disappeared in an instant. In his eyes, that ordinary young human suddenly turned from an ant to a titan. The tall figure, like the mythical Mount Olympus, gave people a heavy sense of oppression. Boom! Luke took a step. Everything trembled. The metal and marble-paved floor cracked like a spider web. The solid underground chamber swayed from side to side, like a canoe on the vast sea. Sir! I didn't know. Victor's will to fight quickly disintegrated, like melting ice. In the face of such enemies, he didn't even think of resisting. I understand what you are saying and what you are trying to do. Luke said as the momentum continued to rise as if a volcano had erupted. But you're the last step in closing the deal, Victor. So, I can't forgive you. It's not my job. Mine is only to send you to God if you qualify for heaven. Luke's eyes faintly focused. The high-temperature rays of light poured out, lighting up the entire underground chamber red. Selene felt like she was in an oven and extremely uncomfortable. Simply by leaning into the corner, she wasn't even close but felt the pain of being burned. She could imagine how miserable Victor should be. "Ah, spare me!" The Vampire Lord cried bitterly, and his whole person seemed to melt. Flesh and blood fell off and turned into ash. Hundreds of years ago, Victor burned his daughter with the daylight. Hundreds of years later, such punishment also fell on his head. This was probably the only wonderful thing about karma. Read next 50 chapters on Pat Rayon. Visit patrayon.com/binge-translations. 227, Chapter 225 The Vampire Queen, The Arrival of the Patriarch. The Vampire Lord was under the shroud of heat vision, his flesh and blood evaporated, and his bones were scorched black. In just a few seconds, the strong, powerful, amazing recovery ability of the vampire body was still turned into a puff of powder like crystal. Ruush! Ashes crumbled. Victor was like a weathered stone statue that collapsed. Is this revenge satisfactory to you too? Luke opened up his bio-force field, and the terrifying power that radiated in all directions like light was collected back into his body. Like a volcanic eruption, the violent atmosphere disappeared in an instant. Selene, who leaned against the corner, and Lucian, who was dying, stared at the lieutenant general that looked like an ordinary human, and their hearts were shocked. They never thought that a human could be so powerful. With the rise of his hand and the stomp of his foot, it seemed like a natural disaster. It was beyond imagination. Even the most powerful ancestor of vampires, the legendary Archduke Dracula, may not be able to perform in such a terrifying way. It's unfathomable. Lucian, the Lecan leader, laughed to himself. He previously thought Luke was working with him for the sake of the Corvinus family bloodline. Using the blood of vampires and werewolves, he planned to transform himself into a hybrid with great potential and no fear of sunlight. Now it seems that even if Victor became a hybrid, he wouldn't be a match for Superman. It looks like you're not dead yet, Lucian. Then stay here for the time being. I'll call an ambulance for you. Luke, who got rid of an elder vampire, glanced at the third blood coffin in the underground chamber. In the metal coffin below, a dried skeleton was laid. That was Marcus, who was still sleeping, a direct descendant of Alexander Corvinus. Currently, the last elder of the Vampire Coven. It could be said that all the grudges started with him. These include the vampires of the Corvinus Coven, as well as the werewolves, and the blood feud and war that lasted nearly 1,000 years. Marcus's younger brother, William, the ancestor of werewolves, lost his mind and spread the virus everywhere, which triggered the wolf disaster that ravaged the village. Anyone who William bit had a great chance of becoming a werewolf. To stop this disaster, Marcus approached the elderly Victor. The other party was a great lord who held military power and had enough power to bring order out of chaos. Marcus successfully persuaded the old victor and turned him into a vampire with the temptation of eternal life. Then, relying on the Great Lord's army, the spreading wolf plague was contained. After a hard battle, Marcus and Victor imprisoned William, the ancestor of werewolves, in an unknown prison. On this matter, the two sides disagreed. Victor, a cold-hearted man, naturally wanted to eradicate the root of the problem and kill William to eliminate the source of the evil. Marcus disagreed. No matter what mistakes his brother made, he was still a kid. So, Marcus deceived Victor, saying that as long as either he or William died, the immortal bloodline of Corvinus would lose its power. In this way, Victor was forced to promise to spare William and imprison the ancestor of the werewolf for life. Let him sleep for the time being and wait for Alexander Corvinus to arrive before disposing of him. Luke had to respect the other party. Although vampires didn't value their descendants, Marcus was a direct descendant, Corvinus's biological son. He didn't have to make someone childless and start an unnecessary war. General. As Luke was walking towards the outer part of the chamber and standing on the steps, Selene called out to him. I choose freedom and allegiance to you. The vampire warrior, who was leaning painfully against the wall, seriously said, in the name of my ancestors, I, Selene Beckinsale, will sacrifice everything for you. She bit open her palm, and blood flowed out. She drew a complicated pattern with the scarlet liquid. Blood oath. Like a contract signed by the devil. It was extremely binding. Very well. I feel your sincerity, Miss Selene. Luke stopped. The corners of his mouth evoked a satisfied smile. Then, the deal is done. Superman, who saw the fish on the hook, couldn't help but show a gentle and friendly look. He gazed at the vampire warrior who had made the blood oath and smiled, believe me, Miss Selene, it won't be long before you experience the warmth of the sun and walk through the city in daylight. The three bloodlines of the Corvinus family were able to produce a powerful hybrid species. If Selene was loyal to himself, Luke didn't mind making her a vampire queen. Walking in the sun? A glimmer of hope rose in Selene's eyes. She was so eager for that day to come. A few days later. At Paris airport, a military transport plane landed slowly. Alexander Corvinus gazed at the deep night and stepped off the elevator. Where is the delegation, Lieutenant General Cavill, staying? The white-haired Corvinus turned his head and asked. The Royal Hotel. The secretary next to him replied. Then, to the Palace Hotel. Corvinus sat in the car, looking a little tired, and slightly closed his eyes. His true identity was a secret to many people. The ancestor of the Corvinus family, father of the werewolf originator, the immortal from Hungary. Any one of them would scare a group of people. I didn't expect the leader of S.H.I.E.L.D. would have a relationship with the Sorcerer Supreme. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of Corvinus's lips. That Superman learned the secrets from Temple of the Three Sources. Not only that, the other side even had direct contact with the Vampire Coven, and at the same time, took in the wolves led by Lucian. The meaning behind this series of actions was intriguing. Is this an expansion of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s authority? A suspicion flashed through Corvinus's mind. With the emergence of Atlantis, S.H.I.E.L.D. broke away from the constraints of the Pentagon and became an independent official institution. It only accepted suggestions from the White House and the leadership of the director. As the first director of SHIELD, Lieutenant General Cavill had never been very receptive to the opinions of others. Because of this, the military and Congress had been quite vocal about Superman. In private, someone called Luke a dictator. I hope Lieutenant General Cavill is an easy man to talk to. Corvinus was a little apprehensive. Although he was an original hybrid, his strength was far greater than Victor and Marcus. But because of his involvement in the human world and his high position, he often went in and out of the Pentagon. Corvinus knew Superman, who was already a rising star in the military, quite well. The opponent's record, strength, external performance, and so on. It was completely clear, or so he thought. As a result, Corvinus didn't display the arrogant attitude that vampires were supposed to have. This kind of behavior, with the calculation in mind, might be one of the reasons why he had survived until now. For a long time, even at the same level as the originator, Dracula, he was besieged by some legendary demon hunters or legendary masters. However, Corvinus had been hiding behind the scenes, changing his identity many times, like an invisible person, without attracting the attention of others. Hungarian warlord, Romanian businessman, and so on were all short lives he once had. Here we are, General. The driver announced. Corvinus opened his eyes. There was a glimmer of ghostly light in them. He pushed open the door, looked up at the Palace Hotel, lifted his leg, and went in. Binge. Read next 50 chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge-translations. 228, Chapter 226 Magic Congress, Reaching a Consensus. As soon as Corvinus entered the hotel suite, he noticed Selene standing next to Luke. As the father of Marcus the Elder, the ancestor of the family, he had a keen sense of his own offspring. Victor is the one who gave you the sire bond, right? Corvinus twitched his nose and caught a familiar scent. He had been silently watching the development of the coven and the three elders. Except for his own son, Marcus. Like the cold, selfish, power-hungry Victor. And Amelia who indulged in pleasure and desires. All of them had been the subject of Corvinus's attention. That's right. He ruined my life. Selene's face turned cold when she heard this name. Even though she knew that the old man who appeared before her was the ancestor of the bloodline, a legendary being worthy of awe. But she didn't want to hear Victor's name, and she didn't want to admit that to some extent, the other party gave her a new life. Haha, Selene, you're going to be a good fighter. Corvinus smiled and sat down on the couch, then looked at Lucian standing at the other side. His son, William, was the originator of the werewolves. But the werewolves of that era, once bestialized, couldn't regain their human form. At the same time, there was no shred of sanity to speak of, it was a ferocious beast. It wasn't until subsequent generations of bloodline changes that the current wolf clan was formed. Lucian, I know your past. A glint passed through Corvinus's eyes. He spoke in a deep voice, your mind is far better than your strength. This is the key to being a leader. Are you now under General Caval's command? Lucian, the Legion leader who had recovered, nodded and said respectfully, yes, sir. I will soon take my people to the North American continent. The general promised me that there would be a place for werewolves in the New York underworld. Lucian, who got his revenge, just wanted to start over and welcome a stable life. Not to mention being supported by Superman as a backer. This was something that many people wanted. Of course, he should seize the opportunity. After seeing Luke turn the elder Victor into a charcoal-grilled bat, Lucian was completely convinced of his power. And for the old man sitting in front of him, he didn't dare to show any carelessness. Alexander Corvinus, the originator of the legends. He unmistakably exuded the intimidating aura of a superior being and gave people palpitations. This external manifestation of his own strength was far more frightening than Victor and Amelia. Vampires were a race that grew stronger the longer they lived. According to Lucian's information, Alexander Corvinus had been alive for at least 1,000 years and was a true ancestor. It was estimated that only a few of the pure-blood descendants of Archduke Dracula could match him. Will the Temple of the Three agree? Corvinus glanced at Luke, who was sitting across the table and asked tentatively. The London Sanctum was responsible for managing the European continent and disposing of strange creatures. Generally speaking, whether vampires or werewolves. Their living quarters were all planned out. They weren't allowed to walk around at will. The Master of the Sanctum has approved the application. Lucian replied with his head bowed. He had no idea that Superman, who had a significant position in the human world, would be able to talk in the face of the huge power of the magic world, such as the Temple of the Three and the Sorcerer Supreme. He knew that the group of reckless men carrying chains, axes, and broadswords usually used physical persuasion to deal with people. Expecting them to communicate calmly was even harder than ascending to heaven. As expected of General Caval. Even the venerable master would give you some respect. The surprise in Corvinus's eyes flickered away. He first gave a compliment and then asked curiously, is SHIELD preparing to intervene in the magic world? I remember that at this peace summit, the White House submitted a proposal for the World Security Council, which was also your work, right? That's right. Luke looked relaxed and smiled, I hope to set up an international official institution to deal with all kinds of crises that may come and occur. I talked with the Sorcerer Supreme about this issue before. She thinks that a stable order should be established in a free magic world, and the Temple of the Three could also adopt a cooperative attitude with the government. There is a precedent for this. During the Middle Ages, the Masters of the Sanctum had similar contacts with the Knights Templar of the Holy Church and the Order. Corvinus's eyes flashed. He didn't expect Luke's ambition to be so big. Not only did he want to capture the human world, but also the world of magic. What's even more amazing was that the Sorcerer Supreme had no opinion on it. This proved that Luke's relationship with Kamar-Taj and Temple of the Three was closer than he ever imagined. Back to the subject, General Caval, I got your call, and I immediately rushed here from Washington, D.C. After raising his initial evaluation of Superman by another notch, Corvinus spoke in a deep voice, no matter what you want, my only request is to save Marcus's life. Luke was pleased to see Corvinus's straightforward attitude. Compared with Victor's arrogance, this ancestor knew how to communicate with others better. Marcus is still lying in the blood coffin in the vampire mansion, and I didn't wake him up. Luke interlocked his fingers and spoke calmly. These days, he had finished the work at hand. The Paris Peace Summit was over, diplomatic relations with Atlantis and trade channels had largely been negotiated. The only disagreement was probably from the underwater people, who kept demanding Neptune's trident, which Namor had lost previously. S.H.I.E.L.D ignored it. How could a dangerous weapon that manipulated the weather and set off tsunamis be easily handed over to Atlantis? As for the mutants, with the official appearance of the Hellfire Club at the press conference, along with the government's stance, the White Queen and others were considered to have received official recognition. How to eliminate discrimination and get the rights and status they deserve depended on themselves. All in all, a 3-day peace summit. The event ended successfully in a perfect and satisfactory manner. Luke used the leverage he had to get the power he wanted. Next, he was going to expand S.H.I.E.L.D's jurisdiction. The Corvinus Coven was just the first step. I didn't call Mr. Corvinus here to create a new enemy. Luke didn't refer to his military title, which would have made him seem distant. The feud between vampires and werewolves and the war between your family has been going on for too long. I hope that the future will change. Mutants are beginning to make their way onto the world stage, so maybe deviants like you can have a whole new life. Corvinus narrowed his eyes and stared at Luke with a critical gaze. Although he lived in the human world, like other vampires, this family ancestor didn't believe in humans. Or rather, any intelligent creature that knows how to think. They always speculate with the utmost malice towards other races. This was a nature that couldn't be erased from their bones. How can I trust you, General Cavill? Corvinus solemnly asked. I will set up an official organization of the Dark World in the name of SHIELD. You can call it the Magic Congress. Luke tapped his fingers a few times habitually and smiled. Masters of the Three Sanctums will each occupy 3 seats and have the right to vote. Mutants have reserved some seats since they were once part of the Dark World. I can give up 3 seats and give them to the Corvinus family. You have always been discriminated against and rejected by the pureblood descendants of Dracula. They call your descendants lowly bastards. This is a good opportunity to prove yourself and give something back. Corvinus was silent. This Superman could play politics at a higher level than Victor. He made his own authority and then used the power of distribution to pull together or suppress a force in the Dark World. In any case, the biggest winner would always be the initiator. It's attractive. Corvinus was indeed impressed. He had put up with the pure-blooded descendants of Dracula for some time now. The vampires, who prided themselves on being legitimate, had been suppressing the Corvinus family. They even expelled Victor and Marcus from Hungary, Romania, and so forth to Paris. As an ancestor, Corvinus also had some anger. But he didn't want to start a war, so he chose to keep it in mind silently. He wouldn't forget the humiliation of being called a lowly bastard. So, what do I have to give? Corvinus asked aloud. 1 tube of your blood and the whereabouts of the 3rd bloodline. Luke said calmly. Binge. If we cross 550 power stones today, I will release 1 extra chapter tomorrow. You can also read the next 50 chapters ahead on Patreon right now. Visit patreon.com/binge-translations. 229, Chapter 227. What was expansion? The perfect creature. There was no expected tension, and there was no speculative tit for tat. With his multiple identities, Corvinus simply agreed to Luke's request. If the future of the Dark World was really the so-called Magic Congresses presiding over the overall situation, then, investing in advance was a good choice. Led by Superman and the Sorcerer Supreme, this special official institution was a sure thing. To tell you the truth, the hybrid agent is of no use to you. Corvinus pulled out the needle and handed a tube full of blood to Selene. Like Lucian, he subconsciously thought that Superman needed the hybrid for his own sake. The vampire's long life, and a werewolf's rapid self-healing, were all enviable abilities. It doesn't matter if I can't use it. It's enough that it works for Selene. Luke smiled. He should do what he promised to do. Since it was said before, freedom in exchange for loyalty. Then, he wouldn't go back on his word. Selene, who received the tube of blood, had a slight tremor in her arm, and her cold face improved slightly. She had sworn a blood oath and was bound by a contract. Whether or not Luke could fulfill his promise for her to walk under the sun, she had to remain loyal. However, it seems that the other party didn't forget the agreement. This was a bit of a surprise to Selene, who maintained the perception that all humans were insidious liars. Don't think badly of us all the time. Luke noticed the change in Selene's expression and spoke jokingly. As many of you know, I never lie, at least to most people. The latter pursed her lips and continued to maintain a stern, cold look. So, I'm looking forward to working with you. Luke regained his straight face and averted his joking expression. The conversation was pleasant and went well. Corvinus was at least one of the leading figures. He had to show personal strength and strongly shake hands with him. He didn't expect the other party to nod decisively and didn't even bother to respond. It was like sitting at a gambling table, and before you had thrown in any chips, your opponent had already chosen to admit defeat. I hope so. Corvinus laughed cheerfully. He had always been a moderate. After seeing Hydra's technology and the foundation that Temple of the Three has, they insisted that vampires and werewolves were unable to compete with human resistance. Therefore, they had no objection to being officially integrated. Besides, the one they were talking to was Superman. In terms of power in the human world, the other side was more powerful than Corvinus himself. Even with his status as a Hungarian warlord and a major Romanian businessman, he had accumulated countless wealth and contacts. But against Luke's incredible rise, he's still not good enough. After all, no amount of wealth and connections could guarantee his survival from Superman's iron fists. Marcus, I'll go wake him. Boom. Halfway through Corvinus' sentence, the sound of a floor-to-ceiling window shattering rang through the hotel suite. A hideous figure with bluish-black skin suddenly appeared in mid-air. The pair of fully opened bat wings flapped rapidly, curling up a violent flow of air. Mr. Corvinus, your son has come. Luke was calm, not surprised at all. With his senses, it would be a lie if he didn't notice Marcus' sudden attack. Marcus became a hybrid. Corvinus looked surprised, not understanding what had happened. It should be Lucian's blood. When he fought with Victor, the blood flowed into the blood coffin and awakened Marcus, who was sleeping. Luke explained with a look of realization. Lucian, who was standing behind him, couldn't help but feel that Superman's acting skills were superb. All this, obviously, was expected. Father. After becoming a half-werewolf, half-vampire hybrid, Marcus's strength had greatly increased, far beyond the elders. Coming in through the hotel's floor-to-ceiling windows, the bat wings behind his back retracted slightly, and he looked indifferently at Corvinus. The hotel manager had just replaced my windows. Luke muttered silently. Last time Cellini visited late at night, he broke the French window, and Howard paid the bill. Although the hotel insisted on not taking it and thought it was only a trivial matter. But as a decent person, Superman, the official delegate, also insisted on paying. The fine tradition was engraved in his bones that he would not and should not take advantage of the common people. If there were damages to public property, he had to compensate for it. What? Neptune's trident? The continental shelf oscillator? Oh please! Atlanteans were not common people. Besides, Luke didn't take advantage of them. You want to work with humans? I'm very disappointed. Marcus ignored the weak human being who had no sense of existence and spoke hoarsely. The hotel suite contained a werewolf, a vampire, and his biological father. A mere human being, living among them, was just like Husky entering into a wolf's den. Not worth caring about. Victor is dead. I saw his remains in the underground chamber. Marcus said excitedly. He must have been burned in the sun by the master of the sanctum and reduced to ashes. That guy was always clinging to power, challenging the rules of Temple of the Three, and now he got what he deserves. Corvinus stopped talking and wanted to remind his rebellious son that the man who killed Victor was beside him. My strength is much stronger than before, father. As long as we find William's whereabouts, our brothers together with you as the originator, we can drive the pure-blooded descendants of Dracula to extinction. Marcus was also a vindictive man. He was deeply hostile to the pure-blooded cronies of Dracula. As for humans, they are untrustworthy, weak, and greedy. They only deserve to be slaves. Hearing this, Luke coughed and flatly said, Mr. Corvinus, I find myself offended. Cellini and Lucian exchanged looks, secretly holding a trace of sympathy for Marcus. Any guy who took Superman lightly wouldn't end up well. Victor was a lesson learned. The vampire lord had been taught a bloody lesson with his own life. Shut up. Marcus, you've been blinded by the sudden power. Corvinus quickly chided. He didn't want his son to offend Superman. If the other party were angry and beat Marcus to death, he wouldn't even have a chance to take revenge. Marcus was rebellious, disobedient, and liked to get into trouble everywhere. But after all, he was a direct bloodline, so more or less, he should be given some tolerance. For the three branches of the Corvinus bloodline, William was unable to communicate properly, Marcus was too rebellious, and the unknown normal human was long ago erased by time, leaving only a continuous succession of descendants. Simply put, Marcus was probably the only son who could communicate with him, and he didn't want to see him die under Superman's iron fist. You've lived too long and worn out your ambition, father. Unfortunately, Marcus, whose pride was so inflated that it was about to explode, couldn't understand Corvinus's painstaking efforts. He was so immersed in the thrill of being a hybrid that he was high as a kite. Losing the weakness of being afraid of the sun, with the terrible power of a werewolf and the amazing speed of vampires, this was a perfect creature. His future potential was limitless. What Dracula, what pure blood descendants, what sanctum masters, all trash. I'm not much worse than you are now, father. So, let's face it, William and I can do great things that you can't even think about. Faced with the pressure of the ancestor, Marcus didn't panic in the slightest and laughed loudly, unify the blood race, get rid of the constraints from Temple of the Three and reach the top of the pyramid of power. Cellini, please shut him up. This guy is too noisy. Luke picked his eyebrows and spoke casually. This time, he didn't ask for Corvinus's opinion. Drink that blood and show this, crazy hybrid, what power is. Luke said lightly, completely ignoring the enraged Marcus. Swish! The bat wings behind the vampire hybrid's back suddenly stretched out like spikes tearing through the air. Its target was Luke's throat. Howl! Lucian had the good sense not to let Superman take action himself. Instead, he quickly transformed and blocked in front of him. Binge! If we cross 550 power stones today, I will release one extra chapter tomorrow. You can also read the next 50 chapters ahead on Patreon right now. Visit patreon.com/bingetranslations. Today's extra chapter coming in few minutes. 230, Chapter 228. My lord, times have changed. Sharp bat wings, like limbs, extended from Marcus's back. The hard bones quickly elongated and abruptly pierced through Lucian's shoulder, instantly splashing blood. Thud! The bat wings lashed like a whip, throwing Lucian, who had transformed into a werewolf and had increased his strength to one side, and slamming him hard on the soft carpet. The entire hotel suite shook as if something heavy had fallen, making a startling commotion. The Legion leader was able to hit Victor at least a few times, but when faced with Marcus, who had become a hybrid, he was unable to fight back. The power of the hybrid species can barely be perceived. Luke, leaning on the sofa and keeping calm, thought so. That's almost equivalent to half of Captain America. He used Rogers, who was famous for his combat power, as the unit of measurement. What a loyal dog! Getting rid of the Legion leader in the way, Marcus sneered and pulled back the elongated bat wings behind him. He licked the blood dripping on it. There was a trace of satisfaction on his ugly face. That's enough, Marcus. Don't go on with your nonsense and cause more trouble than you can handle. Corvinus, trying to pose as a strict father, shouted loudly. Unfortunately, with a rebellious son, this attitude would only achieve the opposite effect. Father, you have known about the hybrid race for a long time, but you never told us about it. With an apparent disgust in his eyes, Marcus looked at Corvinus, who kept his human form. William is a damn werewolf because of your bloodline. You could have made him better, but you didn't do anything. The fear of daylight is like a curse that has been seared into a vampire's body and can never be erased. The thirst for flesh haunts werewolves, making it impossible for them to think rationally. You could have solved all these problems. William and I were supposed to be perfect creatures, ruling Europe together and becoming great monarchs like Charlemagne. If we could have an army of hybrids, we could be invincible in the human world. Luke, who leaned against the sofa, scratched his ears and looked at Corvinus, who looked embarrassed. It was very difficult for the old father to have a stupid and rebellious son. As a Hungarian warlord, how could Corvinus not have a burning ambition? He also considered dominating Europe, ruling the world, and creating a glorious dark dynasty. However, Corvinus recognized the reality in time. After seeing Temple of the Three and the powerful capabilities of the Sorcerer Supreme, he decided to give up on that thought. How could vampires and werewolves be more terrifying than the dimensional demons? Want to take over the earth and rule mankind? At the entry level, there was already the alien overlord, the Alphather. Anything below this level should just go to sleep early, like good little kids. Therefore, Corvinus thought about it seriously, decided to follow his inner will, and chose to be an unknown moderate. Sometimes, the key to living a long life wasn't strength but vision. The easily proud and arrogant guys were usually killed as soon as they left the novice village. Selene shut him up. Luke looked at the female vampire warrior who had entered the transformation stage and gently said, "If we go on, I'm afraid we'll have to force Mr. Corvinus to take action himself and kill his own son." Selene, who quickly injected the Corvinus blood sample, struggled to nod. She was experiencing great changes in her body, and her tall figure seemed to be getting slimmer. The bones made a subtle sound as if they were being pulled up. Then, the fitted leather jacket, as if overwhelmed, tightly stretched, outlining the fiery curves. The hybrid has a second growth effect. Luke glanced at the big headlights, which were particularly striking, and then at the taller, more muscular Marcus. Thinking, because they were different genders, they developed in different areas. This the hybrid. Selene was unaware of her boss's strange and inexplicable thoughts. After a few moments of intense pain, the genetic chain in her body reassembled itself as if it were rapidly breaking down. Her pupils turned completely black as if they could absorb light. Her limbs were stronger, and huge bat wings popped out from her back like Marcus. A fierce aura suddenly burst out. "Haha, I remember you, Selene. The little pet next to Victor." Marcus's eyes were cold, like needles sticking to his opponent. "Now you have become a traitor to your coven, a lapdog of a human. What is the use of becoming a hybrid if you don't even have the rank of an elder?" Swish! The bat wings sprung out. Like a sharp knife. "Hold your arrogance." Selene's body flashed. She dodged the fatal blow that could have severed her head. "This will be your undoing, Marcus. Selene, who was also a hybrid, wasn't familiar enough with the sudden and powerful strength. She swept through with a streak of shadow and rushed out the floor-to-ceiling window, wanting a wider battlefield. I will prove to you who the best son of Corvinus is. Marcus made a sharp statement and followed after Selene, who was hovering at a low altitude. The two clashed like lightning in a rapid exchange of blows. Like a rolling blade, the bat wings kept spinning and slashing, bringing up strong air currents. Mr. Corvinus, there shouldn't be a problem if your son gets injured, right? Luke walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked down at the two hybrids battling furiously. Marcus was better in strength, while Selene was better in speed. It was down to who had more combat experience and endurance. Lieutenant General Cavill, Marcus deserves a lesson, but he... Corvinus watched Luke's expression change and silently swallowed the phrase is still a child. After all, Marcus has lived for hundreds of years, and no one would believe him if he said he was a spoiled child. I still hope you would do me the honor of teaching him a lesson, just this once. Corvinus was never a strict father. Otherwise, when William caused a wolf disaster, he would have stepped up and cut off the source. For so many years, the Hungarian warlord quietly wiped the asses of his two ungrateful sons and took care of the loose ends. They even came up with the idea of hiring people to write about vampires and make movies about vampires to expand their influence and cover up their existence. I have no bias against Marcus, but this is a personal vendetta between him and Selene. The corners of Luke's mouth turned up, and he whispered, how could there be room for two hybrids in the Corvinus Coven? The time when the elders took turns to rule has passed. There can only be one ruler in the future. Who will become the leader of the Coven, lead the vampires to the North American continent, enter the Magic Congress, and occupy that seat? All this will have to wait for the outcome of this battle. Winners will have power. Losers will remain in the sanctuary designated by the sanctums. Corvinus's heart jumped, there was a feeling of falling into a trap. He thought of the 3 seats in the Magic Congress discussed before. If Marcus lost later, it meant that Selene would have the final say in the future. If the female vampire warrior, who became a hybrid, took a seat. And then, Lucian, who had just shown his loyalty. He was the Lecan leader, and he would naturally occupy a seat. In this way, as the family's patriarch, Corvinus would have only 1 seat to hold. When a problem needed a resolution, and the 2 votes were against his 1 vote, then his voice was useless. General Cavill, I think, this is very unfair. Corvinus, who felt like an honest man being bullied, politely expressed his opinion. Is it? But that's fair enough for me. Luke raised an eyebrow and calmly replied. Don't mind the details, Mr. Corvinus. Marcus was already an elder, and becoming a hybrid will only make him stronger. Don't you have confidence in your son? You don't think he's a match for Selene? Corvinus looked at Marcus, who had the upper hand for the time being. He didn't know how to answer. Although it was said that his son was stupid and vicious. But in terms of strength, he was really a step ahead of Selene. However, there was always the strange feeling that it was all a trap. Such a thought crossed Corvinus's mind. While Luke was chatting with Corvinus, the battle between the 2 hybrids took a turn. Marcus's bat wings flashed, and he approached Selene, who was losing strength and was in a disadvantageous position. The blue-black veins on the ferocious face revealed a serious murderous intent. Fresh blood from the same race. I wonder how it tastes. A thought swept through Marcus's mind. He quickly strangled her neck. His hand felt like it was cast in iron. At the same time, boom! An ultraviolet bullet penetrated the heart of the hybrid man. You! Marcus's movement paused, and his hand dropped helplessly. He looked down and stared at the wound. Times have changed, Marcus. Werewolves are no longer hunted with swords, nor are vampires dealt with silver crosses and Bibles. Selene added one more shot. If he were a normal vampire, he would have been burned to ashes by the ultraviolet light. But Marcus was already a hybrid and was no longer under the curse of daylight. 2 bullets through the heart only made him weak. You should learn to accept the changes of the new world. Vampires hiding in dark castles have no future. We have to keep up with the times. Selene repeated the ideas Luke had instilled in her. Then, she ruthlessly tore off Marcus's bat wings. She watched the other party fall and smash into a house. Luke, who witnessed the end of the battle, shrugged his shoulders and comforted rather perfunctorily, what a pity your son lost, Mr. Corvinus. This may be the evolution of the times. 231, Chapter 229 Self-doubt, unbearable pain. Although there was some disagreement about the outcome of the battle. At the same time, there was a hint of dissatisfaction with Luke's decision. But in the end, Corvinus chose to accept it wisely. On the bright side, at least his bottom line wasn't breached. Marcus was alive. Even if his bat wings were torn off, he had lost his strength and fallen back to an elder level. At least his life was preserved. That's why it's important to have a father that could back you up, Luke couldn't help thinking so when he watched Corvinus packing up Marcus and taking him away. Victor, who had no backing, was burned to a crisp with heat vision. I thought you would take care of Marcus, my lord. Selene, who succeeded in getting rid of the curse of daylight, began to get used to this uncomfortable title. We have to save face for others. Corvinus has a good attitude, so there's no need to be aggressive. Luke shook his head. Marcus wasn't a threat. His purpose was only to help Selene reach the top position. And then he would pack up the Corvinus vampires and bring them back to the North American continent. When the time came, he would drop them into big cities like New York and Detroit. Let them fight and consume the pure-blood descendants of Dracula and the familiars who were rapidly expanding at the bottom. This was equivalent to knocking a spike into the dark world to facilitate subsequent meddling by SHIELD. The proposal for Magic Congress was temporarily under construction as expected. It would take quite a long time for it to be fully realized. Not knowing that, Corvinus found himself looking forward to the Magic Congress. Actually, the one with the bigger piece of the pie was Superman. How would he feel? Go and collect your people and your influence. Take them all to the North American continent and open up new territories. Luke ordered. Getting rid of the curse of daylight should be an irresistible quid pro quo for you. Selene nodded and agreed. She couldn't wait for dawn to arrive and see the sunrise. This female vampire warrior had almost forgotten what warmth felt like. In addition, tell the hotel manager to replace the window for me. Luke instructed. He didn't like rooms with drafts everywhere. This may be a bit of a problem. It's very late, and fixing it may only be done tomorrow. Lucian interjected. He had long since regained his human form, and his punctured shoulder had fully healed. It's better to call the hotel to change rooms, or perhaps you can sleep in the next room and rest for a while. The Legion leader made serious suggestions. However, his meaning wasn't as serious. Because Selene's room was next door. Do all the people in the world have the same way of pleasing their boss? Luke faintly froze and muttered. He couldn't help it. Lucian's conduct was a little familiar to him. Alessandro, who was the head of the Mafia back then, did the same. How could Superman be seduced by beauty? Like Captain America's incarnation, Luke's face remained unruffled and upright. Don't bother. I'll go to the second bedroom. He liked to follow his heart, not his kidneys. After all, the former could unlock more positions. Always finding different ways to play the same game to maintain a sense of freshness. Selene, who didn't say anything, heard the answer. Her face was slightly relieved, but her eyes were somewhat saddened. Women were such complicated creatures. They hated it when men were overly interested in them, but they also hated it when men weren't interested at all. Selene glared at Lucian, who had bad intentions, and then developed the beautiful misconception that General Cavill was a decent man. The previous one who thought this way rolled the sheets with him only after a few days. It's late. Let's rest. Luke waved his hand. He would never leave fatigue and stress for the next day. Therefore, he should sleep for 4 to 5 minutes every day for Superman, that was enough. A few days later, Luke set foot in New York City. He was followed by a tired-looking Howard, who had 2 heavy dark circles under his eyes. He was speaking forcefully and breathlessly as if his body had been emptied. In fact, it was true. After seeing vampires and werewolves, Howard seemed to have found new interests. Especially after Luke had taken in the Corvinus Coven to get rid of his trauma, he had in-depth communication with those adult female vampires in Superman's name. This was nothing. Most of the Vampire Coven members had rotten lifestyles. Multi-person activities and promiscuous parties were a common occurrence. Only a deviant like Selene could keep herself clean. Howard was funny and good-looking, so attracting a few vampires wasn't a problem. However, this guy has a unique vision. He was hitting on Elder Amelia, whose bat wings were torn off by Luke. She was a vampire who had lived for hundreds of years, had a wealth of experience in combat, had studied all kinds of positions, and was able to use her techniques with ease. In just a few days, Howard's body weakened at a noticeable rate, as if he had been drained. Although I paid a heavy price, when I left Paris, Amelia was reluctant and said I was the best man she had ever met. Howard laughed heartily. Proud, no doubt. I'll tell you the brutal truth. Luke, who stepped off the plane, spoke calmly. When a female vampire reaches a certain peak of pleasure, she can't resist the desire for blood, and it's not uncommon for her mating partner to be treated as food. The more exciting and enjoyable it is, the more intense the feeling would be. The lower-level vampires can be controlled, while the higher-level vampires are affected much more deeply. Do you have Amelia's bite marks on you? Or did she have the urge to eat you? Each one of Luke's sentences was more heartbreaking than the one before, and tons of critical hits were poured into Howard's fragile mind. His original smile instantly froze. No man would want to think that he didn't satisfy his partner. This was about personal dignity and ability. If none of these things happened, then the best man was probably just a simple compliment, so don't take it too seriously. Seeing Howard's sudden expression change, Luke achieved his goal. He comforted him with no sincerity, don't feel too bad. It's normal that your strengths have become weaknesses because you both are of different races. You make me want to strangle you. Howard's happy mood turned into a depressed one. At the thought of Amelia's praise and awe was all for show. He couldn't help feeling sad and began to doubt himself. Was it possible that all the women who had romantic encounters with him before were all? Once the thought sprouted, they couldn't stop. Howard got into his butler's car with a complicated mood. He was silent for a moment and asked, Jarvis, do you think I look like the kind of rookie who can't satisfy others? I mean, is it possible that women would deliberately flatter me and compliment me because I'm rich? Sir, I can't judge the duration and endurance of your, much less your bed life. Jarvis, who was sitting in front of him and driving, replied, although I'm English, I don't know much about other men. However, given your physical condition, I think you need to rest for a while, and proper abstinence will help you regain your energy. Hearing the butler's polite reminder, Howard was paralyzed in the back seat as if he had received an answer, his eyes losing their luster. I'm fed up with the rainy weather in Paris. At least New York has sunny days. After Luke had beaten Howard into a state of mourning, he also got into the limousine that came to pick him up. You've come 2 days later than the scheduled return date. The driver was Carter, who was wearing a white blouse with a bright red skirt today. I dealt with some other issues and was delayed. Luke smiled slightly. Fortunately, it all ended well, with Alexander Corvinus connecting the dots and sending the European vampires and werewolves to North America to be used against the pure-blooded descendants of Dracula, saving New York from becoming a mess. The trade channel with Atlantis was also finalized, and the establishment of the World Security Council is on the agenda. The most unexpected harvest was SPEAR. By providing the whereabouts of the hand, Zheng Xian owes me a favor now. When SHIELD officially enters the world stage and handles international relations, S.P.E.A.R's help will be very useful. Luke closed his eyes and took stock of the plentiful harvest picked during the peace summit. I heard you met a new woman in Paris, or rather, a vampire. Carter, who was holding the steering wheel, seemed to say so carelessly. That's all rumors. Speaking of this, it's Howard's fault. He just had to go to the Moulin Rouge. Luke's face remained unchanged as he threw his own best friend, Howard, under the bus. Anyway, the other party always had a bad reputation, and a little more scandal didn't matter. That's very much like him. After listening to Howard's misfortune in Paris, Carter's mouth smiled a little more. By the way, the other day, a monk dressed as a sanctum priest approached SHIELD and said that when you came back, you had to go to the New York sanctum. There seems to be something wrong, in Camartage. Surprise mass release goal. Every 400 power stones today equals 1 extra chapters tomorrow. Current PS, 1400. 232, Chapter 230 Setting foot in Camartage, the Ancient One on a business trip. What could go wrong in Camartage? This question flashed through Luke's mind. At this time, the future Sorcerer Supreme, Doctor Strange wasn't even an embryo yet. The predetermined successor hadn't appeared, and the Ancient One was stabbed by a traitor, so she was out of the way. She took advantage of the opportunity for early retirement. For the time being, there was no need for her to come out. Then go directly to Greenwich Village. Luke murmured. He planned to make a trip to the New York sanctum first. Anyway, S.H.I.E.L.D's work wasn't urgent. Instead of focusing on all kinds of boring documents, it was better to go to Kathmandu for a relaxing break than to attend one social gathering and boring meeting one after another. He didn't forget that Sorcerer Supreme had previously agreed to open Camartage's magic training course for himself. Let Howard rest for a while. Taking him to Camartage to train with the fierce masters now would probably completely empty this guy's body. Luke thought silently while watching the scenery outside the window. The elder vampire Amelia's squeezing to the last drop ability was one of the best. Howard, whose physical quality was just ordinary, was no match. Back pains, weakness, and exhaustion were normal. Even if he didn't get the upper hand, it was considered strong enough. After about 40 minutes of driving, Luke arrived at Bleecker Street, Greenwich Village. Since becoming a Superman and having a friendly conversation with Sorcerer Supreme, the three sanctums no longer refused his visits and were very kind to him. General, please come in. The building for the New York sanctum seemed to be surrounded by magical devices similar to sensory boundaries. Luke had just stepped out of the car when the same Master Nico who had greeted him before appeared at the door at the right time. The dark face was still covered with the same mysterious smile that inexplicably made people want to kick it very hard. Peggy, you should go home first. Help me put off the Pentagon and White House meetings. Just say I have other things to deal with. Luke turned to the commander of SHIELD and said so. His intuition told him that the masters of the New York sanctum had approached him and that it wouldn't be a minor problem. Okay. But the president? Never mind, it would have to wait until you come back. Carter's brow furrowed slightly, wanting to say something. Luke noticed the female agent's odd behavior but didn't ask any more questions, as Master Nico was still waiting at the entrance to the sanctum. General, Master Russell already knows about your visit. Tea is ready in the reception room on the second floor. Luke, who had been here several times, was familiar with it and went straight up the stairs. He pushed open the second to last room in the corridor, and in the ancient parlor, an old man with a white beard was sitting there. The other party who Master Nico called Russell, was also the master of the New York Sanctum. In fact, the Sorcerer Supreme had built a system that actually treated Kamar-Taj as a talent development organization. The disciples who were willing to stay and follow him or her were trained and mentored. If they were qualified, it wouldn't conflict with the competition. After graduation, they would be assigned to one of the 3 sanctums and go to various places to perform missions. Only those who performed well and were gifted were qualified to be the masters of the sanctums. Don't judge Russell by his old age and slow speech. If he could be the head of the New York Sanctum, obviously he would be a strong, muscular man, the kind who could kill a Bengal tiger with one punch. Today's masters have long gotten rid of the weak image of the past. Every day lifting weights, exercise, wearing heavy armor, or lifting a giant sword, yoke, and axe, everything was qualified. Because when signing a contract and borrowing the strength of the dimensions, they needed to pay a price. Without a strong enough body, they would die after a few years. Please sit, Lieutenant General Cavill. Master Russell, smiling kindly, handed over a cup of good tea. This old man with white beard was interested in Chinese culture. The tea ceremony was one of them. Well, it's an improvement over the last one. Master's understanding of tea making and tea drinking has grown more and more profound. Luke looked down and sniffed, and there was a fresh scent pouring in. Holding a porcelain cup in his hand, he took a sip of the translucent tea. The taste was delicate and mellow, with a bit of sweetness in the bitterness. Ha, ha, ha. I think Mr. Cavill has the best taste. Master Russell, who was praised, nodded with satisfaction. People in the sanctum only drink vodka, whiskey, and soda. They don't know how good tea is. Luke looked at the old man with the white beard, who talked in a very amusing way. Master Russell, did you have someone visit SHIELD to find me? After a few minutes of casual conversation to set the mood, he cut to the chase. General Cavill, the Sorcerer Supreme is no longer in Kamar-Taj. Before she left, she specially told me that if we encountered any difficult problems, we should call you. The old master cleared his throat and slowly said so. Ancient One wasn't in Kamar-Taj. Luke's eyes flashed as if he had a hunch. Could it be that a certain timeline had gone awry and needed the Sorcerer Supreme to restore order? What can I do to help the 3 sanctums? Luke smiled and kept his mouth modest, but inwardly he thought, Sorcerer Supreme wouldn't take advantage of the business trip to rest and relax, right? According to the Ancient One's easygoing style, the possibility of this wasn't low. As General Cavill is aware, there was an energy fluctuation in Temple of the Three's monitoring network about a few days ago. Master Russell raised his right hand. The ring on it glowed brightly and emitted a wave of magic power. As a high-level master, the original tedious incantations and spell arrays were as easy as pulling open a portal in a snap. Luke put down his teacup, followed the old master, who got up and went in. Dang! 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 Bells echoed. A cloud of green smoke swirled around as if they were in a temple. This is Kamar-Taj. Luke paused for a moment and hesitated slightly. The legendary Kamar-Taj was a holy place in the eyes of the masters and also the center of the 3 sanctums. What was the old master doing by bringing him here? Please come with me. Master Russell, who remained mysterious, acted as a guide. Luke followed suit and followed closely. He looked around, sizing up the place that was shrouded in a veil of mystery. He could see towers standing like a stone forest, and from time to time, monks in different colored robes or masters came out of them. They were scattered in groups of 3 or 5 with books or with magic weapons in their hands. Are they all practitioners? Luke asked curiously. Some are not. Master Russell smiled. There are no impermeable walls in the world, and even though Kamar-Taj is situated between mountains, which are too dangerous to climb, there are traces of its existence. There are always outsiders who are good at listening to information, who have learned of the location of Kamar-Taj through various channels, and who come here with various requests through the tests set by the masters. Most of them are lost travelers who have suffered setbacks, frustrated and confused. There are also poor people who are suffering from terminal illnesses. Luke took a quick glance and did see some physically disfigured masters and priests. When they came to Kamar-Taj and achieved their goals, some of these people would return to the world and continue their original lives. Some choose to stay and continue to explore the mysteries of the soul and the self, and enter the Temple of the Three. With a hint of respect in his eyes, Master Russell expressed his admiration, the Sorcerer Supreme never interfered with the decisions they made. Decades and centuries went by, and countless visitors found Kamar-Taj. She always watched quietly, patiently listening to each person's tragic fate and then solving the mystery for them. For Master Ancient One, this may just be a part of the world's movement. Luke smiled. Those same things might have happened countless times on different timelines. As they chatted, they entered the main hall. This is the most important place for Kamar-Taj. The 3 doors lead to different sanctums. Master Russell didn't try to hide anything but spoke generously. The globe above is a magical instrument. The radar is similar to the radar in the human world. Built by Sorcerer Supreme, it can monitor the energy fluctuation of the time nodes. If there's an invasion by creatures from other dimensions, we'll be able to detect it immediately and take emergency precautions. Luke tilted his head and looked at the large brass ball slowly spinning and flowing with bright light. You've brought me here. It's not like Dormammu is taking advantage of the Master Ancient One's leave and invade, right? He said half-jokingly. That was a proper dimensional demon. The Superman LV2 card had only entered the Alphather level right now, and there was still a slight gap with Odin, who was standing at the peak of that level. In terms of combat power alone, Luke wouldn't have much chance of winning against Dormammu. Unless the Ancient One was willing to lend him the Eye of Agamotto and let him go to the Dark Dimension to bargain. It's not that serious. The Sorcerer Supreme had just visited the Dark Dimension a short time ago. In the short term, Dormammu wouldn't reach out to Earth for now. Hearing the old master's answer, Luke couldn't help but hold a moment of silence for Dormammu. The Ancient One forced the loan shark to forget it. As a debtor, she went to make trouble in the territory of her creditors, as if it was just on a whim. These days, it's true that the one who owes debts is treated way better. There's a problem with the timeline, and there are abnormal energy fluctuations. Russell looked solemn and said, after careful investigation, we suspect that Kong the Conqueror has descended into this world using a time travel machine. Extra chapter coming in 1HR, please vote for tomorrow's extra chapter. 233, Chapter 231 Kong the Conqueror, Book of the Vishanti. Kong the Conqueror. Luke's eyes flashed. When he first met the Sorcerer Supreme, the latter mentioned this guy. He didn't forget the agreement with the Ancient One getting rid of Kong the Conqueror and expelling him from this timeline. No one would like a bastard who had nothing better to do, wanted to destroy the world and screw everything up, flying around like a fly in front of their eyes. The Sorcerer Supreme once wanted to slap the buzzing fly, Kong the Conqueror, to death. However, his opponent had taken up a lot of timelines in the past. Shoot one dead, and sooner or later, another one would come up. Unless the Ancient One spent a lot of time and energy. Follow the footsteps of Kong the Conqueror, retrace every timeline, and kill them all. Otherwise, this nasty guy would grow again after being cut down, like a leek. And grow thicker and stronger. His experience of fighting with the Sorcerer Supreme would also be enriched. All in all, the Ancient One detested Kong the Conqueror. However, as she couldn't leave her job for too long and couldn't spare so much free time, she couldn't kill this annoying fly in one go. Until she met Luke, the Sorcerer Supreme decided to let Superman play the role of a scavenger. Did you get a lock on his exact location? Looking at the whirling globe, Luke raised the key question. Kong the Conqueror's combat power, in fact, was very average. Probably equivalent to Iron Man, who had mastered future technology. He mostly relied on external items to solve problems. If Kamar-Taj's masters knew where he was hiding, Luke would just fly over and hammer his opponent to death with a single punch. No. All 3 sanctums signaled an alarm at the same time, and there were abnormal energy fluctuations in New York and London, which we can't distinguish. Master Russell sadly shook his head. As an experienced space-time stowaway, Kong the Conqueror knew all kinds of methods and techniques to avoid tracking and searching. In addition, he also had a specialized database of famous latter-day superheroes and was familiar with their weaknesses and flaws. The combination of all these factors made this guy extremely difficult to deal with. That's why the Sorcerer Supreme was interested in Luke. Superman didn't belong to any timeline of this universe. His past experience was blank, and his future development was constantly changing. Kong the Conqueror had no way to make valid and reasonable judgments and develop useful targeted solutions. I promised Master Ancient One that I would help her out with this problem. Luke looked away and nodded. According to Kang's style of doing things, he liked to pretend to be historical figures, pharaohs, Persian kings, people with power were usually chosen as targets. I'll start with this and send someone to investigate. As the saying goes, there are professionals in every field. In contrast to SHIELD, which specialized in intelligence work and had many agents under its command. Temple of the Three, which defended the Earth from dimensional invasion and protected the peace, was a bit inadequate in gathering information and tracing whereabouts. Thank you, General Cavill. I'll leave it to you. Master Russell smiled kindly. Before the Sorcerer Supreme left, she told me that Kamar-Taj's library was fully open to you, General. You can access as many of the books as you like. If you don't understand something, you can ask me. The old master was also a knowledgeable person who had read emotional intelligence and understood the principle of interpersonal interactions of reciprocity and rewards. Superman promised to help out and solve the problem for Kamar-Taj. It was only right for him to provide convenience to the other party. The library was one of the most important places in the Kamar-Taj. There was a collection of magic spells from ancient times to the present and many ancient anecdotes that had long been forgotten. In theory, such a treasured place that people yearn and aspire to enter should be heavily guarded and well regulated. But in fact, there was no one but an old librarian. It's a pity I couldn't meet old Wang. Luke stepped into the library lined with bookshelves. He glanced around but didn't catch a glimpse of the serious-looking fat man with a round face. This was expected. After all, even Doctor Strange hadn't been born yet. Wang, naturally, wasn't here yet. Kamar-Taj has many rules, and one of the most well-known is that knowledge should be shared. Master Russell had a smile on his face. Each of the followers of the Sorcerer Supreme, who passed the test, signed a contract with the three Vishanti and were able to use the sling rings with ease. Everyone could come to the library, browse and borrow books at will. Even if it were some forbidden spell, there wouldn't be a problem. The Sorcerer Supreme thought that this was also a kind of trial, which could test whether the master's heart was firm and whether they could hold back the temptation that came with great power. So, it was inevitable for Kamar-Taj to have traitors. Luke thought so silently. Sometimes, human nature couldn't stand excessive testing. Like the Sorcerer Supreme's disciple, Caecilius, who was defected to Dormammu. The reason why he betrayed the Ancient One was that he had studied the forbidden art. From there, he studied the way to penetrate into the dark dimension and steal power. Caecilius was just a high-level master. Even though he was gifted, what could he do to resist the corruption and compulsion from a dimensional demon? Therefore, from the moment he opened the book, his fate was already sealed. I suggest General Cavill should start with some basic knowledge, from low to high, from easy to difficult, which will help you build a systematic understanding. Master Russell was as enthusiastic as the salesman who came to your door to sell textbooks. This book, The Key of Solomon, is a 14th century work. The rules and incantations for summoning demons are detailed in the book, along with the corresponding contract drafting terminology, and in the latter part, black magic that encourages ritual killing. Luke looked along the old master's line of sight and found the yellowed book on the shelf. Wouldn't it be contradicting if a master from Kamar-Taj studies dark magic? He asked curiously. The Trinity of Vishanti represented white magic. This kind of exchange cost less, and the side effects weren't so terrible. Although dark magic was powerful, it often uses limbs, blood, and organs as a requirement for drawing power. Odd, Doctor Strange once suffered from an incurable gastric perforation because of excessive use. And even became blind once. This shows how painful the cost of dark magic was. Not so, General Cavill. Master Russell waved his hand and whispered, if you want to become a qualified master, you have to deal with the devils and demons in hell from time to time. As you know, those bastards who smell like sulfur are either rude or cunning, and ordinary people have a hard time dealing with them. Therefore, it's important to understand them, to understand the usual tricks the devil uses to deceive and the rules by which the devil is bound in this world. Masters aren't headstrong people who solely rely on brute force. We must learn to use our knowledge and brains. Luke glanced at the old master's muscular body, straining his robes, and felt that the other party didn't seem to add any points to his intelligence. Can I borrow that book? Luke took down the Key of Solomon and looked for his next target. Master Russell recommended several books, but none of them were to his liking. His eyes kept wandering and finally stayed on a dusty ancient book. That's the Book of the Vishanti, a collection of the best of white magic. The old master hesitated. General Cavill, it doesn't belong to the entry level. Only high-level masters could understand it. Luke's eyes lit up after hearing this, and he gently said, then I'll take this one. It's time to test Superman's talent for magic. Binge. Read next 50 chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge-translations. 234, Chapter 232. What Genius Is, Tactical Setback. The Book of the Vishanti. It was also called the Encyclopedia of White Magic and Defense Magic. The cover had the seal left by the first Sorcerer Supreme Agamotto, which could transmit many attack spells and was a powerful magic weapon in itself. It contained the world's most powerful known white magic and defense magic. Each of the spells written down could only be used for defense, never for attacking others. The reason for the existence of this magic book was to counter the Darkhold written by the ancient god Than. Every white magic and defensive magic could dissolve the black magic and lethal magic created by Than. It was precisely because of this that the masters of the three sanctums were invincible in the face of Darkholders and sorcerers at the same level. General Cavill, it's good to be confident, but once you encounter a setback, you are likely to fall into a slump. Master Russell was worried. He had seen many geniuses who had gone unrecognized. Most of the reasons for failure could be attributed to arrogance and conceit. The Temple of Magic favors the humble ones with a reverent heart. The original version of the Book of Vishanti was from the Trinity of Vishanti. Later, through generations of great masters, new spells had been added to make the content even more profound. Generally speaking, apprentice-level beginners in magic. Not to mention studying spells, even reading them was a luxury. This was equivalent to letting a junior high school student studying calculus and linear algebra vigorously. No matter how hard he worked, it was useless. Magic knowledge and mathematics were similar in the sense that they were like science. They don't lie, and they don't theorize. If you don't understand, then you don't understand. If you can't learn, then that's it. Although it is said that people who have the drive can do anything. But math problems are different. If you can't do it, you never will. And so was magic. I'd like to know the progress you make, General Cavill. If there is anything you don't understand, I can explain it to you. With his hands behind his back, the old master walked slowly to Luke's quarters. The other party chose to stay in Kamar-Taj, saying that he would concentrate on practicing for some time. And the search for Kang's whereabouts had been handed over to S.H.I.E.L.D. General Cavill, did you get anything? Master Russell saw Luke sitting in the courtyard and smiled. Considering taking care of Superman's self-esteem, he didn't directly ask how far he had learned. It usually took anywhere from a few minutes to a few days to perceive the power of magic and accept their presence, using Kamar-Taj's previous students' achievements as a reference. It wasn't easy to break the old concepts and accept new things. For example, Strange, whose hands were disabled, had to let the Sorcerer Supreme take him on a trip to dimensional space before abandoning his inner confusion. Then, drawing on magic and learning to control, use and manipulate it was another threshold that would screen many people. The sign of completing this step was the ability to infuse magic into the sling ring and open a portal. So far, the best student at Kamar-Taj had a record of 7 hours and 6 minutes. No one had been able to break it. As for the future Sorcerer Supreme, he was thrown to Mount Everest and almost froze to death before he learned this skill. I have a deeper understanding of the soul, the self, and magic. Seeing the old master, Luke's frowning brows slowly spread out. He seemed to be thinking about something and asked softly, but one thing, I'm puzzled about. The power of magic in the modern world is rather meager, and in a metropolis like New York, it's almost non-existent. That's why masters sign contracts with dimensional demons to borrow power. Am I right? Master Russell nodded his head. It was precisely because of the decline of magic power that those ancient gods would leave and hide in other dimensional worlds. Is there a problem, General Cavill? The white-bearded old master asked smilingly. If you find it difficult to absorb the magic power, you can use the spell in the Book of Vishanti to sign a contract with the Trinity of Vishanti. The cost of releasing white magic is much smaller. Generally speaking, there's no problem, as long as it's not consumed excessively. Luke shook his head and rejected Master Russell's suggestion. He didn't like being controlled by others, even if the Trinity of Vishanti had a good reputation and a hard enough background to be able to talk and laugh with the 5 gods. But he had no intention of becoming a master. He just wanted to learn some extra knowledge and improve his understanding of this aspect. And by the way, getting rid of the Sorcerer Supreme's possible peeking. I mean, without signing a contract with a dimension demon, it should be difficult to complete the process of casting spells. The expression on Luke's face became a bit odd. This is especially true for the higher level spells, which are even more impossible to perform. But why don't I feel anything? Master Russell was puzzled at first. Then he saw Superman pressing his hands into the void like a master. Boom! Space seemed to shake. The red lines shining with magic sparks spread out instantly and formed rapidly, interwoven into a round shield covering the courtyard. The Shield of Seraphim. Defensive magic that only high-level masters could release. Doctor Strange, Iron Man, and Spider-Man, together with a spaceship, fell to Titan and used this technique to save their lives. After reading The Key of Solomon, I probably understand some of the basics. Luke ignored the shocked look on the old master's face. He was a genius ordained by the Ancient One. It was easy to throw out a few high-level spells without any problems. Those profound knowledge crammed into his brain, not even waiting for himself to understand, would rapidly be digested. Long spells in obscure language aren't difficult to understand. It's just... Luke paused and wondered, why do I hear the sound of someone speaking every time I cast a spell? Looking at the shining shield of the Seraphim, Master Russell accepted that Superman was a master of the mystic arts. The shocked look in his eyes retracted with great difficulty. When he heard Luke's question, his brain crashed. General Cavill. When you cast spells, would you hear a voice? The old mage's throat rolled a few times, and with difficulty, he said, are you sure it's not hallucinations? When you meditate, do you find that many stars shine in the spiritual world? Luke frowned for a moment and nodded, they seem to be. He sat in the courtyard and went into meditation almost instantly. Immediately afterward, the soul form, which was no different from the real body, broke free. This is the astral projection. Master Russell felt numb. In just 2 days, this Lieutenant General Superman had completed a 2-week or even 2-month progress of the students in Kamar-Taj. Master, do you see these? The ethereal voice reached the old master's ears. He raised his head with a stiff face to see a huge star emerging in the form of a shadowy projection. Siddharak. Thin. Dormammu. Snake God Set. Master Russell woodenly said the names of the ancient gods and multi-dimensional big shots. How strong was Superman's talent to be able to attract their attention? Could it be that Cavill was the next Sorcerer Supreme candidate? The old master looked at Luke with a sharp glint in his eyes. It must be so. Binge. Read next 50 chapters on patreon.com/binge translations. 235, Chapter 233 3 days to enter, 5 days to graduate. Being looked at by so many dimensional demons, really wasn't normal. With Luke's amazing talent, Master Russell became even more sure of his guess. This Superman was probably the successor chosen by the Ancient One. This would explain why the other party had so many privileges. Going in and out of the 3 sanctums so easily, flipping through the library at will, and setting foot in Kamar-Taj. The word rules didn't apply to Luke. The high and mighty Sorcerer Supreme seemed to be treating him differently, making several exceptions and opening the door for him. When he thought about it, this guy being the successor of the Ancient One was even more convincing. Is that, Master Russell, a good thing or a bad thing? Luke, who maintained his astral form, looked at the many bodies projected. He didn't know about the old master's crazy thoughts. Although the Ancient One did say earlier that she might have made Luke a candidate for the Sorcerer Supreme if she didn't have a better choice in Doctor Strange. To be the leader of Kamar-Taj, the leader of the 3 sanctums. In addition to their outstanding talent, they must also have the spirit to sacrifice for the world voluntarily. This may be the only aspect where Superman was inferior to superheroes. He wasn't the kind of good guy who had a sense of dedication. Therefore, he wasn't a qualified candidate for a Sorcerer Supreme. It is hard for me to explain whether this is good or bad. After half a minute, Master Russell finally calmed down. The surprise Luke brought to him was like a promotional gift package that kept coming, one after another. He thought that this Superman was just a slightly qualified but ordinary person. Whoever thought that the dazzling light from the other party almost blinded the eyes of the old master? That was the unique brilliance of a genius. People couldn't directly look at him. Let me put it this way, General Cavill. The dimensional demons wouldn't lend their power for no reason. Master Russell organized the words and slowly said, for example, the Thin who wrote the Thin Scrolls wrote it on indestructible parchment. It calls to him in black magic. These parchments with the power of evil flowed into the present world and caused a storm of bloodshed. Many black magicians and sorcerers are willing to sacrifice their lives for the secret book. Later, those strange parchments were revised into a book called Darkhold. It is the source of all dark magic, and every master who gets it wouldn't be able to resist the temptation and can't help but want to study the powerful magic. As a price, they corroded and degraded, and their bodies would age rapidly. Finally, the dead souls flow into Thin's hands and serve as nourishment for the dimensional world. Luke frowned slightly, pondering. It sounds like the dimensional demons were a bunch of capitalists who raised and cut down their own food. First, they give some small profits to attract retail investors to enter. When they were fattened up, they would be harvested from time to time. They would take the body and the soul away. So, the Darkhold is the bait that Thin threw out. Luke gazed at the huge projected stars, which emitted dazzling lights of different colors. That's right. The black one is Thin's dimensional world. Master Russell pointed to the dark star with dim light and spoke with a solemn face, if you accept his call and choose to come closer, your soul will be drawn into it, lose its sense of self, and assimilate into it. And the rest of them? They all represent different dimensional demons. Luke glanced at the large red star, from which he felt a strong sense of oppression. That's Siddharak. The old master replied. Luke's eyes flashed, indicating his understanding. Siddharak was a well-known shut-in, who always liked to stay in his own crimson cosmos. He was one of the few dimensional demons not interested in Earth. So, these demons have taken a liking to me. Luke reacted. The compulsive whispers during spell casting and the astral projections in the meditative state were a way for the dimensional demons to manifest their presence. It is so. General Cavill, your talent is extraordinary, and you qualify to become a legendary master. Master Russell wasn't stingy with his praise and smiled. Dimensional demons like to find qualified spokesmen in this world and lend them the power to carry out their errands. In the world of masters, there are always beautiful stories of getting to the top in one move. A nameless person accidentally finds a magic book or a treasure left by his predecessors, thus stepping on the road of becoming a legend. Generally speaking, the story ends here. Those listeners wouldn't know that after becoming legends, within a few years, the dimensional demons would make them pay a heavy price. Physical decay, self-annihilation. This is the real end. Luke raised an eyebrow. He could hear that the old master was warning him. Well, is there any way to block the dimensional demons, gaze? To be honest, their presence has been causing me insomnia lately. Superman asked. He had no interest in becoming a legendary master. Without the Eye of Agamotto, the Sorcerer Supreme versus Superman, it was probably a 50-50th match with the prerequisite that the Ancient One couldn't call someone. The Trinity of Vishanti was equivalent to 3 ancient gods. Unless Luke made another breakthrough, spanning 2 levels. Promote a single entity to become a multiple entity. Otherwise, it would be quite difficult to try to win in 1 against 3 battles. I'll go to the library later and get a copy of the relevant magic book. Master Russell pondered for a moment and seriously said, however, General Cavill, you must remain vigilant if you enter or leave the dimensional world in the future. Because you have attracted the attention of those dimensional demons, it is tantamount to being tagged. They may take a more aggressive approach. If you can't lure, you want to intimidate me. Luke's lips showed a hint of coldness. He thought to himself, I have never been afraid of anyone when it came to a fight. Even if he encountered someone from the single universe or multiverse level. Superman, who people only knew of as an existence in military strength, would suddenly burst into action. According to the comic book example, Clark Kent was able to punch through the 6-dimensional universe with an amazing display of power. Then let the demons come through. Luke's astral body returned to his flesh, opened his eyes, and spoke in a heavy tone. Master Russell suddenly remembered that his opponent had nothing but incredible magical gifts. He was a fierce man among fierce men. He could push an aircraft carrier with his bare hands and hammer down a building with his fists. No wonder Sorcerer Supreme was interested in General Cavill. As a master, one had to have an excellent physical body. The old mage's eyes lit up. He was even more convinced that this Superman was the Ancient One's chosen successor. By the way, Master Russell, I have a request. Luke seemed to remember something and spoke in an odd tone. Does Kamar-Taj have any spells to prevent people from peeking? Peeking? What kind of master would have such a hobby? Mage Russell was a little confused. I'll ask the librarians to find out if they have any spells about this for you. He said with uncertainty. General Cavill, do you need anything else? Luke shook his head. He had already learned how to release his soul from his body and how to cast spells. The next thing to do was to become a qualified high-level master in 3 days and graduate in 5 days. After all, he couldn't stay in Kamar-Taj for too long. Binge. Read next 50 chapters on Patreon. 2ch/d. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. 236, Chapter 234 Multiplayer Sports, Poison Ivy's Perfume. The magic system of right now had gone through thousands of years of development and evolution. From the ancient times of witchcraft books, rituals, and divination, to the white and black magic that gradually took shape, the whole complete and huge framework wasn't created overnight. The first Sorcerer Supreme, Agamotto, was the child born from the tear of Oshtur. He had remarkable talent and had been a powerful legendary master since he was a minor. In the barbaric times when magic was prevalent, Agamotto had used his iron staff to smash open the brains of countless demons. Even the Lord of Hell, Mephisto, wasn't spared. At that time, the Earth did not need to face the threat of the Dark Dimension. Dormammu was just a little wizard with no name. Agamotto's enemies, the god of the underworld Than, the serpent god Set, were ancient gods. Later, he gave the seat of the Sorcerer Supreme to the Ancient One and moved to the multi-dimensional world to reunite with his mother, Oshtur, to form the Trinity of Vishanti. As for the expansion of the Temple of the Three, the signing of a treaty with Heaven and Hell to prohibit the descent of angels and demons, that was another legendary story of the Sorcerer Supreme. In short, the history of the magic system was closely related to that of the Kamar-Taj. It can even be said that the Sorcerer Supreme had single-handedly erected this solid pillar of white magic. What a powerful pair of legendary mentor and disciple. Luke closed the book. The cover was impressively titled New History of Magic. Yes, he was learning about the past origins of the magical world. He didn't intend on learning much, but after several days of intensive courses, Lieutenant General Superman had become a qualified high-level master. Getting started in 3 days and graduating in 5 days wasn't just talk. Him, being said as a genius, had been turned into reality. Of course, this wasn't a big boost to Luke's strength. Because he did not sign a contract with the Vishanti, he could only cast some high-level white magic and defensive spells. He couldn't use lethal spells like Avada Kedavra, or Finger of Death. In contrast, Doctor Strange, who the Ancient One described as the best one among us, looked very lame. After Luke read the story of Agamotto and the Ancient One, 2 generations of Sorcerer Supremes. Inexplicably, he felt that the neurosurgeon, who looked very much like Sherlock Holmes and Alan Turing, couldn't really embody the word best. Agamotto singled out the god of the underworld, Then, and beat up Mephisto. The Ancient One beat Dormammu and beat Mephisto. Well, that cunning Lord of Hell was really unlucky. Luke couldn't help but shed a tear for Mephisto, he was really pitiful. And Doctor Strange, the most notable achievement was probably his negotiation with Dormammu, and incidentally, letting Asgard's Loki free fall for half an hour. So, the reason why Strange didn't look like a sorcerer supreme at all was found. He didn't beat up Mephisto, which is probably the way to become the strongest master. Luke, whose mind diverged for a while. His soul returned to his physical body. Recently, he had been addicted to the astral projection experience. This was an experience in which the body was asleep, and the soul continued to move. Like feathering and floating, it made his body feel extraordinarily light. Moreover, the soul was more sensitive to the surrounding natural elements. It's like taking off your coat and running around naked. Superman's wonderful metaphor. It's time to go back and deal with Kong the Conqueror. Luke opened his eyes. No one knew when the Ancient One would come back, and it was useless for him to stay in Kamar-Taj. No one can find her at a critical moment. This is just how the Sorcerer Supreme is. If they could use Temple of the Three's window to the worlds to monitor suspicious places 24 hours a day, they could always find traces of Kong the Conqueror. Who knew that the Ancient One took the opportunity to take a vacation, and no one knew where she was? What is Malena doing right now? Luke, who had enough rest, stretched out his right hand wearing a sling ring and casually drew a circle. The beating magic sparks cut through space, revealing the opposite view, the balcony of the 46th floor of the Baxter Building. Hey! Luke, who was trying to surprise Malena, found that two figures could be faintly seen through the semi-open balcony. In addition to walking on flat-heeled shoes, she wore a floral dress with her long wavy hair behind her head. There's someone else. I can't believe she's smiling so happily. Luke narrowed his eyes, subconsciously thinking of certain drama plots. His eyes passed through the curtains in the wall. Finally seeing who the other person was. Oh, it's Carter. That's all right. Luke, with a serious face, instantly recovered his composure. He walked through the portal at a leisurely pace and arrived outside the balcony. The hustle and bustle of traffic in the streets of Manhattan poured into his ears. Luke blocked out the noise on his own. Malena and Carter's conversation rang out loud and clear. There's a rescreening of Roman Holiday at the cinema today. Do you want to go see it together? Malena was ironing her clothes, preferring to do it herself, even though she had a maid on staff. Do you like Audrey Hepburn movies too? Carter stood by with her arms across her chest. Of course, I am a big fan of hers. Malena put down the iron and cheerfully said, Luke attended a party before. There were a lot of Hollywood stars attending. I also met Hepburn, and she's a little more playful than in the movies. Is that so? I rarely attend such occasions. Carter mentioned that she prefers Hitchcock's films, such as Mr. and Mrs. Smith and Suspicion Type. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have mentioned that. Malena seemed to realize something and suddenly smiled apologetically. No, you misunderstood, Malena. I didn't mean that. The distracted Carter was suddenly a little unsure of what she should say. She didn't have any jealous thoughts. To be honest, the female agent didn't even know how to position the relationship between herself and Luke. I don't mind Luke taking you out in public. Compared with a female subordinate, a Sicilian lover is more suitable as a companion. Carter quickly explained. And for a while, I was annoyed by the rumors that were circulating in S.H.I.E.L.D. In this era, there's always prejudice against women. Some people think I only got to the commander's position because I slept with Luke. Malena smiled softly, with a motherly glow on her face. She was several years older than Carter and looked like the older sister next door. She gently hugged the other party's shoulder. The beautiful face that God has given you can sometimes be a source of misconceptions. Malena said reassuringly. She understood this quite well. Luke said that labeling people is a stupid thing to do. Peggy, you've proven yourself to be a great professional to those men. The atmosphere in the room suddenly eased down as if overflowing with a faint smell of flowers. Luke, standing on the balcony, was stunned. Isn't this a bit too fast? Malena actually captured the cold and attractive female agent with just a few kind words? I want to get involved too. Luke watched the two women snuggling up to each other, and his heart was stirring. It's time to unlock more positions and open the new version of the relationship. It's very difficult to execute. Luke's footsteps suddenly stopped. According to Carter's strong character, combined with a narrow outlook in this point, Malena was much better. After all, the latter was born in passionate Italy and still had an adventurous side in her heart. For example, the last time they were at the restaurant, Carter would have never done that. Multiplayer sports. Luke's eyes lit up when he remembered that the Ancient One was on a business trip, and he had found some tantric yoga books from Kamar-Taj's library. He silently spread his hand, and a bottle of perfume appeared in his palm. Poison Ivy's phenomenon perfume, a disposable item. Its effect was to increase one's attractiveness to the opposite sex. The side note said the effect was better between people of the same sex. Another fulfilling day. Luke looked up at the clear sky with an upright expression on his face. He wasn't motivated by inner lust but simply by a desire to free his mind from its chains and experience a higher realm. In Tantric Yoga, it's said that only by leaving behind complicated desires could we reach great harmony in life. After filling himself with a series of unrealistic ideas, Luke pushed open the balcony window and strode in. The warm sunlight outside, which cast itself into the room, was broken into fragmented shapes. Not long after, there was the sound of clothes brushing against each other inside. The three figures that intertwined with each other looked like a hazy oil painting, creating an ambiguous atmosphere. Binge. Read next 50 chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge-translations. 237, Chapter 235 Infinity Formula, Fury's Appearance. After a full night of sensual pleasure, all that was left behind was a variety of clothes tossed all over the floor and the lingering scent of ecstasy in the room. It was a mistake, almost making me useless. Luke scratched his head and thought with annoyance. Poison Ivy's pheromone perfume was really too effective. It's just that he somewhat ignored the note. The effect was better between people of the same sex. Therefore, Luke could almost only watch the 2-hour show and couldn't join the battle much. Facts proved that if two women had feelings for each other, they would completely forget that there was a man in the room. He was a master of unparalleled skill but unexpectedly didn't get the chance to prove it. Can I take the day off, Director? Carter asked, with her eyes half open, embraced Malena, who was still wandering in a sweet dream. Her voice was extraordinarily charming. Compared with her usual cold temperament, she was like a different person. Was this the beauty of developing a new version of the relationship? Granted. Luke took a glance at Malena and Carter, who were intertwined, and lamented, multiplayer sport is really time-consuming. Morning came before we knew it. The energetic Lieutenant General extinguished his desire for another battle. He wasn't a heartless pile driver who only cared about his own pleasure. It's time to check S.H.I.E.L.D's work and see if there are any clues about Kong the Conqueror. Luke thought silently and left the messy bedroom. He spent a little time washing and then ordered a hearty breakfast through room service. Pancakes with syrup, bacon, and eggs, toast with jam. It tastes pretty good. During the few days he stayed at Camartage, he was served 3 bland meals a day, which made Luke, who was used to the decadent life of capitalism, a bit uncomfortable. I have to keep my original intentions, don't be fooled by sugar-coated bullets. After eating a 3-person breakfast on his own, Luke finally filled up his empty stomach. Sex was still a physical workout. Has SHIELD started the SSS program? At the corner of the Lieutenant General's eye, he caught a glimpse of several documents placed on the desk in the study. Carter must have purposefully sent them over for him. Clearly, Luke wasn't a competent director. He threw most of his work to Carter and devoted his energy and time to other things. Nevertheless, the general framework of S.H.I.E.L.D, as well as the future development plan, were formulated by this unprofessional Superman alone. The SSS plan was one of them. The predecessor of SHIELD, the Brotherhood of the Shield, which gathered many famous people in history, had researched immortality elixirs. In front of the scale of time, the length of human life was indeed very small, like a single molecule of water in the ocean. So, Isaac Newton, yes, that encyclopedic all-rounder could be ranked among the top 10 great geniuses in human history. He was a member of the Brotherhood of the Shield. To renew the life of the great prophet Nostradamus, Newton used his wisdom to crack the code of life and developed the real immortal elixir. It kept Nostradamus alive for centuries, but the side effect was dementia to his brain. The Brotherhood of the Shield was a great bunch of people who prided themselves on their brilliant minds, genius ideas, and amazing capabilities. After learning that they were at risk of becoming senile or getting dementia, they would naturally stop using the so-called immortal elixir. Therefore, the Brotherhood of the Shield destroyed the first batch of finished elixirs. This shocking secret that could have caused an uproar was concealed if it had been known to the world. It's just that times had changed, and history had changed. Although the elixir was gone, the formula was preserved. It was called the Infinity Formula. At the beginning of SHIELD, a group of scientists was recruited as the driving force of the research team. Apart from Howard, Trask, and Dr. Zola, these were some of the top people who significantly increased scientific power. There was another person who came under Luke's radar, and his name was Berthold Sternberg. The other party wasn't a famous scientist but a pure scholar. Professor Sternberg discovered the incomplete infinity formula from Hydra's large number of documents and perfected it. This was the origin of the SSS project. Luke, as Superman, didn't have to worry about whether his life would reach the end too soon. But Malena and Carter were both ordinary people. For future consideration, anti-aging agents that could prolong life should definitely be on the agenda. Sure enough, as long as the investment is guaranteed and the general direction is correct, any research project would be extremely efficient. Luke smiled at the corners of his mouth and flipped through the data. The anti-aging agent perfected by Professor Sternberg wasn't as potent as Sir Isaac Newton's original version. The first-generation elixir allowed Nostradamus to live for over 10 centuries, saying it was the elixir of life wasn't an exaggeration. Of course, while the effect was good, the side effects were also great. The famous prophet and astrologer had since become senile and only occasionally regained lucidity. In layman's terms, it means life 100, IQ 99. Has it entered the human clinical trial stage? Luke quickly scanned the contents of the data. Professor Sternberg's anti-aging agent could only dramatically reduce the rate of human aging, not make the user immortal. It needed regular injections, and once it stopped, they would age rapidly. It was at least better than dementia and direct intelligence reduction. Barely passable. Luke said regretfully. If he got the complete infinity formula, he might reverse engineer the immortal elixir. Unfortunately, the Brotherhood of the Shield had long since disappeared, and he didn't know on what timeline they would show up again. Those ruthless people were the real bosses who could trap Celestials to death. Their daily task was to travel through time and space to solve all kinds of big crises and big events. It's him. Luke was a little surprised to see one of the participants in the SSS project. A rather young black soldier appeared on one of the participants' profile documents. His name, Nicholas Joseph Fury. His resume stated that he served in World War II and later joined the CIA, where he was currently serving as a unit leader for field agents. The military's assessment of this man was that he had excellent command, combat skills, and was an excellent intelligence agent. He ended up in my hands. Luke shook his head and chuckled. When he established SHIELD, he had thought of looking for Nick Fury, the future candidate for director. It's just that, with his own intervention, this braised egghead might not be able to work as he did on the original timeline. Superman had changed Captain America's past and interfered with Howard Stark's destiny, which was enough to set off a chain reaction. Although the bastard always carried a belly full of intrigue, with countless secrets in his head, never fully trusting anyone. But there was one thing that had to be acknowledged, he was indeed an excellent agent. Because of his paranoid character, Fury was less likely to trust the federal government. His moral bottom line was similar to Luke's, ensuring that he could maintain his reasoning at all times, with the greater good in mind. When necessary, he could make the hard choices. Of course, the most important point was that Superman would be happy to train a candidate for a future director personally. With the gradual expansion of S.H.I.E.L.D., Carter's capacity was limited, and she couldn't handle all the work. This was when a chess piece was needed. Nick Fury was undoubtedly a good choice. Good. Luke closed the profile and said, "It's time to meet, Director Fury." Binge. Mass release. Extra chapter tomorrow if book ranks in TOP3. Vote. 238, Chapter 236. Hello sir, Agent of SHIELD. Many years later, when Nick Fury was alone, he always thought of this afternoon. His first meeting with the legendary Superman, the first director of SHIELD. Although the specific content of the conversation had long been forgotten. But Fury still remembered his uneasy mood at that time and was even more excited than being a veteran of World War II and receiving an interview with the president. If people say that Captain America was the worthiest idol in the eyes of every child in the 1960s, then Superman was probably the hero in the eyes of all the veterans, although most people only judge from appearance. Hello, sir. No, should I call him General or Lieutenant General? In the summer of 1946, Nick Fury walked into S.H.I.E.L.D.'s building while practicing how to greet him later. He was the leader of the CIA's field operative team, specializing in collecting foreign government-related intelligence and sabotaging domestic spies. Hello, I have an appointment with Lieutenant General Luke Cavill. Fury, a little unaccustomed to his high-end suit, scratched his neck and spoke to the beautiful young receptionist. Out of professional habit, he looked around secretly. Compared with the CIA headquarters in Washington, D.C., near the Lincoln Memorial, only a few other employees were here. S.H.I.E.L.D. looked good. It occupied a huge office building, and everyone wore standardized uniforms, even the receptionist was much prettier than theirs. No wonder the guys all want to move here. Fury thought silently. He heard that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s casualty compensation was 3 times more than that of the CIA. Everyone preferred the better terms and conditions in a comfortable working environment. Even FBI and CIA agents and operatives, there was no exception. Many people think that the salary level of intelligence workers should be very high. Actually, it's not. I wonder if SHIELD agents are earning 3 times as much as the CIA. This thought flashed through Fury's head. For example, there were 19 levels of positions in the FBI, with the D4 level being the highest and the A1 level being the lowest. In general, the total salary of a D4 for 1 year was around $120,000 to $130,000. The average annual salary for a newly hired A1 was only $40,000, similar to that of a rookie NYPD officer. After taking out the necessary subsidies and overtime and deducting the 26% federal, state, and local taxes, the actual amount they could get was probably even less. The same was true for the CIA, even for agents who were active overseas all year round. In addition to the funds allocated for operations, the real annual salary was only $70,000 to $80,000, which wasn't as good as the Wall Street bloodsuckers. As bottom-of-the-barrel agents, the most generous sum of money they could receive in their lifetime was probably the severance pay after they died on duty. Not every agent, like James Bond, wore a handmade high-class suit, suave, enjoying cars and drinks, and having an enviable life of global travel. That was more of a dramatized imagination that had been embellished and romanticized. Mr. Nick Fury. This is your access card. Please take the elevator and go up to. After checking the information, the receptionist handed an electronic access card to Fury. The director is in a meeting. You may have to wait a few minutes. Fury nodded, took the access card, and turned to the elevator. He didn't know why Superman wanted to see himself. He was just suddenly informed that a meeting was scheduled for this afternoon. At first, Fury got the letter in his mailbox and thought he'd come across a new form of fraud. He read in the newspaper that some professional scammers would send many people letters like "Congratulations on winning the first prize" or "Rich woman seeking a child for a lot of money." Taking advantage of people's nature of wanting to get rich quickly, to receive the reward, or to be chosen by the rich woman, they must first send money. Those reasons were so bizarre that it was almost immediately obvious that it was a scam. If they could cast a wide enough net, they could always catch a foolish fish. Many people that had fallen for the scam got angry and reported it to the police. Especially those who were looking forward to spending the night with a rich woman. After finding out that the so-called rich woman was actually a stingy man, their hearts were damaged twice. So, the vigilant Nick Fury originally wanted to assist the police department in Virginia by making a report to break up the scammers group. However, after opening the letter, he saw the red stamp of SHIELD on it, with the address and contact information. With a dubious and cautious attitude, Fury made a phone call and got a definite answer from the secretary. Superman wanted to meet him. It turned out to be true. Fury was confused at that time. How did he, a nobody, get the attention of that lieutenant general, the war hero? Is it because of the SSS program? Fury walked into the elevator, a little puzzled. He was one of the hundreds of soldiers recruited for the anti-aging drug test by the military. The purpose was simple, to earn extra income. Generally speaking, some retired veterans or recruits in the military were willing to try those experiments that required volunteers, as long as the risks weren't very high. If they could earn a lot of money easily, who wouldn't want to? Of course, if they were unlucky enough to meet a conniving official, they might have to be a guinea pig for free. Corruption and dishonesty were everywhere, and it's just a fact of life. As the director of SHIELD, how could a lieutenant general waste his time meeting with every soldier participating in the test? Fury shook his head and denied this guess. He stepped out of the elevator with trepidation, walked through a curved corridor with 2 doors, and was guided by a female secretary into the director's office. Please wait a moment. The female secretary had a sweet smile on her face. Okay. Nick Fury sat upright, watching the graceful back, disappearing in the doorway. The secretaries, beside big shots, always looked beautiful. The bored Fury thought so. A few minutes later, the office door was pushed open. A cheerful smiling voice entered the room earlier than the figure. Hello, Sergeant Fury. Seeing the legendary Superman, Nick Fury quickly got up. His first reaction was that he was too young. Although Superman was often featured in newspaper headlines, the feeling was undoubtedly a little stronger when he saw him in person. Sergeant Nicholas Joseph Fury, 1st Battalion, 5th Cavalry Regiment of the Army, reporting, General. Hearing Luke addressing him with his military designation, not as a CIA agent, Fury subconsciously gave a military salute. A loud voice echoed through the office. Sit down, don't be too formal. The corners of Luke's mouth smiled, seeing the future braised egg-headed director, now looking like a novice rookie, was quite amusing. Sergeant Fury, I've read your file. You served with commendable dedication during World War II and currently lead a field team in the CIA. Not long ago, you captured a few spies. Even General Vandenberg has heard of you. Hoyt Vandenberg, a lieutenant general in the Air Force, was the current CIA director. Speaking of which, SHIELD and the FBI weren't very cooperative, and the latter's director Hoover was repeatedly humiliated by Luke in public. However, their relationship with the CIA was good, and it was almost a friendly alliance that helped each other. Lieutenant General Cavill, you're praising me too much. The young Fury grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. He was modest, but he couldn't hide the excitement in his heart. This was a compliment from Superman. Sergeant Fury, have you ever considered joining S.H.I.E.L.D.? Luke leaned forward and tapped his fingers on the table. I welcome talents here, like you. There was an obvious shock on Fury's face. Is he recruiting me? I'm with the CIA. Fury, who was still young, scratched his head and hesitated. It's okay. General Vandenberg doesn't mind you moving to SHIELD. He's even planning a farewell party for you. Luke stopped tapping his fingers and whispered, we usually have 2 weekends off here. The extra overtime fee is calculated by the hour. The pension is 3 times higher than that of the CIA, and disability insurance is also attached. You can get a single apartment in New York after 5 years of service. By the way, if you go to Las Vegas for a relaxing vacation and mention that you're a staff member of SHIELD, you can stay in a hotel and enjoy the luxury suites, play in the casino and use the private rooms for VIP customers. Director Cavill, when can I go through the entry formalities? After listening, Fury nodded in agreement. He originally wanted to show his attachment to the CIA, but SHIELD had offered so much. He didn't even need to think about it. Binge. Read next 50 chapters on Pat Rayon. Visit patrayon.com/binge-translations. 239, Chapter 237 Giving Too Much, Undercurrents in the White House. Nick Fury didn't know why Superman wanted to recruit him, but this didn't prevent him from agreeing. 2 weekends, triple pensions, single apartment in New York, luxury suites in Las Vegas, and VIP customer treatment in casinos. These were all benefits that the CIA couldn't give. If those colleagues knew it, they would certainly rush to S.H.I.E.L.D. to apply for a position, even as a temporary worker. An agent couldn't live off feelings and attachments. In the face of a higher salary and better conditions, everyone would know what to choose. The young Fury was no exception, although he had some inner doubts. What does General Cavill see in me? This was what made Fury, who had left the office, feel puzzled. As a nobody in the CIA, he didn't have an impressive resume. He led the capture of several Soviet spies, which was the largest and most meritorious mission Fury had ever participated in since joining the intelligence division. Compared with the legendary agents who carried out various dangerous missions in the CIA, Fury was nothing. Lieutenant General Cavill's compliment just now was more of a polite remark than a real one. The only person who could talk to the CIA on an equal footing was perhaps Director Vandenberg, who also held the rank of Lieutenant General. If S.H.I.E.L.D. wanted to recruit him, it only needed to send a letter or give notice. There was no need for Lieutenant General Cavill to come out in person. This was really abnormal. What strengths do I have that I don't know about and that Lieutenant General Cavill had discovered? With this question, Fury walked into the elevator. He would go through the formalities tomorrow, sign an employment agreement, and become a glorious agent of SHIELD. I'm sure I'll have to invite my CIA colleagues to dinner tonight. This was a necessary procedure. Fury was already looking forward to the envious looks on the guys' faces when they found out he got triple their pension. Well, it didn't mean that anyone really wanted the money right away. Grandpa always warned me to remain kind but still be vigilant at all times. The elevator descended all the way down. Fury returned to the hall and looked up at the shining silver eagle emblem. As a black man who suffered from discrimination, he didn't believe that there was such a thing as unwarranted goodwill in the world where everything was profit-driven. In the young Fury's view, even if Luke chose to recruit himself because he was interested in him, it was more convincing than mere admiration. Of course, the above were totally groundless assumptions. Who didn't know that Luke had a gorgeous Italian lover and was very close to Miss Carter, the commander of S.H.I.E.L.D. Also, according to gossip from unknown sources, even the representative of the mutants, the White Queen of the Hellfire Club, actually had an improper affair with him. So, how could Lieutenant General Cavill, who had such a reputation for being a womanizer, be interested in Fury? Even if there was interest, it was Superman's comrade, Captain America Steve Rogers was more dangerous. A new life is about to begin. The young Fury shrugged off these questions and reached out to stop a cab. He was ready for a bright future. With such a promotion and salary increase, he was on his way to the peak of life. You think highly of this new agent? It's rare to see you waste your valuable time on a random nobody. Luke stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with his arms on his chest, watching Nick Fury leave. The voice of an acquaintance came from behind him. It was Howard, who was full of enthusiasm. I want to nurture a competent helper. With the expansion of SHIELD, Carter's workload is getting heavier and heavier. A large organization shouldn't rely on her alone. Luke turned around. After a few days of recuperation, Howard looked much more refreshed and had probably recovered from the female vampire's crazy exploits. How have you been? Getting along well with that Soviet scientist? Howard bristled at the mention of scientific research. He did not hide the arrogance of a genius he had. I can only say that Anton Vanko is a good assistant. At least he keeps up with me and doesn't look like a chimpanzee after I finish talking about my design ideas and specific plans. Look, this bitter sarcasm, mean-spirited comments, an obvious Stark family style. Howard, I have a hunch. Sooner or later, you will be beaten to death because of your mouth. Luke's mouth twitched. He finally understood why Trask and Dr. Zola didn't want to talk with Howard. During their regular breaks, the two men, who were also top scientists, preferred to order a meal and return to the office to enjoy it alone rather than face the constant chatter from Iron Man's father. There's no way around it. This guy could always destroy other people's appetite and good mood quickly and effectively. Don't think that I'm still like how I was in the past. Howard made an innocent look and seriously said, people who know me know that I'm actually courteous and easygoing, easy to talk to. How's the progress with the power armor? Luke smiled and changed the subject. It will take some time before it could be put into use, especially in regards to materials. I'm still waiting for your surprise package. Howard had a copy of the information in his hand and tossed it onto the table. By the way, I have been looking for you several times before. Carter said that you went to Kathmandu and planned to take a trip to purify your soul. What's going on? As Peggy said, I did go to Kathmandu. Luke readily admitted it, there was no need to hide it. Not only that, I got an extra harvest. Snap. He snapped his fingers. A cluster of fire ignited at the tip of his finger. Afterward, the faint light was drawn into an arc. Like a living thing, it changed its appearance. It was like a wonderful show that dazzled the eyes. I am now a high-level master who graduated successfully and is recognized by Kamartaj. Luke raised the corners of his mouth and whispered. Master. Howard was frozen for a few seconds, and with unprecedented respect, he sincerely said, Master, I would like to learn this. A strong desire to learn, and a burning flame of curiosity, instantly took over his heart. After seeing vampires and werewolves, Howard was very calm about the existence of magic in this world. You'll have to wait a while. The principal of the Master's Training School has been away on business recently. Luke shrugged his shoulders, having expected Howard's reaction. Obviously, science and women couldn't satisfy Iron Man's father. This guy needed something more exciting. Learning magic was a good option. By the way, Iron Man seems to have been a sorcerer supreme in some other future timeline. Back to business, what happened to the matter I asked you to investigate before? Luke cleared his throat and straightened up. He looked around with supervision, without missing a single detail. His super hearing enveloped the room, not letting go of a single abnormality. He didn't continue to speak until he confirmed that there was nothing wrong with his office. I didn't tell Carter about spying on the President and the White House. I only told you. I haven't found anything wrong for the time being. Howard touched his mustache, and half-jokingly said, if word gets out that SHIELD is secretly listening to the White House Oval Office, I'm afraid it will cause an uproar, and you might not be able to step away from it. Luke grimaced, what's so strange about this? About 20 years from now, a president would be forced to resign because of similar incidents. Why do you suspect the president? He has so many Secret Service agents and bodyguards on his person. How could there be a problem? Howard asked, puzzled. In addition to my sensitive instincts, I found a few clues about the White House. Luke pulled open the right-hand drawer and threw a few blurry photos, along with a report, at Howard. Binge. Read next 50 chapters on Pat Rayon. Visit patrayon.com/binge-translations. 240, Chapter 238 Familiar Clan, Black Under the White. This is Mr. John Stillman. Howard, who spent a lot of time in the Pentagon and occasionally attended White House parties, recognized the man in the photo right away. The other party was the right-hand man beside the President, John Stillman, who was the Chief of Staff of the White House. The seat he held was known as the Second President and the Gatekeeper of the White House, and he was arguably one of the politicians closest to the center of power in Washington, D.C. Who is the other guy? And a man, is there a problem with Stillman's sexual orientation? That's big news. Howard was always gifted with the ability to think of everything with the lower half of his body. But in politics, it shouldn't be much. As far as I know, Hoover from the FBI is bisexual. Luke, you know, those powerful people, who call themselves high class, are actually very dirty. Please don't take yourself out of the picture when you are using mean words to satirize them. Glancing at Howard, who was losing focus, Luke got up and walked over to the liquor cabinet and took out one of the high-end whiskeys that came from the Stark residence. As the boss of Stark Industries, an arms tycoon with a deep background. Howard, don't forget, you're also a member of the upper class that's full of dirty people. And, in a way, you're still the centerpiece. Clink, clink, clink. The ice cubes hit the wall of the glass and made a crisp sound. The amber liquid was poured into the glass, rippling out in a circle. Would you like a drink? Luke asked, turning his head. Entertaining me with my own things, you're a real businessman. No wonder the budget committee gets a headache when they see you. Howard's mouth was unforgiving, but his body was honest. He reached out and took the glass of whiskey. Then again, what made you pay attention to Stillman? Iron Man's father had some doubts. In his impression, Superman wasn't interested in politics, especially politicians who play politics. Otherwise, before, when the president revealed his intention of pulling him in, he wouldn't have had to refuse so quickly. Luke took a sip of the cold liquid, his eyes flashed, and whispered, according to the theory of 6 degrees of separation, the distance between you and any stranger you want to contact is no more than 6 people. That is, you can theoretically meet every stranger in the world through at most 6 mediators. Howard narrowed his eyes and pouted, it sounds like nonsense, but it's really interesting. It's a logical trap because no one knows who the 6 strangers are, and it lacks the conditions to specify the target, so it can go around by force. He raised his chin and commented. Howard, why can't you ever stay focused? Luke shook his head helplessly, pointed his finger at another man in the photo, and said, I just wanted to say that if you want to find out a person's true identity and political stance, you can start from his social circle, who he knows and who he is closely related to, which to some extent represents his class and position. On the surface, John Stillman is the president's confidant, the gatekeeper of the White House, and the privileged number 2 in Washington. But he met a vampire privately, and the two spent a lot of time together. A vampire? Howard's voice rose a few degrees. He was very impressed with this. Yes. According to the investigation from SHIELD, the person who met with Stillman was called Gitano. Luke pushed the data on the desk and meaningfully said, the pure-blood descendant of Dracula. He is also one of the rulers of the Vampire Council in North America. It may sound unbelievable, but those nocturnal creatures who walk in the darkness and are afraid to look into the sunlight have a similar social system and power structure as humans. The Vampire Council is probably the equivalent of the White House cabinet, with great power and the ability to mobilize the family's resources at any time. The White House's chief of staff is colluding with the Vampire Council. It seemed that Howard was able to discover a little bit of meaning to it. I heard you say that vampires boast of being a long-lived race, and that humans are probably just a fleeting part of a long life in their eyes. So, Stillman wants to live longer. When he thought about it, the most tempting chip that vampires would have for humans was legendary immortality. Anyone who feared death hoped that the cruel passage of time could be merciful to them. Not entirely true. Vampires also age, but much slower than human beings, far from achieving complete immortality. Luke corrected Howard's misconception and then continued, as for Stillman's private contact with the Vampire Council, I thought it was an exchange of interests at first, just like you. But with the in-depth investigation by the agents of SHIELD, I found that it wasn't that simple. Having said that, Luke paused, looked at Howard, who was aroused by interest, smiled, and asked, have you ever heard of the Familiar Clan? Some kind of underground group that worships vampires. Howard thought for a few seconds. He thought about the literal meaning and gave the correct answer. This is true of the former. Human beings are very complex creatures, and sometimes they need a specific image as spiritual support. Luke raised his glass, stared at the amber liquid, and faintly said, the emptier you are, the more you need spiritual support, but this is within the normal scope of faith, which is a matter of personal freedom, and there's nothing wrong with it. When it comes to worship, that's another matter. In this world, people worship money, worship the phallus, and the most common form is worshipping idols. There are all kinds. People like to attach a strong desire, or need, to something specific. The Familiar Clan are a group of people who seek immortality, agelessness, youthful bodies, and vibrant vitality. Later, they slowly developed into vampire worshippers who want to become vampires and even consider themselves slaves of vampires and humans as inferior creatures. Oh, short-sighted sad people. Howard's face showed contempt. With his knowledge and pride, he naturally despised these people. To be more precise, he thought that because their hearts weren't strong enough, they gave up thinking for themselves and gave this power to others. They could all be classified as fools. Of course. Except for personal faith, which wasn't about worship. Howard himself wasn't a devout Christian. I didn't realize that Stillman was a familiar and secretly worshipped vampire. He graduated from Duke University's law department. I thought that studying law should have made him more rational than normal people. Before I met you, I thought MIT geniuses were probably the kind of nerds who couldn't get close to women, and I thought scientists were always serious and rigid. Luke's rebuttal left Howard speechless. He tried 100 times to be mean and poisonous, but it didn't seem to have any effect in front of the other party. Stillman began contacting the Vampire Council after I left Washington. Before that, he didn't show the slightest sign of abnormality. Luke turned to Vampire Council Gitano's information, which was relatively simple and not at all as detailed as the White House's chief of staff, John Stillman. From this point, they could see that S.H.I.E.Ls agents might be enough to deal with ordinary people. But they weren't enough to deal with vampires. In fact, it's not just Stillman. From the information I have on hand and from the results of the investigation, it appears that perhaps a third of the members of Congress are either familiars or have close ties to them. Luke stated a shocking fact. This was the upper level of the pyramid of power in the country, which was almost completely infiltrated by vampires. Aware of the seriousness, Howard finally withdrew his cynical and frivolous expression. The vampires in North America seemed to be developing better than those in Europe. He took a sip of whiskey and expressed his doubts. The two sides are different. The pure-blood descendants of Dracula have more unity. They are closely connected with human society, while the situation in Europe is rather chaotic. Luke gave a brief introduction. In addition, the New York Sanctum hasn't done much to combat the darkness, which has given the Vampire Council a chance to linger on. Over the years, the penetration of pure-blood descendants into business and politics had been significant. At its peak, half of the top executives of the major financial institutions on Wall Street were familiars. That's why the Wall Street elites were called bloodsuckers. There was nothing wrong with interpreting it that way. Howard, remember Kong the Conqueror I mentioned before? Closing the documents in his hand, a sharp light swept through Luke's eyes. Howard, sitting opposite, frowned and asked, the guy who can travel through time and space, posing as historical figures everywhere. That's right. At first, I thought that if Kong wanted to choose a leader with high status and power, he would probably focus on the Soviet Union. Luke tapped his finger on the side of his glass and whispered, if he does so, and turns himself into that guy in the Kremlin, even if he wants to start World War III, it might not be difficult for him. But, after I returned to New York and Washington, D.C., I saw the Chief of Staff colluding with the Vampire Council and seeing the reclusive president. I couldn't help but come up with another thought. What if Kong wasn't in the Soviet Union, but in the White House? Binge. Read next 50 chapters on Pat Rayon. Visit patrayon.com/binge-translations. 241, Chapter 239 Nuclear Briefcase, Making Headlines. The White House. Howard's eyes were as white as brass bells, and his face was covered with shock. Isn't your speculation a bit too bold? Howard's eyebrows were twisted together, seemingly in disbelief. Use your brain. If you were Kong, what would you do? Luke shook the whiskey in his glass and smiled, hiding in the first place people would guess, or somewhere unexpected. Howard pondered for a moment, pursed his lips, and thought carefully. It seemed to make some sense. He then agreed with Luke's statement. Superman's guess wasn't completely impossible. Logically, it made sense. Kong the Conqueror liked the high status, with enough power to make things happen. Therefore, everyone subconsciously thought that he would choose the Soviet Union. The opposing camps, sufficient military strength to compete, far from Temple of the Three and Superman. This was the perfect foothold. After the end of World War II, the biggest winners were the rapidly rising Soviet Union and the United States, which gradually grew into recognized superpowers. The Red Bear, which dominated the Siberian plains, and the bald eagle that always wanted to dominate the world. The atmosphere of the Cold War, with swords drawn but no confrontation between them had been revealed. Therefore, the person sitting in power in the Kremlin was likely to be the first choice for Kong the Conqueror. So why couldn't the president in the White House be the second choice? But we went to the president's house not long ago. Did you notice anything unusual? Howard asked in a deep voice. He thought it was a secret investigation of the White House, but he didn't expect the truth and characters involved. It was increasingly alarming. This is where I feel hesitant. Arguably, Kang's high-tech equipment couldn't fool Superman's senses, but I didn't notice anything wrong at that time. Luke's voice sounded hesitant for a moment, then resumed its firmness. But it doesn't wash away the suspicion of the President's Chief of Staff, John Stillman, who started to contact the Vampire Council when we went to Paris. So, Kong may have taken the President hostage and took his place. As Howard spoke, his face was as heavy as lead. If he continued to speculate, the seriousness of the matter would be beyond his imagination. If all this were true, Luke's speculation would be the correct answer. Then, the beginnings of World War III may no longer be just a cause for concern or joke for historians. To know that the nuclear weapons button of the United States was in the hands of the President, who could make bad decisions and destroy the world at any time. Howard once heard that each president inherited a black suitcase when the presidential transition happened. It weighed about 18 kilograms and had a secure combination lock on it. The surface was a titanium shell specially made by the Zero Halliburton Company, bulletproof, fall-proof, collision-proof, and of high quality. The president was usually guarded by 5 special bodyguards on a 24-hour rotating basis, who wouldn't leave the president, even to go to the toilet, and were authorized to shoot any suspicious characters on the spot without prior warning. Under heavy protection, except for the president himself, almost no one could get close to the suitcase randomly. Don't be so nervous, Howard. It hasn't come to that yet. Luke calmed the other party's emotions. Launching a nuclear weapon and starting a new apocalyptic era shouldn't happen. Kong was the type of player who rated with deep strategy, more inclined to silently develop a ripple, change history, and conquer the world. Who could guarantee that the time-traveling idiot wouldn't become a deranged lunatic? Howard covered his forehead and spoke with anxiety. He was an arms tycoon and didn't resist any kind of war. But he didn't have the slightest interest in world destruction. From Luke's mouth, he learned that the bastard who called himself the Conqueror, had a great love for ruining a timeline and moving on to the next one. For him, a devastated world may be far more interesting than a normal, calm world. I've seen that suitcase. It's not literally a button. Nuclear war isn't a game that could easily be started by pushing one button. Luke pulled a smile out of his mouth. The so-called nuclear button wasn't something like a nuclear bomb that went up in the air after the push of a button, resulting in a terrifying nuclear mushroom cloud. If it were that simple, who could guarantee that the man wouldn't be a war madman in the presidency? It wasn't wise to put the safety of the world on the shoulders of one person. Then what is it? Howard asked curiously. The legendary nuclear briefcase itself had a layer of mystery. 4 documents. Luke simply said. One is a record of the number of nuclear weapons of the United States, their deployment locations, and their intended launch routes. The second is a confidential list of secret bases that the president could use in the event of war or emergency. The third is a wartime broadcasting program that allows for speeches to be given to the nation in the event of a bombing on our nation. The last one is the identification serial number, which is used to confirm the president's personal instructions. In addition, there's a secure private phone, a custom-made model produced by Skynet that provides direct access to the Pentagon's Nuclear Warfare Center and Air Force commands. Luke spilled the beans on the top secrets of the White House. Howard was stunned to hear this, almost thinking that this Superman had been president before. Otherwise, how did he know? Where did you get your information? He held his question for a few seconds but couldn't resist. The suitcase is normally kept in the basement of the East Wing of the White House. Because the president was going out, it had to be carried by his entourage. I was curious at the time, so I looked through the contents. Luke shrugged his shoulders and answered calmly. The titanium casing couldn't block Superman's vision. As expected of Superman. Howard gave a thumbs up and pulled his jacket tighter around his body as if he was worried about being naked. Only you would use this ability to look at other people's naked bodies. When he saw this gesture, Luke showed his disgust instead. So, what are you going to do next? Howard coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment and changed the subject. Haven't thought about it yet. Luke actually wanted to fly straight to the White House, kick down the door, and punch the president in his seat. According to his belief, if he was 60% sure of something, he could just go ahead and do it, regardless of the consequences. Before I can do anything else, I need to confirm the president's identity. Luke raised his eyebrows and whispered, but I also think that Kong would probably figure this out and is prepared to deal with it. So, I'm going to make things a little more complicated and play this game with him. Howard scratched his hair. In terms of force, he was very confident in Lieutenant General Superman. Aryan Superman, Namor, Sebastian Shaw. These people have proven Luke's strength with their own miserable fates. Only this time, his opponent was a time-traveling fugitive from the future. If they weren't careful enough, they might be capsized. I'm telling you these things to prevent any accidents for myself. Luke's eyelids lowered, making it difficult to understand what he was really thinking. Don't tell anyone, especially Peggy. She can't help much, and this will only increase her worries. Howard nodded his head to show his understanding. Most of the time, he behaved like someone who couldn't be trusted. But occasionally, he could be very reliable. The first step in this game starts with Nick Fury. Luke put down his glass, already thinking of the right person to carry out the task. S.H.I.E.L.D's newest agent exposes the sordid collusion between the top brass of the White House and the Vampire Council, which will make for a great headline. Binge. Read next 50 chapters on Pat Rayon. Visit patrayon.com/binge-translations. 242, Chapter 240 Steady Driving Skills, Professional Veteran Driver. Nick Fury lived in a single apartment near Constitution Avenue in Washington, D.C. When the morning sun shone through the window, his body suddenly turned over and jumped up from the bed like a spring. He stretched his right hand to the bedside cabinet and pressed the alarm clock in time to make a harsh sound. Shit! I can't be late for my first day. Young Fury said so and rushed into the bathroom quickly. It took him 10 minutes to complete some personal hygiene and bared his white teeth in the mirror. Putting on an ordinary suit and combing his hair like an adult, the last step could be omitted. When he was studying, Fury found that he had great potential to become a singer. He used to keep an explosive hairstyle and hold an electric guitar. He sang loudly in the activities held by the school and was almost thrown off stage. From then on, Fury lost his dream of being a singer, shaved off the hair that swelled like a cloud, and replaced it with a refreshing buzz cut. Unfortunately, there is no rap in this era, but jazz and rock music were popular. Otherwise, with Fury's talent, he might even make his debut as an idol. Hot dog. Remember to add some chili. Fury hurried out of the apartment and ran to the hot dog stand across the street to buy breakfast. He lived in an African-American community, and the environment wasn't very good. Gangs ran rampant, and there was always an unpleasant smell in the corridors, and there were crimes like robbery and theft, time after time. The only advantage was probably the cheap rent. You look like you just won the lottery. The stall owner handed over the hot dog with a generous portion of chili, which was obviously a special treatment. In the past, when gang members blackmailed him, Fury helped and prevented any accidents. As a cop in the eyes of the gangs, he still had a deterrent effect on these hooligans. Something like that. Rubio, who's your favorite star? Fury took a bite of the hot dog covered with chili, and his face showed satisfaction. Betty Page. She's so hot, I do it to her poster almost every day. Men. I mean male stars. Come on, Rubio, I'm not interested in hearing how you jack off. Fury quickly interrupted the other party. He also had Betty Page's posters at home, but at most, he would look at it a few times before going to bed and try to have a beautiful dream. Well, it's probably Clark Gable. I like his It Happened One Night movie. The stall owner scratched his head. Speaking of male stars, he didn't have the same excitement as he did while talking about female celebrities. He was very calm. Then you can think of it as meeting Clark Gable soon working for my idol. How could it be any different than winning the lottery? Fury showed excitement in his words. Then I would rather win the lottery. The stall owner murmured. He couldn't understand Fury's mood at all. The latter didn't say much. It was impossible for him to publicize the fact that Superman interviewed him. Have a nice day. Fury quickly ate the calorie-rich breakfast, bid farewell to the hot dog vendor, and stopped a taxi. I might have to buy a car in the future. I wonder if the staff in S.H.I.E.L.D. get related subsidies? With this in mind, Fury stepped into S.H.I.E.L.D's gates, just in time before the clock ticked at 9 a.m. Hello, I'm Nick Fury. According to the guidance of the front desk, he took the elevator to the warehouse area of the logistics department. He received 2 sets of work uniforms to change into, a name tag to prove his identity and a matching gun with a fixed number of bullets. Then, he went to the personnel department to sign a confidentiality contract and go through the process of completing the entry procedures. Welcome to S.H.I.E.L.D, Agent Fury. The management staff of the personnel department reached out and revealed a certain degree of goodwill. The organization has an assignment for you. A hint of surprise flashed in Fury's eyes. He didn't expect to receive an assignment on the first day of work. Was the work atmosphere at SHIELD that intense and the work environment that stressful? May I know what the assignment is? Fury subconsciously asked. He was currently an agent in the intelligence division. As a newcomer, it usually took a few days to adapt and integrate into the group before formally participating in various assignments. You will know soon. The management of the personnel department looked at Nick Fury with a blank face and envious eyes. This is a good thing that many people in SHIELD aren't lucky to get. Fury, who was full of doubts, went to the underground garage of S.H.I.E.L.D, according to the other party's instructions. A rather low-key black car snapped on its headlights, shining on him. The driver in military uniform handed over the keys to Fury and spoke with a sense of honor in his tone, "This job is yours." "What job?" "Driving." Fury took the keys. He thought it would be a dangerous mission to monitor suspicious people and track foreign spies, but he didn't expect he would be a driver for someone. Nick Fury, who wanted to make some achievements, suddenly felt dull. "By the way, there are still some questions you need to answer." The driver took out a piece of paper and read, "Do you have a driver's license? How many years of driving experience? Are your skills good enough? Can you drift? When you drive a car normally, do you still need to learn how to drift?" Nick Fury looked speechless and didn't know how to answer. "Agent Fury, you aren't driving for someone ordinary. As the driver for Lieutenant General Cavill, the technical requirements are very high." The driver frowned slightly and spoke seriously. At this time, the car window lowered, revealing a young face. It was Luke himself. With a smile at the corner of his mouth, he looked at Nick Fury, who looked like he was changing expressions every second and showed surprise. He whispered, "You don't seem very willing, Agent Fury." "No, no. Lieutenant General Cavill, I used to work odd jobs in a garage. Not only normal driving, but I'm also a veteran in stunt driving." Knowing that he would be a driver for Superman, Nick Fury's mood rose and fell as if he was on a roller coaster. He was instantly filled with enthusiasm for this job. His mouth spewed out a long paragraph, "As for drifting, I haven't tried it for the time being, but if this is a requirement, I can go back and practice for a few days. It shouldn't be difficult. Then get in the car, Agent Fury. Luke waved noncommittally and spoke with a smile, I'm attending a lunch meeting at the Pentagon, so I hope you won't make me late. Fury opened the door and sat inside. He inserted the key, held the steering wheel, preheated the ignition, and started the engine. Perhaps because of nervousness, the black car suddenly shook, rocking back and forth, swinging from side to side. Sorry, Lieutenant General Cavill, I'm a little nervous. The young Fury was sweating profusely. He looked at Luke's expression through the rearview mirror and found that the other party didn't have any dissatisfaction, so his heart relaxed. I am beginning to worry a little about my personal safety. No, it should be the safety of my car, Agent Fury. Luke's eyes flashed as he spoke calmly. Read next 50 chapters on Pat Rayon. Visit patrayon.com/binge-translations. 243, Chapter 241 Baiting Enforcement, Justifiable Defense. The Washington metropolitan area was most famous for its various private clubs. Like some veteran clubs, Navy, Army, and Air clubs, cigar clubs, either under the official name or under various high-sounding names. Most of them were used for interpersonal communication in small circles, so the threshold for joining was very high. Unless you had a referrer or submitted an application, you wouldn't even be able to enter the main entrance. In the final analysis, the reason why clubs were popular was that the upper class of the United States advocated elite culture. They copied all the private clubs and aristocratic salons in 17th century Europe. Through the form of clubs, the elites from different circles are gathered together. And with the high-end consumption and lifestyle that only a few people could enjoy, most people were turned away. For example, golf clubs, sailing clubs, and so on. These have strict requirements on income, occupation, and consumption levels. Just stop here. Luke snapped his fingers, and the black car slowly slowed down and stopped in the bustling area. This was a bar street in the metropolitan area, where many jazz groups had gathered, and many famous singers came from. A bar. Fury looked outside and wondered. The dignified Lieutenant General and Director of S.H.I.E.L.D., how could he come out to visit a bar? The nightlife has just begun. They might be coming out soon. Luke's eyes flickered as he thought silently. There were several interesting streets in Washington, D.C. Pennsylvania Avenue, for example, was a regular site for demonstrations by various civic organizations and unions. If people wanted to go on strike or cause trouble, they would definitely start from this street. Because Pennsylvania Avenue was an important commuter route, it provided direct access to the White House and the Capitol. In addition, there was K Street, a famous lobbying street in later generations. A large number of think tanks, public relations firms, and international headquarters were located there. The likes of the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund had made their homes here. If Wall Street in New York was the international financial center, then K Street in Washington, D.C., was the international political center. Every presidential election was a competition between the public relations firms here and the capitalist groups behind it. It's really lively. Luke got out of the car. This intoxicating street was called U Street. The most popular bars in the metropolitan area, as well as the most popular bands, were all here. He glanced over at random and could see a long line. Basically, they were sexy girls in costumes and young guys wearing colorful wigs and looking like vampires. Are you a music enthusiast in private, Director Cavill? As the driver, Fury got out of the car voluntarily. Generally speaking, he should also act as a bodyguard. However, considering the strength of the director, he wasn't certain of who was protecting who. Don't get me wrong, Agent Fury, we are going to the club on the other side. Luke changed into a suit today instead of wearing his regular military uniform. Paired with Nick Fury, who disappeared at night, almost invisibly, it's a bit of a common combination of a rich young man and a black bodyguard. Red Wine Club. Fury glanced at the bright billboard, which was painted with a goblet outlined with colorful lights, and there was a no entry sign at the door. Fury, as I said before, I hope you can have strong mental fortitude. Because tonight, you will see, the real world. Luke fiddled with his hair a few times, made a small curl, and then took out a pair of glasses from his pocket. Clark Kent's glasses, a reward from the mutant camp mission. As long as he wore it, he could turn himself into a tall, handsome, and bright reporter. It's a disguise item. Director Cavill. Fury stared at Luke, whose image had changed drastically, with a shocked gaze. A gentle, bright man replaced the originally slightly stern young face. This is just a trivial camouflage technique. Fortunately, Luke's voice was still the same and hadn't changed much. It's a big change. It took Fury, who was shocked, a few seconds to calm down. With such superb camouflage skills, he still said it was trivial. Director Cavill was really modest. He didn't wear makeup at all. Just putting on the pair of glasses, and the whole person's appearance and temperament changed. Let's go in, Fury. Luke swaggered and went in. Then, no surprise, he was stopped. This is a private club. We don't entertain any guests and non-members. The sturdy bodyguard stopped the intruder, but he was quite polite. Maybe he saw Luke's expensive custom-made suit and his entourage that followed these days, the bigger the show, and it was either a con man or a rich man. I was recommended by Mr. John Stillman. Luke leaned forward with his Metropolis reporter's face on and lowered his voice. At the same time, he also took out his membership card from his pocket and handed it to the security guard in a smooth motion. Director Cavill really made thorough preparations. Fury breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that after Luke was stopped, he would take off his glasses and forcibly break in. At that time, the scene would be extremely bloody. Among the legendary experiences of Superman, there were many amazing stories of killing all the guards in the enemy camp and completing ambushes. Therefore, it wasn't surprising that Nick Fury had thought so. I heard there was a wine tasting tonight. Luke skillfully used his fingers to tuck a few banknotes into the pocket of the security guard. That's right. Held by Mr. Gitano, several guests were invited. After checking the membership card, the security guard let Luke in. The members of this wine club were all powerful people from Washington, and they paid special attention to confidentiality and personal information. Luke could name John Stillman, the White House Chief of Staff. With the membership card in hand, it was enough to gain the trust of the security guard. Still the same place, the second floor. Luke glanced at it unintentionally, and seemed to be quite familiar with the architectural layout, and directly pointed out the place where they usually meet. Of course. As always. The security guard nodded. I need to bring him in. Shouldn't it be a problem, right? Luke beckoned to Fury, but the bodyguard didn't stop him, just reminding. The entourage must wait in the reception room and can't participate in the party. Entering the main entrance and going up the side stairs, Luke looked at the environment casually. The decoration was the typical Gothic aesthetic. Complicated and exaggerated decoration lines, vivid colors, and delicate feeling. It was exactly what vampires liked best. Agent Fury, don't be afraid of anything you see later. Luke walked through the corridor, stepped on the soft carpet, and walked towards a thick door. Director, I have been on the battlefield and worked as an agent. No matter what happens, I won't be afraid. Nick Fury showed a brave side. He thought he was also someone who had seen exaggerated scenes. Flesh and blood-filled trenches on the battlefield, steel tanks armed with machine guns, or bombers whistling above the head. To survive in such a dangerous environment was in itself a matter of courage and luck. Bang! Luke pushed open the door gently. The wine tasting that had already started was revealed to the two of them. A girl's body that had lost its vitality was placed naked on the long table. There was a bloody line on her wrist, and the red liquid that had lost its warmth dripped into a goblet from the wound. Her abdomen and chest seemed to be cut open by a doctor with a precise technique and a sharp scalpel, and a few small silver bowls filled with the blood were inside. The people who sat around the long table, the distinguished members of the wine club, were well dressed and talked with grace. But everyone's mouth was stained with a trace of blood. See, this is the so-called "the devil is a gentleman." Luke shrugged helplessly. If he came half an hour earlier, he might be able to save the innocent girl. Unfortunately, when he appeared outside the club's door, the other party's fresh body had already turned cold. Is this so-called wine tasting a vampire's way of naming such vile and inhumane things? Luke's sudden appearance turned the hall quiet. Those people looked at the intrusive man with strange eyes. Who are you? The middle-aged man sitting at the head of the table asked. The members in the wine club were very secretive, and it would be impossible for outsiders to appear here, passing the security guards. My name is Clark Kent. I'm the #1 reporter for the Daily Bugle, a fighter for justice, ready to expose your ugly face. Luke opened his mouth, letting the familiar clan sitting in a circle, as well as Nick Fury at the back, listen to it in a daze. Another fool who can't see the situation clearly. The middle-aged man waved his hand, pressed the bell on the table, and called the security guards downstairs. He thought it was a government agent or a secret investigator. What big waves could a small reporter expose? The middle-aged man didn't bother to do it himself, so he called the security guards to deal with it. Looking at Luke standing at the door and Nick Fury following behind him, he said, "Put this reporter in the trunk. I think he's young enough for the red wine we could taste tomorrow. As for the black man, throw it into a bucket, add cement and throw it in the river." Translator, yet. No. I'm not translating the N-word. Not now, not ever. Even if author really used that word. And yes, the author used it to refer to Fury in this sentence. The middle-aged man grinned, and two sharp teeth could vaguely be seen. Vampires engage in racism? You have no future, and it's politically incorrect. Luke didn't expect vampires in North America to be so picky that they looked down on blacks so far that they wouldn't even suck their blood. The middle-aged man ignored the little reporter's words, and a group of 5 big security guards aggressively came up the stairs. The muzzle of their guns were aimed at Luke and Nick Fury. The security guard who was guarding the door panicked and said, "Sorry, Mr. Gitano. He said he knew Mr. John Stillman and had his membership card, so I let him in." The middle-aged man named Gitano glared coldly at the other man, pretending to be generous, and said, "People make mistakes. It's not a big deal. However, you should know how to make up for your mistakes." These two men interrupted the wine tasting, ruining everyone's excitement and missing the most appropriate time to taste this fine red wine. "So, get rid of that black man and send the other one to the freezer." The security guard nodded his head repeatedly and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Because of the silencer, the bullets fired from the muzzle didn't make a popping sound. The next second, there was no scene of Nick Fury falling to the ground. "Very well." Luke calmly spread his palm, and the shriveled bullet fell to the ground. This constitutes as an attack on an agent of SHIELD, shooting of an innocent person, and an attempt to harm a military lieutenant general by unlawfully detaining him and posing a serious threat to his life. So, this would count as self-defense. Binge. Read next 50 chapters on Pat Rayon. Visit patrayon.com/binge-translations. 244, Chapter 241, PART2, Money Gathering, First Meeting with Pierce. As it turned out, Nick Fury's driving skills were really good. The morning rush hour in Washington usually caused nearly half an hour of congestion. Fury grasped the steering wheel with one hand, stepped on the accelerator with his foot, and soared all the way there. With the engine's roar, the car under the ass shuttled between the dense traffic like a fish in water. Good skills. After arriving at the Pentagon at an amazing speed, Luke didn't feel too many bumps along the way and affirmed Fury's driving skills. The latter's dark face showed a touch of pride. When he was still studying, he used to drive a tattered pickup truck to deliver stuff. Even in the bad traffic environment of Manhattan, he could drive unimpeded. "Lieutenant General Cavill. You should call me the director." Luke corrected the way the other party addressed him. Many people liked to call him by his military rank. It was probably why the status of a war hero was far more compelling than that of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s director. "Yes, Director Cavill." Nick Fury changed his words. "I may have to stay in the Pentagon all day. If you have something to do, you don't have to wait here. Just come back at night." The corners of Luke's mouth curled up as he spoke lightly. He prepared a good show and waited for the curtain to rise. "Do you need anything, Director Cavill?" Fury scratched his head. He didn't expect that being a driver would be so easy. "The only thing you need to prepare is probably mental fortitude." Luke's answer seemed to be full of meaning. Nick Fury, standing in front of him, wasn't the one-eyed director who could never trust anyone completely. The other party had just stepped out of the battlefield and hadn't experienced other kinds of battles, with more dangers and more betrayals. Therefore, Luke thought it was necessary to train him. First of all, let the other side know the true face of the world. Mental fortitude. Looking at Lieutenant General Superman, Fury muttered. He sat back in the car, turned on the radio, and listened quietly. He didn't intend to use his free time to do other things. "I have a feeling that something is going to happen today." Fury lowered the seats back and leaned up in a more comfortable position. "I hope it's nothing. I heard that the Pentagon had good food. I should try it later." With a relaxed mind, Nick Fury closed his eyes. What else could make people feel happier than relaxing at work? A few minutes later. Knock, knock. Before Fury's eyelids became heavier and falling asleep, the sound of knocking on the car window awakened him. "What can I do for you?" Fury rubbed his eyelids and maintained a good attitude. Of course, he was also vigilant at the same time. One hand opened the holster at his waist as he held the gun that was issued. The window was down, and there was a man about his age standing outside. "I'm sorry, I thought you were Rourke. I remember him driving for Lieutenant General Cavill." The man looked at Fury's face and froze for a moment, seemingly surprised, and hastily explained. "Rourke? Do you mean the guy who always frowns and speaks bluntly? He moved on to another assignment, and now I'm Director Cavill's full-time driver," Fury said to the man, holding his head high, as his voice raised a few degrees. "Just like S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Personnel Department management said before. This was a job that people would compete for. Anyone with a little common sense would know that the rising momentum of Lieutenant General Superman was unstoppable, and his future was even more unimaginable. Who didn't want to grip this job tightly and become a loyal supporter of the other party? For those at the bottom of the pyramid of power, their promotion would sometimes depend on the future of their own boss, not their personal ability. Ha ha ha, that's so true. Rourke really likes to keep a straight face, as if everyone owes him money." The young man burst into laughter. "Congratulations, my friend. This is a good job." Fury nodded in agreement. A driver was a special post for a high-ranking politician. Their exact daily schedule, who they meet, where they went, and so on. All of this information, which needed to be kept confidential, couldn't be hidden from the driver. Therefore, they had to be a reliable confidant. It's not really that good. Director Cavill is Superman. He can fly. Fury thought for a moment and spat. In fact, if the director wants to go somewhere, or if there is an emergency, he doesn't need me at all. He can move on his own, much faster than I can drive. Those generals don't want to see a Superman flying around. It would always remind them that Lieutenant General Cavill isn't human. The young man's eyes flashed as he introduced himself. My name is Alexander Pierce, and I do civilian work in the Pentagon. You can call me Fury. I am a driver for SHIELD. Out of social etiquette, Fury also provided his identity. You're an interesting person, Fury. I hope we can meet again next time. Remember to give a message to Rourke for me and tell him there's an upcoming event at the Army Club on Saturday. The young man, who claimed to be Alexander Pierce, made a brief remark and turned away. He always had a smile on his face and seemed to be a reliable guy who could easily win people's favor. A civilian employee? I think you'd be better suited as an agent. Fury continued to lie back in the seat, muttering to himself. The Army Club. I wonder if I can attend? You stayed in the car all day. When night fell, Luke walked out of the Pentagon and got into the black car. With the expansion of S.H.I.E.L.D., he had to deal with more and more work. The anti-aging agents from the SSS project had been put on the agenda, including the production of the Stark series power armor, the establishment of a mutant gene bank, and the creation of the gene map. Recently, after bringing back a few vampires as specimens, Trask had transferred his interest to longevity genes and self-healing genes. All in all, the staff under S.H.I.E.L.D.'s name was constantly expanding, and the operation for each research project required a lot of money. The generals in the Pentagon and the people on the budget committee began to realize that they couldn't afford to keep feeding this gold-swallowing monster. This time, the request for money wasn't very successful. Luke thought with regret. He was primarily financed by Skynet, a company jointly owned with Stark Industries, and by government grants. The former's profits were not as exaggerated as one might think. The communication technology of this era was too backward. Artificial intelligence and internet applications were only future scenarios that could only appear in science fiction scripts. It was impossible to support S.H.I.E.L.D. solely by selling mobile phones and operating charges. As for the Italian mafia, he brought to North America, those people went to Las Vegas to open hotels and casinos. 3 months ago, he got his first legal casino license. It temporarily belonged to the investment stage, recovering the cost and making a lot of money. It looked like he would have to wait a few more years for it. Therefore, the most important investor for SHIELD was the government. The only way to fill Superman's pockets was to pull the wool over their eyes. No. I wandered around. The Pentagon has banks, post offices, and various stores, no worse than the malls outside. Fury grinned, his teeth appearing extra white against his dark skin. I recommend the fast food restaurant near the post office, their burgers are quite good. Luke glanced at the night outside the window. Dark clouds covered the stars and moon, which was a good day for nocturnal creatures to come out and hunt. Director, are you going back to S.H.I.E.L.D., or are you going somewhere else? Go to the metropolitan area. Luke's mouth curled slightly. Okay. Fury's mouth responded, but his heart was a little curious. Washington's metropolitan area was an important transportation hub, with expressways connecting everywhere and railway networks extending in all directions. Due to the convenient transportation and economic development, many high-end hotels and speakeasies were opened there. It's so late. Does Director Cavill want to go to a hotel or a bar for fun? This shouldn't be his style. 245, Chapter 242 God doesn't want to forgive you. He grabbed the bullet with his bare hand. The young Nick Fury, who hadn't seen much of the world, saw this unique skill for the first time. His eyes went as white as copper bells. Although the legend about Superman had been heard many times, there was nothing like witnessing the shocking experience himself. Those Germans were really out of luck. Thinking of the Axis powers facing such enemies on the battlefield of World War II, Fury couldn't help but sympathize with them. Bang, 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 bang. Gunfire rang out again, fireworks spewed from the muzzle, and those heavy metal bullets struck Luke. Those 5 big burly security guards were also frightened. However, the inherent cognition for humans, how could flesh and blood stop bullets, still played a role. So, out of some kind of stress reaction, the security guards pulled the trigger one after another, trying to kill the young reporter on the spot even forgetting Gitano's orders. If you have such receptive ability and such mental quality, you aren't qualified to be a security guard in a bar. How could you work as a lapdog for vampires and the rich and powerful? Luke's eyes flashed as he mocked. Then, his thoughts moved slightly. The bio-force field covered them. The rapidly spreading translucent field took the whole hall as its own territory. I'm suffocating. Damn it. Is this reporter a mutant? He's a monster. Panic-stricken voices sounded almost immediately. The air seemed to solidify, and time seemed to slow down. Those metal bullets shot out, hitting the invisible wall. The kinetic energy was exhausted, and they fell, dropping on the carpet. Mutants? Your knowledge is a bit poor. The corners of Luke's mouth twitched, and terrifying gravity was applied to the field. The fierce and burly security guards knelt one after another. The guns in their hands were twisted into knots instantly as if they were being held by an invisible hand. As vampires, they have a desire for blood and use the blood of living creatures as food, which I can more or less understand. After all, survival is the priority of every living creature. A glimmer of cold light flashed through Luke's eyes as he spoke coldly, but as former humans, isn't it a bit unreasonable for you to treat your own kind with such cruel means? Snap! With a snap of his finger, the head of a guard by the door exploded like a watermelon pierced by a bullet. The turbid liquid mixed with red and white splashed out and splattered on the carpet with intricate patterns. Don't worry, take your time. Feeling everyone's frightened eyes, Luke took off his glasses and changed from a male reporter to his original appearance. Superman. The other guards finally recognized him. Anyone who hadn't been out of touch with society would read newspapers and watch TV. No one would be unfamiliar with the youngest lieutenant general in the history of the United States, Superman, the legendary hero who ended World War II. In terms of later generations' internet language, Luke was regarded as a national idol and a higher up in the military. It seems that my disguise was very useful. Luke put a satisfied smile on his face and swept his eyes over. Snap! 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 Luke was like a head-popping maniac, squeezing the horrible gravity in the air, exerting pressure on those security guards, and smashing their heads one by one. On the surface, it looked like Superman merely glanced at them, and then the other party exploded. Those headless bodies fell to the ground, a large stream of blood gurgled out, soaking the thick carpet with red. How about it, do you still like it? There was a strong smell of blood in the air. Luke stepped over the headless bodies that had fallen to the ground, pulled out a chair, and slowly sat down. The big shots sitting around the long table had fear in their eyes. If he was an ordinary murderer, he could still be lured by money, beautiful women, or power and status to supplement the coercion. There was always a bargaining chip that could move the other party. In this world, there were only a few crazy people who would really welcome chaos and evil. But sitting in front of them was a lieutenant general. When it came to power, even the president had to show some respect. Speaking of wealth, Skynet was owned by the arms tycoon Howard Stark, and Luke, it wasn't a secret. Anyone could find out if they wanted to. In addition, there were hotels and casinos under construction in Las Vegas, which were said to be one of the assets under Superman's name. For him, wealth was a cheap thing at his fingertips. Therefore, these high-ranking politicians and wealthy businessmen who could make Washington, D.C., change decisions, didn't know what to use to impress Luke so that the other party would cut them some slack. General Cavill, I'm... Snap! Another head burst open. Red liquid splashed on the people to his left and right. The feeling of blood and death approaching made them pale, and the fear in their hearts had been magnified to the extreme. I know your name, Mr. Field. A congressman in the White House. Your family is very powerful on the East Coast. There have been several congressmen from the so-called congressman family. Luke's tone was faint as he spoke to the fallen corpse. But you spoke without permission, which is very rude, and I don't like it very much. The hall suddenly fell into dead silence, and even Nick Fury, who was unaffected by his actions, subconsciously held his breath, seemingly afraid that he would be the next unlucky bastard to get his head blown off. Your name is Chitano, right? When the absolute quiet and cold atmosphere lasted for about half a minute, Luke knocked on the table with his fingers and looked at the middle-aged man sitting at the head. The other party had the elegant temperament and the pale face of a vampire. Two sharp teeth were faintly exposed, and a red light appeared in his eyes. Yes, it is. Chitano was trembling, like a wild cat with exploded fur, and showed his external vampire characteristics. Mr. Lieutenant General, I know the Chief of Staff of the White House, Mr. John Stillman. If there's anything that offended you, I can apologize to you on behalf of the Blood Council and Mr. Stillman and compensate with sufficient sincerity. It should be said that vampires who had lived for a long time really did have good eyes. Knowing that he didn't have any bargaining chips, he used the White House's Chief of Staff's name and the Blood Council. What is your status in the Blood Council? Luke's expression eased as he asked kindly. Mr. Lieutenant General, I am the person in charge of the Washington area. I specialize in providing fresh goods to the elders of the council and conducting some public relation activities. Chitano carefully considered his words. He was greatly afraid of Luke, who suddenly appeared. Not only because of the horrible pressure brought by the bio-force field but also because of the tension and his inability to guess what the other party would do next. That is, you are responsible for hunting humans and bribing and colluding with another group of humans. Luke glanced at the politician sitting next to him. The guy thought his head was going to explode, so his legs shook with fear, and he almost pissed himself. What is your relationship with Stillman? Chitano's brain turned quickly, his eyes flashing. He instinctively wanted to hide things, but he couldn't help obeying his inner will when he saw the headless corpses on the ground and the bloody smell in the air. Stillman is our biggest customer. Chitano said truthfully. A customer? Luke raised his eyebrows. I mean, because the master of the New York Sanctum had a rule that vampires aren't allowed to hunt humans without permission, but the elders of the council sometimes need some fresh food. Chitano said hesitantly. To get enough blood supply, we would cooperate with hospitals. The 2/3 of hospital blood banks in New York have transactions with the Blood Council. Fury, who was standing behind, widened his eyes. Was there such an operation? Meaning when people went to the hospital to donate blood, it was actually feeding a vampire? Later, to enter the upper class, we developed an addictive drug with blood, which is more vigorous than marijuana and well received by the rich. Chitano said cautiously. Mr. Stillman was introduced to the group. He soon fell in love with blood poppy and often used it to gather people for parties. Later, a wine club was set up, and several new friends were brought every week. The corners of Luke's mouth tilted slightly, and his fingers stopped tapping on the desktop. John Stillman secretly colluded with the Blood Council to take advantage of improper transactions, which was not his main concern. No politician in the White House, no member of Congress, no general in the Pentagon had a clean record. Everyone had done some kind of power and money transactions, transferring benefits. Politics itself was the dirtiest game in the world. To become an experienced player or the final winner, one had to sell their morals and conscience to the devil completely. I want to know, who referred Stillman to you? Luke looked at Chitano and asked softly, how did you get to know the Chief of Staff of the White House? How did you turn so many politicians into familiars? The expansion rate of vampires in the Washington area is 3 times the rate of previous years. In addition to this wine club, there are similar cigar clubs and sailing clubs. You use high-end clubs to attract elites. Most importantly, you have freely entered and exited the Pentagon in the name of the White House dignitaries and prepared several laboratories to make more blood poppy. Tell me, Mr. Chitano. Who is behind all this? Who took over the Blood Council and made you his lapdog? Vampires infiltrated Washington, D.C. on the surface, but in fact, began to grow and develop under cover of politics. At the same time, you use blood poppy to win over various forces. Does a certain vampire elder want to be president? Chitano's forehead was sweating, and he couldn't answer any of these questions. Some changes had indeed taken place in the Blood Council recently. Instead of adopting the previous conservative strategy, it took the initiative to attack. Especially in penetrating the political and business sectors, it could be said that no effort was spared. The master of New York Sanctum won't let vampires enter the governing body of the country. Luke gradually approached the truth and whispered, not campaigning, then seeking re-election? Or ready to pass a bill? Is the president making a big move? Mr. Stillman is the White House Chief of Staff, and I don't think you have to guess who he represents. When he heard this, Chitano's pupil suddenly contracted. His right hand turned into a mist of blood, bursting open. Then, using the powerful force from the stimulation, he forced himself to get rid of the bio-force field that enveloped the hall. The disfigured body was like a lightning bolt, crashing directly through a glass window of the hall. It's too obvious. It's equivalent to telling me that the man behind the scenes is the president. Luke didn't stop him. Hunters sometimes let go of their prey, hoping for a richer harvest. Well, that's the end of tonight's performance. Everybody, I wish you good night. He stood up. The pressure exerted by the bio-force field suddenly dissipated, which relieved the group of club members who were hovering between life and death. Fury's lips pursed as if trying to say something. These powerful people, the vampire's accomplices, killed an innocent girl and deserved to be punished. However, if they were handed over to the court for trial and punished by law, it might not be of much use. White House cabinet officials, New York business capitalists, and members of Congress. Fury looked back and found that all of them were well dressed. Some were people who used to give speeches on morality. Oh, that's right. Luke walked to the door and suddenly turned around. I just asked God. The old man said he doesn't want to forgive you bastards and asked me to send you to Mephisto. Snap. Lieutenant General Superman snapped his fingers. It was as if he pushed the first domino. Splash splash. Each head popped like fireworks in full bloom, spewing out blood. Binge. Weekly mass release. Every 500 power stones today equals 1 extra chapter tomorrow. 246, Chapter 243 A Righteous Heart, a Beacon of Light on Earth. I have to tell the elders. Gitano, who was frantic, hit the hard ground. Fortunately, the club floor wasn't that high, and he didn't fall to his death. Otherwise, if a dignified vampire jumped to his death, it would be too ridiculous. Run! This was the only thought in Gitano's head. He didn't dare to look back and rushed forward desperately. He was afraid that the terrible Superman would catch up and blow his head off. Shield noticed the Blood Council and our secret plan. Gitano's obedience to the Blood Council elders temporarily overshadowed his fear of Superman. He knew very well that if those great plans to revitalize the Blood Clan were exposed or announced, the master of the New York Sanctum would definitely launch a new round of cleansing activities for vampires in the whole North American continent. When the nest was overturned, no egg would be left intact. Although Gitano had never heard this Eastern saying, he also knew a similar truth. Therefore, he couldn't betray his clan and spill all the secrets. Get out! Like a player in Grand Theft Auto, Gitano rushed to the street staggeringly, pushing away an unlucky bastard who had just gotten out of his car, kicking him in the chest. The original elegant aristocratic temperament and pale handsome face turned into a ferocious look because of the intense pain from his arm. And bloody clothes, as if being splashed with a bucket of red paint, looked horrifying, making people avoid him. The message must be sent. Gitano got into the car. He didn't have the keys, so he had to hotwire it. These days, hotwiring a car was still a simple and basic skill. Boom! 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 The white Ford Thunderbird uttered a low roar and left under people's stunned eyes. That's my car! Asshole! The unlucky bastard shouted. The others watched for a while before continuing their night activities. Director, should we follow? Nick Fury, who walked out of the club, still remembered the vampire who ran away. Those high-ranking people, who committed crimes, had been punished as they should. But the Blood Council member behind them managed to escape, and it looked like they would soon hide in the darkness. I deliberately let Gitano go. The first thing the blood-sucking bat would do under the panic is definitely to return to his nest. Luke wore those Clark Kent's glasses and pretended to be the sunny reporter again. Those guys are used to hiding in dark corners. If no one leads the way, looking for them one by one wouldn't be easy. He stood in the street like nothing happened, looking up at the billboard of the wine club. Tonight, a total of 6 business elites, 3 members of the White House cabinet, and 2 members of Congress died here, which was bound to cause an uproar in Washington, D.C. Agent Fury, you are now a member of SHIELD. Luke lifted his glasses, smiled, and asked, so, tell me, are you loyal to the country or to someone, such as the president? I am loyal to the flag and the justice in my heart. Fury was stunned for a moment. He thought of those ugly-looking higher-ups in the hall and replied in a firm tone. That's good. Then I have other tasks for you. Luke was very pleased to see the young and passionate Nick Fury. In the future, the hard-boiled egg director wouldn't be so sincere. Find someone named Howard Stark, and tell him everything that happened here. Luke ordered. The situation was very clear. The president secretly manipulated the Blood Council and began to absorb political power. The next step, perhaps using a fuse to restart the war. Kong the Conqueror liked to use this method to drive others with power and interests and fight endlessly in his boring game of ruling the world. Howard Stark. Yes, sir. Fury silently noted it down, then asked, what about you, Director? Me? I'm going to end this simple but difficult game. Luke smiled faintly. He was 80% sure that Kong was posing as the president. Otherwise, how could the Blood Council penetrate so quickly into the elite circles in Washington, D.C.? I'd like to know how that guy managed to fool the vampires. Luke's mouth rose. His tall figure rose from the ground and rushed up into the night sky. This image of him, if he put on a Superman shirt, could really make a cameo appearance as a small reporter from Metropolis. I have urgent news for the elders of the council. Gitano, who lost his right arm, went all the way to a villa in the suburbs. Generally speaking, vampires didn't like living in the city center. For them, the environment was too noisy. It's Gitano, he looks like a mess. The white Ford Thunderbird rushed through the open gates and stopped at the courtyard. The sharp brakes slid the tires on the ground, and the ear-splitting sound echoed. It looks like he's freaking out. Such a pathetic Gitano. There were endless voices of discussion. The Blood Council highly valued Gitano because he had connections with White House dignitaries. The elders praised him many times and thought that he was a descendant worthy of support. Maybe after a few decades, he could become an elder. The rapid rise to the top would inevitably lead to jealousy and discontent from many people. There were a few seats in the council. If someone took one, someone else would lose an opportunity. I need to see the elders. Gitano pushed open the car door, ignoring the strange looks from others, and broke into the hall where a banquet was being held. Which elder? Asked the vampire at the door. All the elders. Gitano spoke angrily, I will hold a blood council meeting. Call all the elders in Washington. That's against the rules. Gitano, you have no right. Shut up. Do as I say. Gitano slammed the vampire against the wall, glared at him with fierce eyes, and spoke word by word, I need the elders to know that their plan is exposed. They should abort it immediately. Before long, the 4 elders in charge of this area of Washington, D.C., appeared together in the villa. Gitano, what can't be said on the phone? An elder with blonde hair led them. He looked as if he was a 30-year-old middle-aged man. This is for the sake of prudence. Gitano's right arm had been treated and bandaged. As far as I know, the East Coast telecommunications carrier business and mobile phone sales are almost entirely monopolized by Skynet. The man behind it is likely to be Luke Cavill, Lieutenant General Superman. If we talk over the phone, it's likely to be bugged. Elder, I need to tell you that SHIELD has probably noticed the movement of the Blood Council. The White House's Chief of Staff, John Stillman, became the breaching point. That terrible Superman broke into Stillman's wine club 40 minutes ago and killed people. The 4 elders who came to the conference room frowned. Superman had been in the limelight for a long time, and it was said that he had turned the vampire covens in Paris upside down. Even the patriarch behind those bastards, Alexander Corvinus, failed to stop it. Is he in league with vampires? A female elder with her charm still intact cursed angrily. After the vampires in Europe, he wanted to take action against the North American continent, without even resting? Maybe we've been making a lot of noise and attracted S.H.I.E.L.D.'s attention? Another elder said in a deep voice. The man in the White House has long warned us that overt actions could put SHIELD on alert. Gitano listened silently, he wasn't qualified to speak. As Lieutenant General Superman guessed, the changes from the Blood Council had started not too long ago. The elders, who had always been conservative, changed their timid style of doing things and infiltrated Congress and the White House on a large scale. It seemed that he wasn't worried at all, which attracted disgust and warning from the New York sanctum. Lord Dracula has been gone for a long time, and the blood race needs a true La Magra. The blonde elder's eyes flickered, and the reason why he agreed to cooperate with the man in the White House was that the other person held the original essence of La Magra in his hand. If they could get it and then hold a ceremony, it would be possible for an elder vampire to become an ancestor, equivalent to Lord Dracula. Becoming a patriarch. This was a temptation that no vampire could resist. Then what should we do now? The elder woman asked. Can you negotiate with him? Superman is in a high position and should understand the rules of the political game. If we surrender part of our interests, such as letting him join a cooperative alliance, we may be able to survive this crisis. The blonde elder hesitated. It sounded good, but who knew if the other party would agree? That was Superman. How could a war hero of justice, a selfless beacon of light on the earth, negotiate a deal with a vampire? 247, Chapter 244 How to Deal with Superman, Make 2 Sets of Plans. Oh, Stefan, as far as I know, Superman is not what you think. After listening to the blonde elder's doubts, the charming female elder shook her head and spoke in a seductive voice, who in Washington, D.C., isn't well informed about the young lieutenant general's messy personal life? The last time a meeting of elders was held in New York, I heard that he had slept with half the female employees of SHIELD. Superman isn't only powerful, but also far superior in some places. A reliable insider told me that Superman is energetic and hard to satisfy. He would use 3 or 4 women at the same time. When attending the Paris Peace Summit, Superman stayed at Moulin Rouge for a night, sleeping with a dozen dancers. Facts have proved that no matter race, occupation, or grade, any female creature was full of enthusiasm for gossip and celebrity scandals. Originally, they were discussing the possibility of cooperation with Superman, but it had turned to discussing his private life. Those are gimmicks and rumors that attract people's attention, Elena. The vampire named Stefan shook his head. He was more serious than the female elder who was keen on gossiping and cared about things between men and women. We have investigated the schedule and whereabouts of Lieutenant General Superman. He goes to SHIELD twice a week and holds regular meetings. The rest of his time is spent in the Pentagon or elsewhere. A quarter of S.H.I.E.L.D. are female employees, with a total of 329. Half of it would be equivalent to 160 people. Suppose he sleeps with 3 at a time, and each person spends about half an hour in that month. Apart from being a pure-blood vampire, Stefan was also a graduate of Carnegie Mellon University of Science and Technology. He could be regarded as a maverick compared with other vampires who focus on art, literature, and other fields. After all, no one had ever seen a vampire that liked doing math and physics, spending all his time calculating problems and doing research. If this was the case, the only advantage was that vampires who had lived a long life might actually produce several great scientists to benefit the world and mankind. To sum up, unless Lieutenant General Superman was a master of time management, he wouldn't be able to do it, unless he spends all his time on eating, sleeping and mating, every single day. Stefan made a simple calculation with his rigorous thinking from science and engineering and denied the rumors from Elena's mouth. Here we go again. The numbers you're talking about are just like you, not interesting at all. Elena was an art collector who ran a gallery in real life and naturally couldn't talk to Stefan, who was a scientist. I have proof. That Superman is usually close to Howard Stark. Could he be any kind of virtuous role model who doesn't get close to women? Luke himself would never have imagined that the root cause of his character assassination was Howard. That's enough. What's the use of arguing about Superman's moral character at this point? The older vampire elder interrupted. The most important thing is how to solve the problem. He glanced at Gitano, who was listening and didn't deliberately conceal his original plan. The president wants power and wants to unite those who boast of being superior to him and build a huge interest group. A red glint crossed the vampire elder's eyes, and they laughed sarcastically. He wants more votes or a war in his favor. What we want is a true lawmaker who will lead the family and the council. A great patriarch who walks in the sunlight. This is the basis of the cooperation between the two sides. The Blood Council has something better than heroin or marijuana, the blood poppy. It can control human beings, just as gangs control drug addicts. As for the president, I don't know where he got the original blood essence of La Magra, but it is indeed an important bargaining chip that we can't refuse. Therefore, there is room for cooperation between the Blood Council and the White House. This is why John Stillman acts as the spokesman for the president. The vampire elders analyzed the recent events and the reasons behind them clearly. He looked at the other three young elders and asked in a deep voice, is there a basis and room for cooperation between Superman and us? Do you know what he wants, or is he interested in anything? The rest of them looked at each other. After a moment of silence, Stefan, who was thinking from the point of view of science, took the lead in saying, according to the human psychological model I designed, I think Superman is a hero with a strong sense of morality and full of righteousness. Therefore, the reason for his actions is to satisfy his inner desire to be a savior. Saving as many people as possible is the basis for his actions. I think we can prepare two sets of plans. One is to show a good attitude to prove that the Blood Council is friendly to humans, or, most vampires are very kind and push those evil acts to some restless guys. As long as Superman reveals some intention to communicate, we can build the basis and room for cooperation. Stefan deserves to be a graduate of a prestigious school. He spoke eloquently, and his thinking was clear, convincing everyone else. The only unfortunate thing was that he misjudged this Superman. This wasn't the Superman from the studio next door. Luke had no idea what the moral bottom line and sense of justice were. What about the second option? The vampire elders were interested. Again, using Superman's moral standards. We disclosed the president's plot. An exaggerated terrible plan diverted his attention and put the Blood Council in a weak position to gain sympathy. Stefan's eyes flashed with wisdom. He was confident that any young man with a sense of justice and lofty morality would fall into such a trap. Those heroes having good qualities were their biggest weaknesses that could be used. Gitano, who was silently watching, wanted to interject at this time. That Superman simply killed people without blinking. He couldn't feel any sense of mercy from the guy. Such a boring proposal. Elena snorted. Don't you forget that Superman came out of the battlefield? His hands are stained with blood from countless people. Kindness, morality, and a sense of justice couldn't possibly be embodied in him. The female elder, who still had her charm, ruffled her hair and tilted her body forward, deliberately revealing a deep, bottomless cleavage, with a seductive smile. The best way to deal with human beings is actually to stir their inner desires, to manipulate their behavior. The stronger the individual, the stronger the desire to dominate, and Superman is no exception. With so many lovers, he must be quite fond of beauty. I don't mind sacrificing myself and offering him my body. Anyway, it's all for the family and the survival of the council. Stefan looked indifferent, turning a blind eye to the beauty displayed before him, and bluntly said, I don't know why you want to expose your breasts. This will certainly subconsciously remind a man of the bond between mother and child, secreting hormones and androgens. But in Superman's view, it's probably just a pile of useless fat that only gets more cumbersome as it gets bigger. The simplest example is that we are both elder-level vampires, but I move much faster than you. Elena, the breasts you are so proud of will only be a burden to you. And with all due respect, because of your age, you are not as competitive as those young women in terms of flexibility, firmness, and roundness. If Superman is really passionate about women, he has so many choices that he doesn't need to look at an older woman who is over 300 years old. Stefan's straightforward words, like a knife, cut Elena down to bits. The smile on the latter's face solidified. She was about to retort when he heard the sound of an explosion coming from above. Boom! A dark red residual shadow, like a cannonball, smashed down. Rubble fell like rain, sending out smoke and dust. The pair of ice-cold eyes flashing with crimson light, slowly sweeping across the room. Were you talking about me? Binge. Read next 50 chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge-translations. 248, Chapter 245 The Villainous Alliance, History Being Changed. Boom. A shocking sound, as if a powder keg exploded. The vampire elders who were plotting how to deal with Superman didn't expect the other party to come so soon. That tall figure directly pierced through the ceiling, smashing into the conference room like a cannonball. The excessively exciting and sensational way of entering the stage made the whole room fall into a short silence. The two vampires who were facing each other just now subconsciously shrank their necks, hoping that they would become transparent and wouldn't be noticed. You seem to be surprised by my visit. Luke's eyes slightly condensed, revealing a crimson light. Why? Am I not welcomed? Vampires who had always liked the dark and hated the sun felt as if they were stuck with needles as soon as they met Superman's gaze. They looked at each other, lowered their heads, and said nothing. If they spoke the truth at this time, they might be humanely put down in an instant. Superman. Although Luke's uniform and cloak were very distinctive. But out of politeness and not knowing what to say, the older vampire elder still asked habitually. His attitude was quite good, just like a social animal worker meeting an unscrupulous boss. No matter how much they complain and curse behind the boss's back, they would still smile with respect in front of the other. Do you know of any other guy who likes to fly around in a cloak? Luke complained to himself. He always felt that the cloak was of no real use. In battle, when he would encounter an evenly matched opponent, he might get pulled into a big tumbleweed. For details, please refer to Superman vs. Batman, Superman vs. Bizarro, Superman vs. Louise. Cross out the last one. However, being strong was a matter of preference, and looking cool and handsome was a lifelong thing. In terms of personal image, Luke chose to keep his cloak. After all, wearing only a tight-fitting uniform may be seen as a perversion. But with the cloak, it's closer to a superhero. Then, I want to communicate frankly with you. I hope that there will be no lies or hostility in the conversation between us. After Luke scanned the audience, the corners of his mouth curled up. As if he is the master here, he raised his hand, pulled out a chair that had not been ruined by the rubble, and sat down slowly. Mr. Lieutenant General, what do you want to know? We will definitely tell you everything. Feeling Superman's gaze, the vampire elder's heart felt like it was under a large stone, and his breathing was stifled and uncomfortable. He decided to adopt Stefan's second plan and sell out the president in exchange for personal safety. If he betrayed the president, at best, his clan would be suppressed, and he would have some difficulties in the future. Deceiving Superman, he could be killed instantly at any moment, directly turning into dust. It goes without saying which of the two endings was lighter or heavier. It's nice to have a friendly exchange. It saves me and you a lot of unnecessary trouble. Luke nodded with satisfaction and continued, let's start with the president's deal with you. Well. Bang. Before the vampire elder could explain, a group of heavily armed vampires knocked down the door of the conference room. Elder, I'll save. I'm sorry to bother you. The young vampire who rushed in was fierce but saw the elder was desperately winking. The rest of the people there were honestly shrinking their necks. He quickly swallowed the second half of his sentence. The group of people quickly left the room and closed the door. Go on. Luke didn't react to this little episode. Compared with their relatives in Europe, these pure-blood descendants of Dracula had less arrogance in their bones, that looked down on humans. They had more schemes and trickery. The advantage was that they were very obedient and knew how to respect and obey the strong. The downside was that Luke couldn't even find a reason to get angry, so he couldn't kill like he did in the wine club. He also wanted to clean up this group of vampires so that the Corvinus Coven, led by Selene, could expand their territory. In short, that's how it is. The vampire elder gave a full account of the private contact between the Blood Council and the White House. He didn't realize the seriousness of the problem. He only thought that the Lieutenant General Superman in front of him might have pursued the matter out of a sense of justice or for other reasons. According to normal thinking, one was the manager of the country, the president in the White House. The other was a legendary war hero, Lieutenant General Superman, in the Pentagon. They were at the top of the pyramid of power. Even if there were contradictions, it wouldn't be too ugly. Superman wouldn't rush to the White House because the president colluded with the Blood Council and punched the other party to death, right? That's too brutal. The vampire elder thought so. I appreciate your honesty, which kept the conversation from getting too bloody tonight. After listening, Luke's suspicion that the president was Kong the Conqueror had been upgraded to a definite belief. By the way, as an extra reminder, the true La Magra in your eyes does not exist. So, don't bother to get that blood essence or something. It would only be in vain. Superman stood up and prepared to leave, leaving behind a dumbfounded group of vampire elders. How did he know that they were talking about La Magra? Just an Atlantean who signed a contract with Than, the god of the underworld, and transformed himself into an undead creature. The great sorcerer named Varney later passed on his power to Dracula, giving birth to the vampire clans. In the White House, Oval Office. The night was getting deeper, but the lights were still on. The security guards outside were impressed by the president's enthusiasm for his work and his abundant stamina. The White House's champion of staying up late remained engrossed in various national issues even at this late hour. Stillman, go back. The president, who was leaning over the table, looked up and said so. Yes, Mr. President. By the way, about vampires. Stillman, the chief of staff, whispered. I'll leave it to you. I totally trust your ability, Stillman. So, you don't have to report to me all the time. The president interrupted his confidant's words. He pushed up his glasses on the bridge of his nose and whispered back. The latter nodded and exited the office. Idiot. When Stillman left, the president released the pen from his hand and took off the glasses. He rubbed his flabby skin, and a sarcastic smile appeared on his face. I asked you to cooperate with vampires, but you were fooled by those stupid bats and became addicted to blood. Human beings are fragile creatures. Just a little desire could destroy them. The president is talking to himself, and he is not worried about being heard. The White House was surrounded by a covert detection system that would alert them to any stranger's intrusion. By drawing those politicians to my side, I can follow the trajectory of history and set off a Cold War between the United States and the Soviet Union for hegemony, and successfully start the Third War. The president's eyes flickered as he began to imagine his crazy plan. The Sorcerer Supreme had left this timeline. The biggest obstacle in front of him had disappeared. With his familiarity with the history and the future technology in his hand, it was easy to fool the White House politicians and realize his ambitions. You are late. A few minutes later, the president stood at the window with his arms at his chest and looked out into the night. The magic circle cut through space and pulled out a transmission channel. Mr. Kong, you have to ask Selene about this. It took her 2 hours to choose the right clothes and makeup. Mr. Sinister walked out of it and sat on the sofa. He glanced at the Black Queen, who was dressed up and charming, but his face didn't look very good. The truth was that no man had much patience for this kind of thing. They behaved very gentlemanly, just to win the favor of the woman and facilitate the next step. Unfortunately, Mr. Sinister wasn't interested in this woman. He was quite conservative in his private life, not at all like a villain. When I meet a great conqueror, I have to be at my best. The Black Queen sat across the table, crossed her long legs, and scoffed, Essex, how can a guy like you understand a lady's heart? Haha. I'm not interested in women's hearts, but I'm very good at dissecting and studying the hearts of mutants. Mr. Sinister sneered. Oh, then you can try to study mine. The Black Queen deliberately lowered her bosom to reveal the fullness of her curves. Although she had a smile on her face, charming and enchanting. But those eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a dangerous glint. Well, you two, don't be so serious. Everyone is in the same boat, and we should be friendlier. Kong, who was pretending to be the president, came out to settle the matter. As the vampire elder said, the two sides should have the basis and room for cooperation to continue transactions. According to his style, he never looked for allies. As the great conqueror, Kong only had two sides, subordinates and enemies. Allies on an equal footing didn't exist. However, the situation of this timeline was somewhat different. In addition to the Sorcerer Supreme, who could threaten Kong the Conqueror, there was Superman, who he had never heard or seen. First, the other party ended World War II and defeated Hydra, not Captain America. Moreover, the latter hadn't yet fallen into the glacier and slept for 70 years. This was totally different from the history Kong was familiar with. Generally speaking, no matter how the timeline changed, some things were bound to happen. For example, Steve Rogers becoming a super soldier and then Captain America. This was an ironclad rule. Kong had walked through too many timelines and found no exception. Secondly, the early appearance of SHIELD. At this time, it should be called the Strategic Scientific Reserve. And then, a lot of probabilities made the Conqueror a little frantic. He was a rookie player who played through the level, according to the guide. Without future science and technology and understanding historical trends and key figures in his head, he was no different from the main character without overpowered luck. Therefore, Kong the Conqueror thought about it and decided to erase the unstable factor Superman. Binge. Read next 50 chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. 249, Chapter 246 Traitors, You Set Me Up. The powerful enemy made Kong the Conqueror decide to be careful and plan steadily. So, he looked for Mr. Sinister and the Black Queen. If they were asked to face Superman directly and become a frontline fighter, the other party would certainly not be happy. However, Kong the Conqueror had ruled so many timelines, so he had long been proficient in guiding other characters in the story. He knew Mr. Sinister and the Black Queen, both of whom were scheming about awakening Apocalypse. One was planning on being a traitor, stab the guy in the back and take the latter's powers. The other wanted to absorb a powerful soul and complete the ascension ceremony, to become a god. It could be said that each of them had their own ulterior motives. It just so happened that Kong the Conqueror and Apocalypse had grudges of their own. The latter used to be his follower, but he overthrew his rule. That was the first time Kong the Conqueror hit a wall, and his game of ruling the world ended early. In this way, the three people had the same enemies and the same interests. Hitting it off and forming an alliance was only natural. Next, Kong should consider persuading Mr. Sinister and the Black Queen to join his anti-Superman alliance and act as his pawns. Mr. Essex, I know you have a lot of research on mutants and cloning technology. Kang's eyes twinkled as he used the president's face to say, as far as I know, Dr. Bolivar Trask from S.H.I.E.L.D. has worked on mapping the genetic map for mutants and compiled 1/5 of it. At this time, Superman not only has a perfect gene pool but also gathers many mutants. Your compatriots are being domesticated and turned into captive lambs. The diamond-shaped gem on Mr. Sinister's forehead gleamed with a red glow. He wasn't Namor, who lacked IQ. He could understand Kang's words. What the mutants become has nothing to do with me. Mr. Sinister shook his head as if he didn't want to get involved in the mess. He was a mutant whose gene was activated by Apocalypse and had no sense of belonging to the race. When doing experiments before, he dissected several mutant bodies himself. But Mr. Essex, your research requires mutant genes. For you, those are the basis of your ascension. Kong knew Mr. Sinister well, and his biological cloning technology had always been at the forefront of the times. Collecting mutants and cloning mutants had always been his thing. The other party's purpose was also very simple. Using the collected mutant genes to turn himself into an individual more powerful than Apocalypse or to create an individual more powerful than Apocalypse. Sir Conqueror, what are you trying to say? Mr. Sinister pursed his lips. He knew that the president standing in front of him was actually a space-time stowaway from the future. When he met Kong the Conqueror for the first time, he told him his origins and showed convincing evidence. That was why Mr. Sinister and the Black Queen agreed to cooperate. Apocalypse is nothing but fish on the chopping block. He is temporarily asleep and has no ability to resist. Kong showed a confident smile and looked like he had a plan in mind. If you want to deal with him, I can help. But before we can do that, we have to solve the Superman problem. The Black Queen's long legs stopped shaking. She lay sideways on the sofa, giving off fatal attraction. Sir Conqueror wants us to deal with Superman? This is different from what you said before. When you came to the door, you didn't mention anything about dealing with the world's most powerful man. When Selene heard Superman's name, her eyes couldn't help but flash. She frankly said it before. She was deeply interested in the young lieutenant general. She once thought about seducing the other party and letting Superman help her with her spiritual development. Put away your unsettling desire, Selene. Superman has never hesitated in killing a woman. Mr. Sinister glanced at his ally and coldly said, if he sees you, the probability of him bowing down under your skirt is very low. He's more likely to beat you to a pulp. Don't overestimate your own charm. Men's inner desires for women could be satisfied by torture, whipping, abuse and other ways in addition to the biological impulse to mate. Destroying beautiful things could also give people pleasure. The Black Queen smiled contemptuously, showing her veteran driver's side, if Superman has that kind of hobby, I can definitely satisfy him. Abuse, torture, and bondage are just pediatrics. Playing with toys or other devices had appeared as early as the 17th century. The British, in particular, had a strong desire for whipping. At that time, in order to attract big business, brothels often offered professional services, prostitutes in riding boots and low-cut dresses, beating their guests with their whips. According to the statistics of unknown organizations, the number of masochists who spend money was far larger than that of abusers. Most of them were well-dressed men with successful careers. They even advertised in newspapers, soliciting mistresses. Many socialites and social salons had to learn skills to win the appreciation of men. The British loved whipping, but the Germans liked bondage and fierce props. The French were relatively normal, but they were keen on letting their lovers watch and serve. Anyway, at that time in Europe, there were various games to play. Moreover, only the upper class could play like this, and civilians could only express their envy by saying, the upper class was really dirty. The Black Queen had lived long enough to experience the Roman Empire, witness the Republic era, and then witness the division of the East and West until its demise. Those so-called public baths, 10,000 people celebrating together. The things that Mr. Sinister mentioned were trivial. I think you're missing the point. Kong, who wasn't very interested in women, spoke up. He couldn't dive into their topic. Sir Conqueror, we can't go against the most fearsome opponent in the world for that small profit. Mr. Sinister went straight to the point. His meaning was very clear. It was fine to make him the front fighter, but it would cost more. Yes, Sir Conqueror. Some too many strong people have met their end in Superman's hands. At this time, the Black Queen was on the same side as Mr. Sinister. As if their tit-for-tat just now never happened. Apocalypse is not enough as a bargaining chip. Kong frowned as he asked. He began to realize that the two allies he had found seemed a bit too greedy. Mr. Essex is an alpha-level mutant who is proficient in many abilities. Ms. Selene specializes in black magic and can extract vitality. Kong the Conqueror, with his arms folded, glanced out the window to the dark night and tried to persuade, with my high-tech weapons, getting rid of Superman is highly possible. Mr. Sinister glanced at the Black Queen and shook his head. Superman's reputation was too resounding, and his record was too impressive. What was the difference between rushing up there and giving away his own head? If you are the Conqueror, you should be willing to use your time machine as a bargaining chip. After a short silence, Mr. Sinister made a request. Ruling a timeline, a whole world. This was a great temptation for anyone. It seems that Mr. Essex isn't interested in talking properly. Kang's face turned cold. He directly said, Superman is 150 kilometers away and will arrive at the White House soon. There's not much time left for you two to consider. Either you form an alliance with me, and after that, I'll give Mr. Essex the mutant gene pool from SHIELD, and also find a suitable soul for Ms. Selene to help you complete the Ascension ritual. Or, choose to sit on the sidelines and miss this opportunity. But even if I fail, Superman couldn't destroy me once and for all. It's different when dealing with you. There is no foundation or room for cooperation between the two of you and the overly strong young general. Without my help, it wouldn't be so easy to find an opportunity to deal with Superman. Kong said so quickly and urgently. He didn't expect Superman to be so impulsive and come straight to the White House. Even if he had some conclusive evidence, he should test each other for several rounds and only take action after a fierce competition, right? Essex, you stay and fight Superman, I'll. The Black Queen made a decision and chose to run away. She quickly made a magic circle, cutting through space. The shining spark just came out and went out instantly. I already blocked the possibility of escape by using transmission magic with the spatial phase barrier. Kong shrugged his shoulders. He originally wanted to negotiate seriously. First, he didn't think that Superman would directly kill him. Second, he didn't expect his allies would have such a big appetite. Instead of continuing to play hide and seek and find a new identity, it would be better to tie Mr. Sinister and the Black Queen to his ship. You set me up. The Black Queen, with a fierce look on her face, sent a fireball out. Zi. An electrical current rattled. Kong, who had the president's appearance, disappeared as if he was only a projection. Ms. Selene, are you sure you want to choose infighting instead of joining forces? As if he teleported, Kong appeared in another part of the room. After her failure, the Black Queen knew the other party was only a projection. According to Kang's careful character, he wouldn't easily expose his real body. I hope you can keep your promise. The Black Queen stopped and spoke coldly. Abandoning redundant feelings, thinking rationally, and cooperating with Kong was the best choice. Superman won't give her what she wanted, and if she couldn't complete the Ascension ceremony, staying like this was meaningless. The Black Queen had lived for a long time, and becoming a god was her only obsession. He's coming. The diamond-shaped gem on Mr. Sinister's forehead glowed. As his voice fell outside the White House, a figure was like a supersonic aircraft, tearing air waves, breaking through the sound barrier, and slamming straight on the green lawn. Binge. Read next 50 chapters on Pat Rayon. Visit patrayon.com/binge-translations. 250, Chapter 247. The White House has fallen, coming to the rescue. Boom. Luke hit the lawn like a cannonball, making a loud noise. The air billow overflowed like a powerful hurricane. The dust rolled up, and his cloak billowed. This shocking movement immediately attracted attention. The alarm sounded in the White House, and sharp beeps echoed inside the building. Immediately afterward, the brigade arrived. Field agents holding firearms arrived in groups of 5. There were also heavily armed guards scattered around the White House. They found the target as quickly as possible and formed an encirclement. Lieutenant General Cavill. The head security officer recognized the intruder. There was doubt in his eyes that he didn't understand what Superman would do in the White House when it was already dark out. Out of professional habit, he kept a safe distance. At the same time, he kept one hand behind his back, gesturing tactical signals. Behind the bushes and trees, guns were aimed at Superman, who was standing on the lawn. It's just that no one dared to pull the trigger or have such thoughts. They were subconsciously vigilant, trying to prevent accidents. Lieutenant General Sir, why are you visiting the White House late at night? Although Superman's rash intrusion was against the rules, the head of security kept a respectful attitude. If he wanted to meet the president, he should have made an appointment in advance, arranged the trip and the meeting time. But Luke's position was exceptional, and the rules of the Pentagon and the White House did not affect him. I want to see the president. Luke scanned the White House with supervision and didn't find Kong the Conqueror, which was very strange. When he was flying at high speed just now, he destroyed more than 20 automatic aerial vehicles in a row, and those intelligent aircraft groups were obviously beyond the current era. He could tell they were future technology from Kong at a glance. Maybe half of Washington was filled with his spies. At this time, the head of security spoke awkwardly. His duty was to protect the president and the safety of the White House. Naturally, an intruder like Luke, who broke into the White House without permission, should be killed on the spot. But bullets can't hurt Superman. The head of security felt bitter. Even if he issued an order to open fire from every angle, he still wouldn't be able to break the other party's defense. But he knew that the Superman, standing in front of him, had the horrifying record of fighting against tanks and annihilating bombers with his bare hands. Unless the National Guard was brought in, he could do nothing to stop Superman from doing anything tonight. You are Jonathan, right? Luke found that his supervision was obstructed, and he couldn't see clearly, as if he had a layer of smoke in front of his eyes. Kong the Conqueror was fully prepared. He didn't choose to run away. Going head to head. Very good. Luke silently praised him. He expressed his appreciation for this kind of initiative. Yes, Lieutenant General, sir. The head of security nodded. He was a little surprised. He didn't expect Luke to say his name. Although Superman often entered and exited the White House. But, the people who came into contact with him were all important cabinet members and military leaders. A small officer like Jonathan wouldn't be able to show himself in front of him. Do you think I am a terrorist who wants to assassinate the president? Luke asked in a heavy tone. No. Why would I dare to think that? Jonathan shook his head repeatedly. He did have this terrible idea in his head, but he would immediately snuff it out every time it appeared. Then, make way. Luke whispered. Lieutenant General. Jonathan was under great pressure. His legs trembled, and he couldn't help but want to do what the other person said. Sorry, I have no time to waste here. Luke's eyes slightly condensed. The crimson beam resembled a laser, cutting the Oval Office where the president often stayed in half, from top to bottom. Rumble. The air made a shocking explosive-like sound. Lieutenant General Cavill. What are you doing? Jonathan quickly pulled out his gun. As the head of security in the White House, he couldn't sit idly by and watch the other party wreak havoc. The only courage left in his heart supported him to pull the trigger. The standard 3 bursts hit Superman's chest. Unsurprisingly, the copper bullet heads hit an iron wall. Those 2 distinct pectoral muscles didn't even tremble. The powerful kinetic energy that hammered his body couldn't even break the suit, let alone his skin. Jonathan, you misunderstood. Luke lifted his hand and took the gun, crushing it into scrap metal. According to the secret intelligence obtained by S.H.I.E.L.D, the president was captured by dangerous people, and I was trying to rescue. Superman was making up nonsense without even blinking. Suddenly his feet powered up and sprinted forward. Boom! A strong wind blew on the green lawn, and a big hole exploded on the ground. Jonathan, the head of security, wanted to say a few more things but was thrown to the ground by the violent airflow. This is terrifying. He watched the recently renovated white building collapse as if a demolition crew demolished it. Superman made a passage by force. Steel and concrete were like papier-mâché in front of him. Chief, what should we do? The field agents, as well as members of the security team, gathered around. They were at a loss. No one could stop Superman. I don't know. Jonathan shrugged his shoulders. Superman said he was trying to rescue the president. Even if he didn't believe it, there was nothing to be gained by stopping him at this time. Inform the Pentagon, by the way, request the deployment of the National Guard. Jonathan was silent for a while and made a decision. I don't believe Kang's technology could fool my perception. Luke dashed across the lawn from the White House to the Oval Office, which was cut in half in a matter of seconds. That piece of desk, which was a gift from the Queen of England, was tilted to one side. Lieutenant General Cavill, by breaking into the White House so blatantly, you're trampling on the Constitution. A low voice suddenly sounded. Luke turned away, heat vision swept by and cut the bookshelf leaning against the corner. The blazing high temperature ignited the piles of books, forming waves of fire that spread. Projection. Luke caught a glimpse of the illusory figure with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. A great king who claims to have ruled countless worlds and conqueror of various myths through time and space, how could he be someone who hides like a turtle, shrinking in his shell? He amplified his perception while speaking sarcastically and mockingly. It's not the time to meet yet. To be honest, I haven't figured out where you came from. The projected image said. I have consulted nearly 200 years of history, 342 timelines. Superman simply doesn't exist. You haven't demonstrated any mastery of advanced technology, so you can't be from a future further than the one I live in. Luke stared at the projection and turned a blind eye to the fire rising from the ground beside him. I came from the land of light of Nebula M7A to save the people of the Earth. Lieutenant General Superman uttered nonsense. Binge. Read next 50 chapters on Pat Rayon. Visit patrayon.com/binge translations.